where conversations become commitment and commitment becomes action. A landmark
Here we
that
take a
reflects
moment
2
to
decades
thank our
of
sponsors.
consistently tracking,
Our title
analyzing,
sponsor is
and
Novo
celebrating
Nordisk.
excellence in
Our
health.
associate
And
sponsors are
commitment becomes
Zydus
action.
Life Sciences
A
Limited,
landmark
here Leelavati Hospital, Manipal Hospitals, MSN Laboratories, Kaveri Hospitals, Sir H.N. Reliance Hospital, Chhatrapati Shivaji Subharti Hospital, Apollo Medics Super Speciality Hospital Lucknow, Santokba Durlabji Memorial Hospital Jaipur, GLRA India, Lord's Mark Industries Limited, Naruvi Hospitals, PD Hinduja Hospital and Medical Research Center. The Week Health Summit is supported by MedGenome, Artemis Hospitals, Center for Sight, Apollo Tyres Foundation, Vijaya Super Speciality Hospital, Sastri Balm, Sushena Health Foundation, Dhatri Milk Bank, and Fishing Cat. Our health insurance partner is New India Assurance. Our award partner is Sequoia Healthcare Limited. Our nutrition partner is Apex Laboratories Private Limited, and our strategic partner is Indie Global.
we start off with a short prayer dance for the wellness of India by Bhadra and Gayatri. To introduce the concept and explain the whole theme of the dance recital, please welcome Ms. Soni Sangwan.
An author, journalist, and educator. I'm
I'm
privileged
privileged to introduce Gayatri Sharma, communications leader, and Bhadra Sinha, senior journalist, and founders of Kalakriti Arts and accomplished dancers. Today, we invite you on a journey through Navrasa and Navdurga, a journey that reminds us that every emotion, every rasa has a place, a purpose, and a healing power in our lives. In our culture, the Navrasas represent the 9 fundamental emotions of human experience: love, joy, compassion, anger, courage, fear, disgust, wonder, and peace. Similarly, the Navdurga embody 9 unique strengths and energies, from Shailputri's calm resilience to Siddhidatri's divine completeness. When we bring these two together, we realize something very profound. Every rasa, like every form of the goddess, contributes to our mental, emotional, and even physical well being. Just as the body needs a balance of nutrients, the mind needs the freedom to feel fully, honestly, and without shame. In our fast paced lives, we often bottle up emotions: anger, grief, fear, even joy, thinking they make us weak. But true well being comes not from suppressing emotions, but from experiencing them, understanding them, and letting them flow. Each rasa teaches us something vital. Love nourishes us, courage strengthens, compassion softens, and even anger and fear guide us, protect us, and remind us of our boundaries. Together, they create the complete spectrum of human wellness. And so, this performance is a celebration of our emotions, our energies, our mental health, and the divine feminine power that lives within each of us. As Gayatri and Bhadra depict the Navrasas through the 9 forms of Durga, you will witness not just a performance, but a reminder. To be whole, we must allow ourselves to feel whole. To be healthy, we must honor every emotion, every rasa, as a sacred part of our being. Presenting, ladies and gentlemen, Navrasa, Navdurga, a journey to emotional and spiritual well-being. Please enjoy the performance. In Shringara we see Shailaputri's grace, the serene beginning of life's embrace. A woman's beauty, her poise divine, reflecting love pure and fine. Hasya dances with Brahmcharani's light. Her laughter breaks through the darkest night. In calm devotion, her joy takes flight, an inner spark forever bright. Karuna blooms as Chandraghanta strides, compassion flows where justice abides. Her heart feels the world's deepest plight, protecting the weak with her guiding light. In Rodra, Kushmanda reigns supreme, creating the cosmos through fiery veins. A modern woman's rage takes form, breaking the chains. She weathers the storm. Veera shines in Skandamata's call, a warrior mother standing tall. Her courage fuels life's endless fight, defending her own with unwavering might. Bhayanaka whispers through Katyayani's glare, her power daunting, her enemies beware. She faces fear with an unyielding soul, conquering shadows to make herself whole. Vibhatsa moves in Kal Ratri's might, destroying ignorance with her sight. The disgust of evil fuels her flame to cleanse the world. She plays the game. Adbhut sings in Mahagauri's hue, a wonder of purity, eternal and true. Her radiant glow inspires a quest to seek the divine and give our best. Shanta rests in Siddhidatri's peace, the journey ends and struggles cease. Her stillness, the answers lie, a tranquil soul beneath the sky. Through the Navrasas, the cosmic forces ignite. Shakti guides their souls in their flight. With love and strength, with joy and pain, she channels the goddess again and again. Thank you.
वृषे समारूढा श्वेताम्बरधरा शुचिः श्वेते वृषे समारूढा श्वेताम्बरधरा शुचिः महागौरी शुभदद्या महादेव प्रमोदता महागौरी शुभदद्या महादेव प्रमोदता महादेव प्रमोदता
Art, beauty, love, wellness. What a beautiful way to start the proceedings. Now I request all of you to please stand up for the national anthem. And I request Mr. Riyad Matthew to accompany the chief guests to the stage.
We'll now begin with our lamp lighting ceremony. we have our chief guest, the Honorable Union Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Srimati Anupriya Patel with us. I request her to kindly come on stage. And I request Mr. Riyad Matthew to kindly escort him. I also request Dr. M. Srinivas, Director AIMS, and Dr. Vikram Matthews, Director CMC Vellore, to kindly come for the light lamp ceremony. I request the dignitaries to kindly light the lamp. I'll now request Mr. Riyad Matthew, Chief Associate Editor and Director The Week, to kindly welcome the guests and give his welcome address.
Honorable Minister, Srimati Anupriya Patel, Dr. Thomas Budd, Dr. James Abraham from the Cleveland Clinic, Mr. Shaila Abraham, Dr. Srinivas, Dr. Matthews, Dr. Balal, Mr. Vikrant, the members of Novo Nordisk, and other members, eminent personalities. Welcome to the third edition of the Health Summit of the Week, a summit where we will host important conversations about the current and future of healthcare in our country. We will also celebrate our Best Hospital Awards, which was done by an independent and impartial survey in association with Hansa Research. Before I start my speech, I just want to mention a few facts about the health of India. Last year, in the year 2025-26, the Union Cabinet approved 100,000 crore additional budget for the healthcare sector. This is a 10% increase over the spent the previous year. For that, ma'am, we thank you, the ministry, so much for this. But the minister will be the first one to acknowledge that the challenges ahead of us are immense. If you talk about non-communicable diseases, it's on the rise. You have heart ailments, you have obesity, diabetes, something which we hope to address today. And we have something which continues to haunt us, which is malaria and tuberculosis. When we talk about mental health, and that will be addressed today, a session on that by Mr. Chetan Bhagat. Recent reports suggest that 1 in every 10 Indian adults suffer from some sort of mental illness. And this is only the ones reported. What about our children? And then on top of that, we have a faculty. Though we have a number of people graduating from medical colleges, the number of professors and doctors that we have are limited. Retention, obviously, is a problem. So there are other things we want to highlight, both to accept and to challenge ourselves, and that we will do over the course of today. To do that, we are honored to have amongst us a distinguished group of guests who share the commitment. Our chief guest, our Honorable Union Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Srimati Anupriya Patel, has been a strong advocate for equitable and inclusive healthcare. On behalf of the week, ma'am, and all of us present here, I welcome you to the week annual summit. Member of Parliament, Batsuri Swaraj, will join us soon. She's also a columnist for the week. She will be talking about a very important topic today, what she calls her dream for a healthy India, and that will be addressed by her later today. We also have with us very soon Mr. Chetan Bhagat. Like I said, he will be addressing the mental challenges faced by the Indian population, and that's going to be a session dedicated to mental health. And one of the highlights that we have today are the members of doctors of Cleveland Clinic, Dr. G. Thomas Budd and Dr. James Abraham, who are developing a vaccine to prevent breast cancer. Their groundbreaking work has the potential to change the future of women's health, not just in India, but in the world. Welcome, doctors. I also want to welcome Dr. Srinivas, Dr. Matthews, Dr. Balal, Mr. Vikrant, and all at Novo Nordisk, and other doctors and hospital leaders. We, as a responsible media group, are committed to help the government's efforts in nation building, and health is a high priority for us. I was telling the minister that it's been 2 decades since we started the Best Hospital Awards, and also we give a free supplement of health to all our readers every month. I informed the minister earlier today that last year this time, we launched a dedicated web section just on health. This, ma'am, is a 24/7 news website just on health news. I would like to conclude by thanking our sponsors. Their support talks a lot about the commitment to help the health of India, both in urban and rural India. The week is privileged to be associated with you, and I assure you, your contribution will not go unnoticed. There's lots we can do together, and I'm sure you'll be part of this moment. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Riyad. Now, I request Honorable Union Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Srimati Anupriya Patel, to address the August gathering and tell us her vision for the nation and beyond.
Dr. M. Srinivas, Director, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Dr. Vikram Matthews, Director, CMC Vellore, Mr. Riyad Matthew, Chief Associate Editor of the Week, and all the distinguished guests who are present here today, a very good morning. Namaskar. My warm greetings to everyone who's a part of this very, very special summit hosted by the week. It's my immense pleasure to address you all today and present before you Government of India's roadmap for building a healthier nation. Friends, we all understand healthcare is one of the most critical pillars of the society, because it's not just contributing to an individual's well-being, but it also promotes economic prosperity and societal stability. And world over, there are numerous health challenges which communities are grappling with, which range from the emerging and infectious diseases to antimicrobial resistance, to mental health risks, to climate health related risks, and of course, the one which has been pointed out by Riyaji, the growing burden of the non-communicable diseases. And we all also understand that the diseases today are not contained within the national borders. They tend to trespass, and which is why what is required today is not just national action plans, but also global action plans. COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the vulnerabilities of the healthcare systems worldwide and highlighted the urgent need to build robust frameworks, not just nationally, not just domestically, but also globally, so as to tackle any emergencies in times to come. And pandemics can hit us anytime. Today, the major concern of governments world over is universal health coverage. And every country is making steadfast move to achieve universal health coverage. And for a country like ours, universal health coverage is a huge task considering our population. We have 17% of the world's population. We have 20% of the global disease burden. So when we say that we want to ensure quality healthcare, accessible healthcare, affordable healthcare to every citizen of India, that's a big challenge. But I wish to say, and I'm proud to say this, that Government of India has an unwavering commitment to achieve this. And why I say this is because every single factor which is important to achieve universal health coverage, and there are a host of such factors. The first, of course, is a strong political commitment which Government of India has. We have brought health to our national agenda list. Healthcare is a priority of the government led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. So we have a strong political commitment. The second factor, of course, is that we continue to enhance our healthcare budget. And we're doing that. Riyad ji, you just heard him. We have enhanced our budget, and last budget has been 1 lakh crores for healthcare itself. And this is not the limit. Government of India has decided that we will continue to enhance our expenditure on health, build more healthcare infrastructure, expand the medical education infrastructure so we are able to address the shortage of doctors and specialist doctors or other paramedics wherever they're required. Our effort has also been towards providing financial protection to the poor and the needy population. It's also one of the important factors that takes us closer to universal health coverage. And besides these, addressing the social determinants of health. And this is a government which believes in a whole of government approach, which means healthcare is not just the sole responsibility of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, but every single department of Government of India is doing something to make sure that their efforts take us closer to universal health coverage. So when I say addressing social determinants of health, when we launch our pro-poor welfare schemes like providing housing or sanitation, toilets, clean drinking water, clean cooking fuel, and even reducing the carbon footprint, we want to improve the quality of air. We are investing in renewable energy. We have a Ministry of Ayush which is promoting yoga as a healthy lifestyle habit, or Fit India movement. All these are efforts which are today very important if we want to build a healthier India. Apart from addressing the social determinants of health, the other factors which are important are leveraging digital health and technological solution. Now, innovative technologies are being adopted when we want to ensure a good quality healthcare to our citizens. And we've always kept our focus on universal healthcare, on preventive healthcare. So when we have this vast network of Ayushman Arogya Mandir. Today, the first step towards preventive healthcare is being taken by strengthening these primary healthcare institutions. So we have completely revamped them. Now every healthcare facility in this country is receiving an NQOS certification. Minimum quality benchmarks need to be achieved, and there is a complete package of 12 different services which are being provided at these Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. And another important factor, apart from keeping our focus on preventive healthcare, is fostering the private-public partnerships. That's one of the very important things to do. And I can give you examples of our programs like Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Yojana. So there are so many private hospitals which are getting empaneled under this scheme. Pradhan Mantri National Dialysis Program. Private hospitals are, these are being operated under the PPP model. So we are even promoting the public-private partnership. And which is why I said that Government of India has an unwavering commitment towards universal health coverage. And as I said, it's a national priority today. And our focus continues to remain on the three key dimensions, which is accessibility, affordability, and quality. And why I say this is because when we have a larger vision of creating a developed India by 2047, we cannot imagine a developed country without making our citizens healthy. So healthy India is the essential condition for building a developed India, and that is the approach which we have adopted. So how do we intend to do this? We started with our efforts towards the National Health Policy. The National Health Policy, which was long waiting to get revised, and with which we brought a complete review of our approach, a complete transformation in our approach towards healthcare. So healthcare today is no longer just curative. Healthcare does not mean preventing diseases or eliminating diseases or just curing an ill person. There is a complete transformative shift in our approach, and today healthcare encompasses 5 different pillars. There is an approach difference. So it is comprehensive healthcare today, which means there is preventive, there is curative, there is palliative, there is rehabilitative, and there is promotive healthcare. So that's how we started our journey towards universal health coverage. And then continuously enhancing our budget, increasing our government health expenditure. Today, government health expenditure in this past 11 years of our government has increased from 29% to 48%. And the out-of-pocket expenses on medicines or implants or medical devices, all those expenses have come down from 63% to 39%, and that has not happened by some magical trick. There are very precise steps which have been taken to bring down the out-of-pocket expenses. Host of our schemes, and I mentioned to you a few. Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, which provides a free of cost treatment, secondary and tertiary care hospitalization worth 5 lakh rupees to 62 crores Indians today. That's not a small step. Pradhan Mantri Dialysis Program, Pradhan Mantri Jan Aushadhi Program, Amrit Pharmacies. These are steps which have been primarily responsible for bringing down the out-of-pocket expenses. And you have seen the recent GST 2.0. What a major decision we have taken. So many of our life-saving drugs, even health insurance. People in India don't want to take a health insurance. They'll insure their car, they won't insure their health. So we want every citizen to take a health insurance, and that is why there has been a tax reduction. So Government of India has been thinking holistically on how we have to build a healthier nation. Over these 11 years, there has been a record expansion of medical education infrastructure and tertiary healthcare facilities. So one of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences director we have here, Dr. Srinivas, and we know the amount of burden AIIMS Delhi has. So we decided that this has to go down. And why people from Kerala or people from Tamil Nadu or people from Orissa need to come to All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi? Why can't we have more All India Institute of Medical Sciences across the country? And which is why the number of All India Institute of Medical Sciences today has gone up from 7 to 23. And this has happened in just 11 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this happens when the policy making is visionary and it is backed by strong implementation. That's when such meaningful changes can be seen. And this is what India is witnessing under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in the NDA government's regime. So medical colleges now have gone up from 387 to 802. I think 1 year back when I came to this summit, I quoted a different figure. We've made an increase. So virtually every district today has a medical college. We want to reduce the burden on our tertiary healthcare facilities, so we are strengthening our primary and secondary healthcare infrastructure. I mentioned to you about the Ayushman Arogya Mandir, the first point of contact, a primary healthcare facility which exists in a urban setting, in a rural setting, the first point of contact for a common man. That is being strengthened. Then PM Abhim, our health infrastructure mission, that is fixing up the critical gaps which exist in our secondary care facilities. And the tertiary care facilities are also being created. But when you strengthen your primary and secondary level care, the burden on tertiary healthcare automatically comes down. Today, we want to address the shortage of doctors and specialist doctors because that has long been spoken about. I think in every conclave, every discussion, we don't have doctors, we don't have enough specialist doctors. You go to the rural areas, people are still waiting in long queues, there's no doctors to see them. That won't happen in next few years because the new All India Institutes of Medical Sciences that have come up, the new medical colleges that are coming up, and I just told you the number, and the constant increase in the MBBS seats and the PG seats. So in times to come, few more years, you will have a new generation, a new pool of doctors, specialist doctors, and even nursing staff, because wherever we have set up a medical college, we are also co-locating a nursing college. So there is going to be no shortage of the human resource when it comes to medical healthcare. And ladies and gentlemen, these are not just schemes and programs and initiatives. This is not just a story of, okay, we are introducing one scheme after the other. What is the measure of the efforts that we made? That is the impact which has been created. And what is the impact? We will know whether we have succeeded or we have failed only when we see that there is a meaningful change. And we have so many success stories. Today, India is being certified as maternal and neonatal tetanus free. India is being certified by the WHO as being trachoma free. India's efforts towards MMR, bringing down MMR, bringing down IMR, they are being recognized globally. And we have been acknowledged as being an exemplar performer because the decline in MMR and IMR of India has surpassed the global decline. That has happened because of concerted efforts. You were mentioning about tuberculosis. Yes, we have resolved to make India TB free. And it is not just a resolve for political slogans. When we say we want to make India TB free, yes, we want to do it. And that is why this 360-degree approach is being adopted. And we can see the results. The incidence of TB has come down, 17.7% decline in the incidence. 21.4% decline in the mortalities. TB treatment coverage has expanded by 32%. And look at our initiatives. We want to eliminate TB by involving every citizen of India. So everything today is a Jan Bhagidari Andolan. It's a people's movement. And in our government, we believe that lone government efforts cannot help us achieve the bigger aims, the larger goals. And involvement of 142 crore Indians is very, very important. So today, when you hear words like Nikshay Mitra, that's actually an effort to engage the common man of India in a fight against tuberculosis. We are finding innovative solutions. We just last year, around this time only, 7th of December, we started this intensified campaign. So under that intensified campaign, we went to the remotest corner of this country. We went to the vulnerable population groups and we were able to screen and then identify more people, TB patients, and we put them on treatment. So when I say we want to create a TB-free Bharat, TB-Mukt India, we are leaving no stone unturned to achieve the same. And there are so many other issues. Our One Health preparedness, now animal health, human health, plant health. We have a big action plan. We are preparing our country for any future health emergencies, antimicrobial resistance. We do have a national action plan. And India is doing very well on all these pillars. And when we say India has a huge population and the intent is to leave no one behind. When you say universal health coverage, it means leave no one behind. And then you see 142 crores, my God, what to do? So we need to adopt the digital health solutions as well. And I'm very proud to say that India is one of the preeminent nations in adopting those technological and digital health solutions. Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is one of our biggest efforts to create a digital health ecosystem. Today, so many unique Abha accounts have been created. And you know about this whole effort that we want to bring our healthcare practitioners, we want to bring our pharmacies, everything on a digital platform. We are giving a unique ID to every citizen of India, and they can access the services of professionals, they can find out the pharmacies, everything to this digital health ecosystem. So many people have been onboarded, their Abha cards have been created. So when you hear about Abha, you hear about our national telemedicine network, which is eSanjeevani. And eSanjeevani did a wonderful job during COVID. People were taking free consultations online. E-Raktakosh, UWin, CoWin. And you must have seen the Prime Minister launch the medical drone services from many of our All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And we know how it is revolutionizing healthcare delivery. So medical drones and centers of excellence for AI being set up at All India Institute of Medical Science, Delhi, in PGI, Chandigarh, and I think one more, I'm forgetting, maybe Dehradun or someplace. So technology, digital health solutions, all that is also on our agenda. And one more thing, I would like to say that we have learned our lessons from COVID. And we realize today the importance of self-reliance. Not just when it comes to medical education infrastructure, healthcare infrastructure, but also when it comes to the availability of drugs and medical devices. So Government of India has started these PLI schemes. PLI scheme for boosting the domestic manufacturing of the medical devices. And I'm very happy to say that many of those medical devices which were totally imported in the past are today being made in India. That's the spirit of Made in India. PLI scheme to boost the manufacturing of the critical import-dependent APIs of bulk drugs. PLI scheme to boost the manufacturing of the other high-value drugs, the in vitro diagnostics, and the other not so critically important bulk drugs. Medical devices parks are coming up. Bulk drug parks are coming up. So it's a very holistic effort. And besides all what the government of India is doing, I would say that health is a shared agenda. And what we need is sabka saath, collective effort. So policy makers, researchers, scientists, healthcare practitioners, our industry captains, innovators, media, everybody needs to join hands. We all have to contribute in some way or the other. Of course, one of the way forwards is collaboration, and Government of India is promoting those collaborations. There are so many ways in which we can join hands and contribute in co-creating solutions that address not just the unique health challenges of India, but even for those living beyond. So today, I would appeal to this esteemed gathering that we all collectively adopt healthcare as a priority and contribute in whichever way we can to build a healthier nation, because only a healthy India can be a developed India. And with this, I once again congratulate the week for hosting this very meaningful, very timely dialogue. And this is the second edition. My good wishes for the success of this summit. You've chosen some very beautiful themes for discussion in the next rounds. And thank you very much for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share some of the good work that Government of India has done so far, and we intend to do a lot more. Time is short. I have tried to put up in very little words, but there is so much that Government of India has done, and we aim to do. Maybe on some other occasion, I'll have an opportunity to discuss more. Once again, thank you very much for your patience. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights. I'll now request Dr. M. Srinivas and Dr. Vikram Matthews to kindly take their seats in the audience. And I request the Union Minister to kindly remain on stage as we begin the week Best Hospitals Awards. Ma'am, please remain. The Week Best Hospitals Awards is brought to you by The Week in association with Sequoia Healthcare Limited, crafting the future of diagnostic imaging, advancing reach, radiology equipment accessible for cost-effective healthcare for all. Our first category is Best Multi-Speciality Hospitals All India, and the award goes to All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi. Huh? Our next category is Best Multi-Speciality Hospitals Zone-Wise Private, and the awards goes to the Best Multi-Speciality Hospitals Private North is Medanta the Medicity, Gurugram. The Best Multi-Speciality Hospitals Private West goes to Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital and Medical Research Center, Mumbai. The best multi-speciality hospitals private south goes to Christian Medical College, Vellore. And the best multi-speciality hospitals private east goes to Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospitals, Kolkata. Our next category is Best Multi-Speciality Hospitals Private, and the awards goes to Indraprasth Apollo Hospitals, Delhi. Medanta the Medicity, Gurugram. Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital and Medical Research Center, Mumbai. Manipal Hospital, HAL Airport Road, Bengaluru. Apollo Hospital, Chennai. And Apollo Medic Super Speciality Hospitals, Lucknow.
As the minister has to leave for some pressing engagements, we will continue with the second set of awards presentation shortly. But before that, I request Riyadh to kindly give a memento of appreciation to the Honorable Minister. And I request Mr. R. Prasannan, resident editor of The Week and Malayalam Manorama, to do the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister, Srimati Anupriya Patel, award winners, medical researchers, and professionals in the profession of medicine, other dignitaries, friends, ladies and gentlemen. In journalism, we are often told to compress whatever we want to write in as few words as possible. And we try to do it, often we don't also, we write long. But today we heard that in voice. The Honorable Minister has given us a comprehensive overview of India's health administration and the challenges ahead, the milestones that have been crossed, and also how her team wants to work in the coming months. All that in just about 25 minutes. If I were to count the words, I don't know how many it would have come, but so few that it would just make a page. But that one page would have been equivalent to a treatise on the medical administration and the challenges that is there in front of India. Now it is for us in the media to disseminate this information and the policy vision that she has shared, translate them into words and visuals, and tell the whole world and tell the rest of India also. It's also for the August audience assembled here, the medical professionals and the researchers, to put it into practice and translate that vision into a reality. So thank you, ma'am. We won't be failing in whatever you have shared with us. We'll try to implement as much as possible, and we look forward to meeting you again next year. Thank you.
I request everyone to settle down because we'll go into the next panel right away, which is Cleveland Clinic presents Vaccine to Prevent Breast Cancer, what it means to women in India. The presentation will be by Dr. George P. Thomas Budd, Principal Investigator for the Vaccine Trials, and Dr. Jamie Abraham, Head of Oncology at Cleveland Clinic. That will be starting shortly. We are honored to have with us two eminent medical professionals from across the 7 seas. Dr. Jamie Abraham is chair of the Department of Hematology and Medical Oncology at the Taussig Cancer Institute, Cleveland Clinic, a professor of medicine at the Cleveland Clinic Lerner College of Medicine at Case Western Reserve University, Ohio. Dr. Abraham has published extensively in top medical journals and is also the co-author of the well-regarded textbook, The Bethesda Handbook of Clinical Oncology. Along with him is Dr. Budd, the principal investigator of the phase 1 clinical trial of a vaccine developed by the Cleveland Clinic's research team with her pharma partner. His work represents a hopeful shift in cancer care from treatment to prevention. The vaccine could mark a significant breakthrough in women's health and global cancer prevention efforts. Over to you.
Good morning. Again, congratulations to Mr. Riyad Matthew and the WEEK team for this outstanding conference. And as the Honorable Minister said, this is great to see the public-private partnership coming together. Again, media plays a major role in dissemination of information and elimination of illness across our society. And thank you for playing a key role in communicating this information. In addition to private and public, it's great to see so many leaders from the healthcare over here. And we are really proud to represent Cleveland Clinic. As the minister said, we are a global organization. We are based in Cleveland, Ohio, but we have a global footprint. We have hospitals in Florida, in Abu Dhabi, London, and in Toronto. Of course, Cleveland Clinic is known for its cardiac care, one of the best heart hospitals in the world. Cleveland Clinic performed the first cardiac bypass in 1967. But of course, even though it's known for cardiac care, cancer care is a major pillar of Cleveland Clinic. We have one of the largest cancer programs in the country or in the world, about 150 hem-onc doctors in Ohio. And then we have about 30 or so in Florida and a large number in Abu Dhabi. And we are building a cancer center in London by 2027. As the minister said, of course, the policies and the leaders, the healthcare delivery plays a major role in improving health status, but research actually paves the way. And in Cleveland Clinic, we are really proud to lead the way in cancer research. We have a really active program in every disease. As the department chair, I'm really proud to introduce Dr. Budd, who has been leading our breast cancer research, especially with the focus of breast cancer vaccine. And of course, this is, as all of us know, cancer is still one of the toughest disease. Any step towards eliminating or limiting the pain and suffering from cancer is a step forward. Again, this is one step, and we are taking one step forward. So I'm going to welcome Dr. Budd, who is a friend and colleague from Cleveland Clinic, to introduce the concept of a cancer vaccine and with a focus on his work on breast cancer vaccine. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Abraham, and I'd like to thank the WEEK for this kind invitation. I really enjoyed this meeting so far. It's really very inspiring. I'd like to congratulate the winners of the Best Hospital Awards. Again, I know there's a lot of work that went into that before receiving these accolades. And I have to admit to being a little intimidated following the passionate and inspiring presentation by your Minister of Health. But I will be talking today about a potential role for a new modality of vaccines in cancer treatment, and just tell you a little bit about this early work that we're doing developing a breast cancer vaccine. So in breast cancer, as well as many other cancers. The modalities of treatment have been, as you see here, surgery, hormonal therapy, radiation therapy, chemotherapy, and these have come on over the past century and a half. But more recently, immunotherapy has become to play a major role as a cancer treatment, primarily with the identification of checkpoint inhibitors that have allowed the immune system to be unleashed and become a new modality for the treatment of breast and many other cancers. This slide just shows the neoadjuvant study, the preoperative treatment that really established the role of immunotherapy in breast cancer. So in blue, you see patients who receive preoperative chemotherapy with conventional agents followed by surgery. And in the orange line, you see relapse-free or freedom from recurrence of patients who received this preoperative chemotherapy, but in addition received pembrolizumab, a checkpoint inhibitor, PD-L1 inhibitor, which allowed to the activation of the immune system. And as you can see, this led to improved long-term outcome and improved survival. And this really established the role of immunotherapy in breast cancer and has been established in malignant melanoma, lung cancer, multiple other cancers, as you may well know. Now, cancer vaccines are not a new idea. They've been around really for a long time, for centuries, if you go back and look back long enough. But they have renewed interest now. There's a much renewed interest in cancer vaccines. And I think this is for two primary reasons. First, the activity of immunotherapy, which I just shared with you. So that immunotherapy has become an established treatment, and we've come to realize that the immune system can be harnessed to treat cancers. And of course, the technical advances that have been seen, particularly focused on the COVID-19 pandemic, made us realize that vaccines could be developed quickly and that there are new methods being developed. And so with this, you have seen a number of reports in the press around the world of anti-cancer vaccines. And this has obtained the interest of the lay community. So this is a slide showing this cancer vaccine coalition, which was developed and formed by cancer survivors who are really leading an effort to try to develop a breast cancer vaccine in one of many potential ways. But of course, effective cancer prevention vaccines already do exist. And this is against HPV-associated cancer. So cervical cancer, I don't need to tell you, is the second most common cancer in Indian women. These data are a couple years old, but something like 124,000 new cases per year, accounting for 77,000 deaths. These subtypes, HPV 16 and 18, account for 70% or so of these cervical cases. And there are other HPV-associated cancers, anal cancer, vulvar cancer, penile cancer, and at least in the West, oropharyngeal cancer. So that cervical cancer is what we see, but it's not the only cancer associated with HPV infections. It's sort of the tip of the iceberg. And it's estimated that HPV vaccinations in Western countries, at least, can prevent some 90% of these infections. An important point to make, and I think this can be generalized as we think about vaccines in general, is that earlier vaccination is better than later vaccination. So here you see a number of studies looking at vaccination at less than age 18 versus over age 18. And you can see in every case, the line to the left showing more effective treatment is for the younger vaccination. And in the bottom set of studies, you can see the younger the age, the more effective the vaccination is. So that the vaccinations really should occur before age 15 or so. And in fact, there are some data in India that I found. This is from a Lancet study a few years back. This was performed by the Gates Foundation. So this was looking at, it was actually designed to look at 2 versus 3 vaccinations. The study was halted early because of some problems with another vaccine. so that some of the patients only received one vaccination because the study was stopped early. So it became, in effect, a study of 1 versus 2 versus 3 vaccinations, and they demonstrated that 1 vaccination was just as effective as 3 in this population. And it was estimated that it was some in excess of 90% effective, and with against these two subtypes, 16 and 18, this could potentially prevent 70% of the cervical cancers in India if this were applied to appropriately. So we already do see that there are effective anti-cancer vaccines in the case of HPV-associated cancers, and the same thing it can be seen with hepatitis B-associated cancers such as hepatoma, cancers of the liver. So I'll talk a little bit about cancer vaccines. First, how do we think about describing them? A vaccine is a targeted treatment, so we have to talk about the target as well as the vaccine platform. So the targets we can categorize as follows. You can have viral targets such as HPV that I just talked about. You can have mutated self-antigens, and here you have a number, EGFR in lung cancer. So these mutations which can be shared among different people, but also can be individualized to just one particular person. You can have developmental antigens, which are expressed in the embryo, or the so-called testis-associated antigens, which are not expressed in the rest of the body during adulthood. And then there can be tissue-specific antigens, such as HER2 or others, MUC1. And we can also talk about different platforms or means of giving the vaccine. DNA vaccines are the first that I'll discuss. This is an injection. The DNA can code then for the antigen that the vaccine will develop antibodies and immunity to. And it may also be used to form the immunologic adjuvant that stimulates the immune system to tell it that this is a dangerous situation, and may be able to shape the immune response by allowing the expression of cytokines which can shape this immune response. And an example here is an anti-HER2 vaccine by Dr. Dices and colleagues at the University of Washington. And you can see in the orange line, this was the dose which was most immunologic and also appeared to be the most effective. This did not have a control group, but it was estimated that all of these doses produced an immune response. About half the patients did not have a relapse, and the vast majority were alive 10 years after vaccination. So this vaccine is being developed further. It's been licensed by a commercial partner and may be open to a so-called basket trial to a number of HER2 positive cancers. RNA vaccines, of course, with the advent of COVID and the development of the mRNA vaccines, has become a very important area of research. And prior to COVID, a lot of the vaccine work with mRNA was, within the cancer space. And examples are malignant melanoma or pancreatic cancer. I'll just say a few words about this randomized phase 2 trial that was done in patients with stage 3 and 4 resectable malignant melanoma, where the standard of care is to perform surgery and then give immunotherapy with pembrolizumab, the checkpoint inhibitor that I mentioned earlier. In this trial, patients are randomized to that standard treatment with pembrolizumab, or to have their tumors removed or biopsied and sequenced. So look at the DNA in that particular tumor, see what mutations were present, and develop personalized messenger RNA vaccination for that individual patient. And that vaccine would express these mutations that would then be developed for a vaccine and given to the patient. As you can see in the slide here, in orange are the patients who received the vaccination in addition to the standard pembrolizumab. And there is an advantage. It's a randomized phase 2 trial, so not big enough to draw a firm conclusion, but a randomized phase 3 trial has been performed and should be reporting in the next year or two. So this is very exciting and may be a harbinger of things to come, of personalized vaccines. And you can see here there are a number of these mRNA vaccines under development. Not only Moderna, but BioNTech and Pfizer are looking at it in pancreatic cancer as well as other cancers. So this is a very exciting development. And then finally, there are peptide or protein vaccines. These are kind of the old standard vaccines. There is a randomized phase 3 trial in anti-HER2, which is being performed. And this may be, if it's successful, the first breast cancer vaccine, although we need to see these data. Now, I'm going to talk about some of the work that we've been doing at the Cleveland Clinic. I'm really just the mouthpiece here. This was developed by my colleague, my late colleague, Dr. Vincent Tui, who passed away not long ago, who came up with this idea of a breast cancer vaccine and the so-called retired protein hypothesis. And his notion here is that as we age and become gray, there are some proteins like melanin in your hair, which are no longer needed and are not produced, at least in certain organs. So he called these retired proteins, and some of these retired proteins may be expressed by cancers. So they could be good targets for vaccination because they're not being expressed in other tissues, but are being expressed in cancers. And so he looked into this and came up as the first candidate, alpha-lactalbumin. Alpha-lactalbumin is a milk protein, so it's found in human breast milk, and it's normally produced only during lactation in a woman, and anyone else who's not lactating, it's expressed in no other tissues other than lactating breast tissue. So it could be a candidate for vaccination. Dr. Tui did find that alpha-lactalbumin was overexpressed in some breast cancers, and in particular based on this cancer genome database and some looking at stains of cells, particularly in triple-negative breast cancer, with some 70% of triple-negative, meaning cancers that are negative for the estrogen receptor, progesterone receptor, and HER2, the most difficult to treat breast cancers. About 70% of them will overexpress this protein. And based on this, he did some work in mice that you see here. These mice were injected with cancer cells and then given vaccinations. And you can see in the lower line there that the vaccine did inhibit the growth of these very aggressive cancers. And the most striking difference, though, was in the prevention setting. So these are mice that were bioengineered to develop cancers during their life. And with early vaccination of these mice, none of the mice developed cancer. So in this very small experiment was 100% effective in the preventive setting, but somewhat effective in the treatment setting. So a valuable goal. As I mentioned, this looks at this cancer genome atlas. We're looking at which tumors make too much of this protein. So you can see on the left are the so-called triple-negative breast cancers, where the majority make too much of this protein, although there are some other subtypes which also make alpha-lactalbumin. And here you can see the stains I mentioned. The cells in brown there are making this alpha-lactalbumin in their cancer cells. So that in this study, 5 of 6 tumors make too much of this alpha-lactalbumin. So based on this, we've performed a so-called phase 1 trial, the earliest trial that we do in human beings. It's funded by the Department of Defense, believe it or not, which does fund cancer research as well as other health-related research. So Dr. Tui and I collaborated to perform this human trial. And so I'll just kind of walk you through what was involved, just so you know where we are with developing this vaccine. We're still in very early days, but we're looking at 3 groups of patients. The first is this so-called phase 1A study, and this is looking at the so-called adjuvant. So these are patients who have resectable breast cancer, who would normally undergo surgery, perhaps radiation therapy, chemotherapy, and nowadays immunotherapy. So to go on this trial, patients had to have high risk, meaning stages 2 or 3 triple-negative breast cancer, or have triple-negative breast cancer, receive preoperative chemotherapy, but have residual disease at the time of surgery. We know these patients who still have cancer left despite this preoperative chemotherapy have a worse prognosis than those in whom the cancer is destroyed completely. So this group of patients then are entered on the trial up to 3 years from diagnosis when their risk of recurrence is highest. And then we treat them as you see here. They receive a vaccination every 2 weeks for 3 doses. Along the way, they're examined for side effects. We look at blood tests looking for major organ function to make sure there's no problem with kidney function, liver function, that sort of thing. And also look for an immune response along the way prior to treatment and at time points after treatment. We are also looking at a different group of patients because during the course of our study, cancer didn't stand still, treatment didn't stand still, the standard of care changed. So in order to make our vaccine relevant, we needed to study it in the new standard of care, which involved the addition of this medicine, pembrolizumab, that I showed you at the very beginning of the talk, to standard chemotherapy prior to surgery. So we now have studied patients who receive preoperative chemoimmunotherapy but have residual disease present at the time of surgery, and then receive immunotherapy with pembrolizumab postoperatively. And during this immunotherapy period, we are also administering the vaccine, as you see here along the way. So it's given concurrently with immunotherapy. Now, hopefully, this would result in an enhanced immune response, but this remains to be proven. And then the other group of patients that we're looking at, we had planned to study all along, and these are patients with BRCA1 and 2 mutations or PELB2 mutations. In fact, they've all had BRCA1 or 2 mutations. These are patients who often undergo prophylactic preventive bilateral mastectomy. So we're studying these patients by first giving them vaccinations prior to surgery. Then they undergo their prophylactic mastectomy, and we're looking at the tissue. You may wonder, why are we vaccinating these patients if they're only going to undergo bilateral mastectomy? And that is so that we can study the tissue and see if a potential side effect of this would be if there are occult foci of lactation in a normal breast. This could lead to inflammation and be a bad side effect. So we want to study this possibility. And so we are examining these breasts for evidence of occult lactation, focal lactation with inflammation, and maybe occult cancers and associated inflammation. So I think this will be a very important part of our study. So we've now completed entering 4 such patients into this group. Now this shows the early immunologic response. We have more data which we are analyzing. We'll present at San Antonio next month. But you can see here, these are individual patients. So each set of about 4 lines there is an individual patient. And the ones in red that you see here have achieved an immune response. So going from left to right from each patient, you can see these bars in general go up. It looks like higher doses are more effective, but statistically that was not the case. We did show that this looks at an immune response, both production of interferon gamma and IL-17 in a so-called ELISpot assay. And there were statistically significant increases in response, particularly in IL-17, but also interferon gamma over time in patients who received this vaccination. So future considerations would be a randomized trial, obviously. Perhaps in patients who have early operable breast cancer, this could be given prior to surgery or post-surgery, as we have now. But most exciting would be a prevention trial, looking at patients who are at high risk for triple-negative breast cancer, such as those with BRCA1 mutations and others. But this is a very difficult kind of trial to think about, but I think very important because, as I think you heard from your health minister, prevention is really the key to almost every human disease. Other spaces where we might look at this, a so-called cancer intervention trial, where with modern techniques now we can find circulating tumor DNA in the peripheral blood of patients who have no manifest cancer, but we do know these patients are extremely high risk to develop clinical metastatic cancer in the future. And this is a space where we might look at vaccines. So I think this is very exciting. And I think it's really easy to think about in a country like India with a large population where such studies could be done. So I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues. my laboratory colleagues, the collaborating physicians, including Dr. Abraham, the clinical research team, various consultants, and very importantly, the patient advocates who have spurred us on and really inspired us in this effort. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those valuable insights on this very crucial area of development in global medicine. May I now request Mr. Stanley Thomas, Chief News Editor of the Week, to present mementos to Dr. George Thomas Budd and Dr. Jane Abraham. We now have a special session. I have a dream for the health of India, for which I invite on stage the Honorable Member of Parliament, Ms. Bansuri Swaraj, who will be in conversation with Pratul Sharma, Senior Assistant Editor, The Week.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session of the Week Health Summit. Session is titled, I Have a Dream for Health of India. The conversation will focus on the ideas and priorities that can shape India's health system over the coming decade. I'm pleased to welcome Honorable Member of Parliament, Bansuri Swaraj. She needs no introduction. Within a year of being elected to Lok Sabha from the prestigious New Delhi constituency, the first time, she has already made her mark within and outside the parliament through her speeches and engagement with people. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us.
Thank you, Atulji. Very kind of you.
So let me begin with the central theme of this session. What is your dream for health of India?
That's a wonderful question. So my dream for India is actually twofold. First is to have access and inclusivity in our health system for everybody. dehoes their caste, their creed, their economic and socio-economic background, um, to ensure that we're leveraging technology to ensure that the access to healthcare becomes very modern and very effective. But my second bold dream is, we all know that India has a large population of the youth. Today, 60% of our population is below the age of 35. A harsh reality will be that in 30 years down the lane, this particular huge sort of resource of youth that we have will grow old. So I want my country to have a very, very robust geriatric care system. And also, I think in order to ensure that, we need to, on one hand, have very strong policy driven decisions to enable us to have that kind of infrastructure on the ground to equip us to deal with this. But on the other hand, we also need to run a very formidable awareness campaign where we sensitize people that health is not something to be taken lightly. Your mind, your body are building blocks for a Viksit Bharat, for a developed nation.
You raised a very pertinent point about the India's demographic changing in the coming 30 years. Can you go a little bit more in that particular area? So what kind of initiatives are needed in that sector so that our aging population is better taken care of by the government initiative, from the private sector also?
So I am very proud to say that the current dispensation, the Modi administration, is already thinking about it in this direction. If you remember, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, in fact, Dr. Srinivas, who is the director, who met me here as well. That's one of the most leading. Hello, Dr. Sab, how are you? It's a very leading institute of the country. But I'm so proud to say that already now Delhi while Delhi is the pioneer institution, it's not the only one. Now we have 25 AIMS, 20 are already operational, 5 are under construction. And this is going to ensure that there is an entire hub. Also, what I like is there are certain initiatives. In fact, Dr. Srinivas is also heading one of those initiatives where he's ensuring integration and leveraging technology through an app, where he's integrating various Delhi hospitals to ensure that if there's bed availability, etc., you don't have to go running from pillar to post. You can actually see it on one application. So this is how you're leveraging tech-based platforms to see. All you need to do is your caregiver just needs to see whether there are certain ICU beds. If they're not available in, let's say, in AIMS Delhi, then is there anything available in LNJP? Is something available in RML? And they will be able to give you that kind of information in real time. Not only this, I think the Modi administration in the last 11 years has ensured that there is a threefold approach to everything. The first is financial health. So Ayushman Bharat, as we know, is one of the largest health insurance schemes in the world. 5 lakh rupee annual cover is given to the Labharthi, especially the economically weaker sections. And then the Honorable Prime Minister went ahead and expanded the ambit of this particular scheme by involving every senior citizen who is above the age of 70. Dehors their social or economic background. And I think that was such a boost, not just to the senior citizens, but also to the youth of the country. Imagine if you are a first-time job holder, and you know that both your parents, your mother and your father individually, if they are above the age of 70, then any critical surgery, you will be given a 5 lakh rupee financial aid by the government. It's a mind-boggling thing. It definitely gives a lot of confidence to the youth of the nation as well. Similarly, if you see, I've already spoken about the number of AIMS being increased, but Arogya Mandir, it becomes the first bastion or the first bastion of primary health. Arogya Mandir, we have increased. You will not believe there's more than 3.6 crore people who are actually benefiting from that. These are not going to be just a one-stop shop where you're just going to get a simple band-aid. These are going to be very robust and formidable diagnostic centers. In fact, recently there was a 15-day campaign which was held by the Honorable Prime Minister, Sashakta Nari Swasth Parivar, where screenings for cancer, for screening, for mammographies were also done in Arogya Mandir. There was detailed blood work done. TB screenings were also done. So we are actually making sure that we are concentrating more on prevention even before cure. The second approach is the fact that there is a major push by the government, not only in building the infrastructure, but also, as I said, awareness is a huge thing. Before Pradhan Mantri Modi, having an international day of yoga was unheard of. And today, you know that yoga is not only a sign of our soft diplomacy of the world, it is also ensuring that you are not neglecting your mental health. The way he has been an ambassador of yoga himself. Also, the third thing I would say is that he's also leveraging our ancient medicine, like having a separate ministry for the Ministry of Ayush, where we are taking our ancient medicines like Ayurveda, amalgamating it with current medicine, as well as maybe not only just allopathy, but also ensuring that there are technological advancements which are being used. And finally, the push for indigenous medicine, right? I think that Jan Aushadhi Kendra is a huge step in this. Number one, I would like to give two examples. The first is during COVID, if you remember, India was the only country that had not one, but two indigenous India-made vaccines. And not only in India, India ensured that she behaved like Hanumanji and those vaccines worked like Sanjeevani Booty. We actually exported those vaccines to about 43 countries free of cost. After Operation Sindoor, I had the opportunity of actually visiting 3 countries of West Africa. Each and every nation there, free of cost. So there was no diagnostic cost. And especially for the economically weaker sections, even the medicines, the drugs were also given free of cost. And that's very, very important. The moment you concentrate on a woman's health, automatically a culture of healthy lifestyle will permeate in the entire family. She will look after them. A strong family becomes the foundation for a healthy society. And a healthy society is obviously going to lead to a very productive nation. And I think the government is definitely doing quite a fair amount towards it. If you know, of course, in India, we have a indigenously developed cervical cancer vaccine. Even when it comes to Ayushman Bharat, as you know, in Ayushman Bharat scheme, and especially after this initiative of Swasth Nari Sashakt Parivar, has ensured that women come at the front fold of everything. And somewhere, I feel that somewhere in the responsibility befalls on all of us. See, health is a movement that can't only be shouldered or burdened by the government. The awareness needs to be inculcated in each one of us. We, as I said earlier, we need to realize that our minds and our bodies are the building blocks for a Viksit nation.
When we talk about health, obviously the examples of new aims being built from 7 to 23 now. But when we move away from metros, which though may have big hospitals in the private and the government sectors, we move some 50 to 100 kilometers away from metros, the access to health is not as good. So those are a big challenge before the government, before the public. So how that can be addressed in the coming time?
I'm actually just looking for that top sheet for you. I actually brought some really interesting data for you as well. Initiatives like the Pradhan Mantri Dialysis Program. Atulji, you will be really, it's so encouraging to see. There are 1,674 centers in the country. Over 11,757 machines have been employed. 342.25 lakh dialysis center sessions have already been conducted, which means that patients have actually saved over 16,000 crores. This seems like a very simple initiative, but I'll tell you, renal failure is something which is very rampant in the country. Dialysis is the need of the hour because obviously it takes years for people on the transplant list to get a viable donor. Not majority of them are able to even be matched. And I'll tell you, my mother herself suffered from renal failure, so I can say this from personal experience. It's a disease which not causes discomfort only to the patient, the entire family suffers with the patient. So initiatives like this also, when we talk about cancer care. By the way, I was very proud to meet those two doctors who have come from Cleveland who were talking about developing a vaccine for breast cancer. There have been initiatives where 19 institutes have already been approved at the state level, which are going to be cancer institutes. Similarly, when we talk about tertiary cancer care, 20 projects have already been approved to the amounting to the tune of 120 crores. This has really ensured that we are building the kind of infrastructure that is required. But another thing that the Modi government is doing is leveraging technology. When we talk about telemedicine is a revolutionary step. In far off places like Leh and Ladakh, where sometimes the weather also becomes a hindrance for the doctors and the medical care workers to actually reach. It started in COVID, but it's continuing now. That telemedicine is ensuring that maximum amount of healthcare access is being given to rural India. Similarly, we have seen how technology can be leveraged for ensuring that we make up for this lack of infrastructure presently. For example, the COVID app ensured that the whole country was not only given 2 shots, but a booster shot as well. While the rest of the world, especially very developed countries like USA, was still giving paper certificates, India was perhaps the only nation that had an indigenously developed app where you could just see in the palm of your phone. You could actually just see in the palm of your hand, pick up your phone and say, all right, this is the date. This is when I need to have my next vaccine. And also, when we talk about a digital health stack in terms of ensuring all your records are put in one place, India is definitely breaking the glass ceiling there.
Face today is not just limited to aging. You also briefly mentioned about mental health. In your interactions with the population, how that challenge can be met from the government side, from the private side, from the family side. So how do you look at the crisis which you may face in the coming time related to mental health?
So mental health, especially in this day and age when there is an onslaught of not only media, there's also proliferation of social media, I think becomes a huge challenge, especially because our youth today is not just dealing with real life challenges of, let's say, family pressures or job pressures or education. We're also dealing up with made up crises, which comes from chasing likes. And that's a very, very important conversation to have. So I think one of the things that we need to do is have that conversation with the youth of the country very, very early on and equip them with the tools which are necessary to deal with stress. I think, as I said, communication is definitely one of the most important things to combat stress. The fact that practices like yoga and Pilates is something that, and mindfulness is something that needs to be seen not just alternative medicine and alternative therapies. They actually need to be integrated and needs to be made lifestyle choices. And for that, I'm very grateful to the Honorable Prime Minister because he's actually leading from the front. When you have that integrated yoga program on International Day of Yoga, you're not only arranging for awareness across the country and the globe, you're also ensuring an active participation of the youth in it. You were talking about geriatric medicine. We were talking about how India is, in 30 years down the line, is going to have a huge old age population. What I see is one of the most chronic diseases in the older persons is that of loneliness. And for that, we need to ensure that we build very robust, vibrant communities. We need to make sure that there was a study which said that the easiest shortcut to be happy in life is to have a purpose. A purposeful life is a happy life. And for that, we need to ensure that we have more community engagement. We need to ensure that there is more purposeful engagement. And 65 is no longer the age for retirement anymore. One needs to ensure that we actually ensure these things are so preventive that even when the youth of today becomes senior citizens, they still continue to be contributors towards the nation, not only in terms of economical, but also ensuring that they are backbones of the growth of India.
You mentioned this also in the last 10 years, particularly so after the COVID, the emphasis, the focus, the conversation around using alternative medicine, yoga, Ayurveda has increased. But it also sometimes leads to some kind of debate whether one should prefer this over the other, or do you think that both can be integrated? So, what's your take on this?
I don't think it has to be either or. I think you can have a very holistic approach to your health, and it's a choice that you can make where you can very easily integrate both. There have, for example, I'll just give an example of pranayam, right? There has been research which actually shows that Bhramri, even one Bhramri pranayam, actually lights up the neurons in your brain. So again, it doesn't have to be either or. They can actually be complementary. We all know that panchakarma immediately helps you de-stress. So if you're talking about detoxing your body, it doesn't always have to be by taking supplements. It can also be by using panchakarma. A lot of people these days are taking magnesium supplements to help them see better. Well, Brahmi and Ashwagandha and adaptogens, simply something as simple as having tulsi in your chai, that's an adaptogen that really helps you calm your nerves down. And I think there doesn't need to be a choice. It can be a holistic approach. You can actually choose both.
Part of your lifestyle also, daily
Oh,
routine
certainly.
also.
Oh, certainly. And I think it's something that sort of fuels you and makes you grow. And one more thing, Atulji, that I would really appreciate is something that millennials and Gen Z are doing. They're actually using technological gadgets to sort of help them guide. It can be something as simple as having a continuous glucose monitor, or it can be something like a smartwatch, or the latest having those smart rings. Anything that can help you sort of stay in the lane, anything that can help you motivate. If it is technology driven, whether it is alternative medicine or it is allopathy, you can choose to have every tool in your tool bag to assist you and guide you through your journey.
Before we close, as we move towards the end of our allotted time, I have one last question. So, if there was one thing in the health sector which you think should be changed, or you would like to change, or should be changed in the coming few years, would that be?
More than change, something that I'm very excited to see, and I would want to give it an impetus, is using artificial intelligence in the health sector. I think it is going to help expedite the entire diagnostic process. It can sort of it can take away the aspect of any human error. I had recently a friend of mine was diagnosed with cancer, and it was a gist. And unfortunately, we were told that they did the test and they said that there's medicine available for 16 mutations, but her mutation did not cover under that. Of course, the entire family was distraught. And then turns out it was a human error done by the lab. These kind of errors can be heartbreaking. Luckily, we caught it in time, and we found out that we did the tests again, and we found out that there is some kind of medicine to help her out, and it fell within those 16 mutations. But like I said, I think artificial intelligence can expedite the entire diagnostic process. And second, it can take away the human error. It can perhaps even take away the biases if they exist in the diagnostic process.
We have reached the end of time allotted to us. I thank you for your insights and your vision for India.
Thank you.
What we heard today was not just a perspective of a politician, but also, I guess, an able administrator in the making.
That is so kind of you.
So, as there's a clamor on the ground also, which we often hear as the reporters, we wish to see you handling bigger responsibilities in the coming time. Thank you so much.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Paraj. Thank you, Pratul. I request Ms. Namrata Biji Ahuja, Chief of Bureau of the Week in New Delhi, to present a memento to the parliamentarian. Okay, I request Baswiji to stay on the stage because we'll now continue with the next set of awards of the week, Best Hospital. So we had earlier completed the Best Multi-Speciality Hospitals Private for 6 cities, Delhi, NCR, Mumbai, Bengaluru, Chennai, and Lucknow. Now we continue with the remaining set of Best Multi-Speciality Hospitals Private. Now, the award for Kolkata goes to Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospitals. Next is Jaipur, Santokba Durlabji Memorial Hospital. Then from Hyderabad, we have Apollo Health City. From Indore, we have Choitram Hospital and Research Center. From Vellore, we have Christian Medical College. From Vellore. Okay, we'll come back to that later then. From Ahmedabad, Sidus Hospitals. From Tiruvananthapuram, we have KIMS, or the Kerala Institute of Medical Sciences, KIMS Health. Next is Pune, the best private hospital in Pune, Ruby Hall Clinic. All right, I think we'll come back to that later. Now, Bhubaneswar, interestingly, there are there's a joint two hospitals. One is Manipal Hospital, which was formerly AMRI Hospital in Bhubaneswar. And the other is Apollo Hospital, Bhubaneswar. Okay, that's your set of awards. We have some more awards, but thank you so much, Ms. Viraj. And to give away the next set of awards, I'd like to invite on stage Vikrant Shrotriya, the MD of Novo Nordisk India. Please. Hmm? Yeah, yeah. One thing, one thing, there are 4 5 minutes. There is one, sir. It is a relief aspect, and there is. We'll just continue with the awards. Sorry for that delay. Next is Nagpur. We have Max Super Speciality Hospital, Nagpur, which is a unit of Alexis Multi-Speciality Hospitals Private Limited. We have 3 other cities where there are no representatives present. I'll just read out the names. Chandigarh, there is Fortis Hospital, Mohali. Coimbatore, there is Kovai Medical Center and Hospital. And Kochi, there is Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences. What is there? Okay, fine. Mohali, Fortis Hospital, best multi-specialty private hospital in Chandigarh. Next is Kozhikode. We have Malabar Institute of Medical Sciences, that is Aster MIMS, Kozhikode. We move on to one more category, that is the Emerging Hospitals Private All India. We start off with Mumbai, Apollo Hospitals. Next is from Bengaluru, Aster CMI Hospital. Aster CMI Hospital, Bengaluru. If not, then we'll move on to the next one. That is Lucknow, Apollo Medics Super Speciality Hospitals. Next is again from Bengaluru, Manipal Hospital, Whitefield. We continue with the list of emerging hospitals, private, all India. We have 3 more cities to go. That is Kozhikode, Vellore, and Hyderabad. Next is Kozhikode, Maitra Hospital. Maitra Hospital, Vellore. If not, we'll move on to Hyderabad, Apollo Spectra Hospitals, Amirpet. So that is. Okay, so Apollo will be coming up later. So the last one is, sorry, from Vellore, Naruvi Hospitals. All right. So before concluding, just checking whether there's anyone from Maitra Hospitals, Kozhikode. Actually, I called it Vellore. Sorry for the mistake. Anybody from Maitra Hospital, Kozhikode? No one. Right. So that concludes the. So thank you so much, Vikrant. So the Best Hospital Award session is brought to you by the week in association with Sequoia Healthcare Limited, crafting the future of diagnostic imaging, advancing REACH, that is REACH, radiology equipment for advanced healthcare for all. Now we will continue on to the next session straight away, that is diabetes as an interlinked disease, the CKM approach to NCDs, that is the cardiovascular kidney metabolism approach to non-communicable diseases and decoding India's NCD burden. Moderating the session would be Pooja Biraya, principal correspondent of the week, and the panelists are Dr. Pankaj Bhardwaj, Director, ICMR, NIIR NCD, Dr. Rajesh Khadjawat, Professor, Department of Endocrinology, AIIMS, Dr. Naveen Garg, Professor, Department of Cardiology, Sanjay Gandhi, Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow. With Pooja, take it away. I request the panelists to please come on stage. Or I request the panelists to come on stage. We'll start with the session right away. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, we are starting with our panel discussion that is based on diabetes crisis, India's diabetes crisis, which is huge right now. And uh, the most, the most important and the significant aspect of this crisis today is how it is shifted not just from something like monitoring blood sugar, but something that involves multi organs, that involves heart, that involves kidney, and our entire metabolism. That is the topic of discussion today. And with me, I have eminent panelists here. We will be speaking about policy. We'll speak on how we can all try and overcome this crisis as at a national level. So, welcome, panelists. Let us start from the very, very comprehensive and exhaustive study done by ICMR, the INDIAB study, which talks about diabetes across the nation. And it highlights how badly we are all in it, how so many of us have now been diagnosed with pre-diabetes, hypertension, and obesity. Sir, over to you. Please tell us about the study. How did it start, and then what are the findings?
Thank you so much. And first of all, at the outset, I would like to extend heartfelt thanks to the organizers for inviting me here and sharing the dais with my co-panelist. So when we say about, because I represent Indian Council of Medical Research, and that also one of the center which works on National Institute on Implementation Research in NCD. So this study was started in 2008 at a national level by the name of, we call it as India ICMR diabetes study, and we call it as INDIAB. So what exactly it says, first of all, we need to understand that it's a huge population level, it's a large survey study where the entire states were covered, but they were in a phase-wise manner. And the screening was done in all individuals who are more than 20 years of age. There was a sample size, and that was around 1,13,000 of individuals. But the data which was generated was quite surprising for all of us. We need to get into that is that if we ask what was the data which we have generated till date, it says that India currently is having diabetes of the level of 11%. But that ranges from states like Uttar Pradesh, where it is just 4 or 5%, to places like Goa, where it is 25%. And again, there was again an issue of, are we taking, just as you said, blood sugars, or are we taking something else? So we went beyond that. We have biomarkers. We have some of the lab values in that also. So hypercholesterolemia ranges up to 25%, and dyslipidemia ranges up to 81% in Indian population. And that was to look at the abdominal obesity, because when we say obesity, it's just about BMI. But we know that when it comes to this cardiometabolic obesity, so though it is just 29% in India about the obesity, but it's 39% abdominal obesity. So we need to understand every 40 individuals out of 100 are having abdominal obesity and having all risk factors which can lead to multiple issues. So as I said, yes, it was an interesting study. It's started in 2008, still going on, though it finishes in 2024, but the data analysis is still going on. And it tells about even pre-diabetic. That is also very important. So as I said, 11%, but 15% are pre-diabetic. So sometimes we feel that as we say in epidemiology, there is always a plateau. If some disease is growing up, it will come down. But this is not going to happen, because in diabetes, though we are 11%, but these pre-diabetic are going to change very rapidly. So yes, very interesting figures, but at the same time, giving us data which is showing that India definitely is on a way of having a big menace of NCD, which Minister of State Anupriya Patel ji mentioned in the beginning.
Yes, and also there are some startling statistics from the NFHS 5 survey also that shows 1/4 of Indians are overweight or obese, while 40% of women have abdominal obesity, which is huge. So please throw a light on this survey and how we can really, what can we do about it? Thank you.
Yep. Sir has spoken about ICMR and DIAB study, which provides cross-sectional data And there is another study initiated by the Government of India, National Family Health Survey, NFHS. And these NFHS surveys are started from the 1990s. So first 3 survey didn't include the prevalence of diabetes because they didn't check blood glucose. From NFHS 4, which was conducted in 2015 to 2017, and then we have NFHS 5, which is 2019 to 21. So now we have 2 NFHS where blood glucose was also measured with the glucometer, increased from 3.5 to 3.9%, which doesn't look large increase, but there is a 14% increase. And this is happening in a large sample data of 7.5 lakh people. And when we analyze this data, where maximum increase has come, we can, most of the time we think that maximum increase has come where people are obese or people are becoming obese. Yes, this is true. Even though BMI changes in the normal range, but there is an increase in diabetes. And maximum increase has happened in poorest and poor segment. So there are 5 socioeconomic categories: poorest, poor, middle, rich, and richest. So maximum increase is happening in poorest and poor, maximum increase is happening in the rural area, and maximum increase is happening in those who have BMI in the normal range. The amount of increase which is happening in obesity is also there, but more increase is happening in those who are having normal BMI, because there is increase in the BMI, although it still remains within normal range, but there is increase in that. So that is something which is very important for us to understand, because previously diabetes were increasing in the rural and urban areas. Now we have a rapid increase of diabetes in rural areas as well. We may think that rural areas do not have that much vehicular facility, do not have that much food stalls, but there is rapid change in the lifestyle of the rural areas as well, and there is increase in shifting in the BMI on the higher side, and this increase in BMI is resulting in the increase in prevalence of diabetes. And unfortunately, this is happening in those areas where our health infrastructure facilities are not that robust. We do not have a dietitian there, we do not have a trained physician to treat them, and where we are seeing the maximum impact. So we need to take steps to prevent this migration in BMI, and which is resulting in increase in the diabetes. So this is NFHS 5 data. This is up to 2021, and next NFHS may show more increase in the coming from the our rural areas.
Yeah, that's very concerning that the largest numbers are from the rural areas, which was not like this many years back. So that brings me also to another very important aspect. Sir, maybe you could tell us on how these numbers show not only on blood sugar, but as we said, on the entire CKM paradigm, where all the multi organs are involved. There is heart, there's kidney, and there's the entire metabolism. That, as well as, please also throw a light on how there are these GLP medicines, how they help in addressing this issue, please.
Yeah, actually, diabetes and obesity, these are not simple diseases. Actually, they are associated with multiple problems. They are associated with cholesterol, lipid irregularity, hypertension. They are associated with fatty liver, which can ultimately lead to cirrhosis. They can lead to chronic kidney disease, CKD. They can lead to cerebrovascular accidents, lead to strokes. They can lead to your coronary atherosclerosis, heart attacks. So one should take them as a holistic approach towards the management of diabetes and obesity. And as already been discussed, numbers are huge. About 10%, more than 10% of adult population is suffering from diabetes and obesity. So we have to give a holistic approach towards the management of these patients. And because these are the lifestyle diseases, so we should have lifestyle modification in our life. We should have good, healthy life, healthy diet, as well as good exercise, mental relaxation, and avoidance of other risk factors. Because These patients already have multiple risk factors. So if anybody is smoking or taking heavy alcohol, all these things should be avoided by these, because ultimately it will compound the problem. And as far as the management is concerned, the bottom line is control of blood sugar. For diabetic, if you are not able to control the blood sugar, everything is waste. So you have to achieve your HbA1c target. And the second aim of management of these patient is avoiding the complication. We know that the prevention of complication is better than the treatment of the complication, because the treatment will be very difficult and very expensive. So we have to pick up those patients who are going to develop complication. So we should use medication which can be useful not only in the control of the diabetes and obesity, but also can prevent the development of complications. So one of the agent is GLP-1 agonist that is now available in our country also. And one of the very good agent is semaglutide, because now we have good evidence from the clinical trials which have shown that GLP-1 agonist semaglutide is not only controls diabetes and obesity, it prevents around 15 to 20% reduction in the cardiovascular event, CKD event, and fatty liver, peripheral vascular event. So these agents are really useful, now available, and can be used for these patients.
Especially those with cardiac issues?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. That also, brings us to another very important aspect of childhood obesity. So, sir, at AIMS, tell us about the figures in childhood obesity, maybe in the past year, in your own observation. Have these numbers increased? And if yes, then what do they come to you with? What are the symptoms that they come to you with? What are the diagnoses made? Yeah.
Not only apart from hospital-based prevalence of childhood obesity, we have gone to Delhi schools and we have carried out a study. And these studies were carried out with the huge number, 1 lakh population of school-going age children. So initial studies we did in 2009 and 10, and we found that 5% of them are prevalence of obesity and 15% is overweight. So combined, approximately 20%. These are the fee-paying schools of Delhi, which also included the government schools. When we compared the prevalence of childhood obesity in government school versus the fee-paying school, or what we consider as a private schools, there was a huge difference. Childhood obesity in government schools was less than 1%. And the fee-paying school, the obesity was 20 to 25%. So there is a huge difference, and probably maybe difference of socioeconomic strata or facilities available or avenues available for eating foods. These might be difference, which explain that there is a huge gap between government and private school. Then after 2015, we again repeated the same school. We selected same schools of Delhi, although the children population they have moved, the new population has come. So, but on an average, the childhood obesity remained less than 1% in the government schools, but there is a phenomenal increase in childhood obesity in the fee-paying schools. 5% has increased to 6.7%. So there is a shift in obesity, and most of these overweights are turning into the obesity. Then we went back to our original cohort of data, and then we analyzed where these children are, who were analyzed in 2009 and 10. 80% of them has converted into obese adult. So if we are seeing a child with childhood obesity, there are 80% chance will end up in obese adult, and many of these obese adult are having the complications of obesity, maybe their impairment of blood glucose, impairment of blood pressure, then are many other complications. So it's not a simple problem. Childhood obesity have its own problem, and unless we go at the level of school and start our preventive measure, which may be like introducing chapters on the healthy nutrition, providing them more facilities for playground, like providing playground and teachers who can guide them, and not opening computer lab and all these things during the playing hours and dedicated 1 hour playing hour. And this again shown clearly from a study has come from Brazil, where they have implemented these strategies for 5 years and clearly shown that childhood obesity has decreased in those schools. Similar strategies we can also adopt in our country, our schools. What we are seeing childhood obesity in management at AIMS Delhi is it's only a small proportion and only those who are extreme form of obesity. We do not see overweight, why overweight should come to AIMS, but we are seeing the extreme form of obesity where BMI crosses 30, 35 or 40. They are coming for management, which is a small proportion. And when we analyze, we found that 60% of them will have at least either impairment of blood glucose or impairment of lipid profile or impairment of their blood pressure. So these risk factors are there and they are progressively increasing. We need to tackle childhood obesity problems. So at least we can make them not to turn into obese adults.
Right, at least 60%. That's a very, very huge number. So, sir, tell us about how ICMR is also, trying to focus in terms of policy making and on this aspect. How diabetes, obesity, and this is all interlinked. It's not in silos, right? It's a complete profile. It's complete multi-organ, how you need to address well-being. So are you looking at a CKM lens when it comes to tackling these issues?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think as I represent currently ICMR, which is the research body of Government of India, beside providing the service delivery to the people of this country. So what ICMR is currently doing is it's a kind of a hand-holding or kind of a support to the health system. And if you ask us that where the problem should be identified, it should be identified in the very early phase, as every one of us will say. In the morning also, it's about primary or primordial prevention. And the screening should start at the very Ayushman method. So what ICMR and NHSRC and Government of India is doing, these 1.5 lakh Ayushman Mandir, where these community health officers are being recruited, they have this, what we call it as CBAC forms, community-based assessment checklists. And these CBAC forms are digitalized. There is, CHO is supposed to screen individuals who are more than 20 years of age for all these all these risk factors. So how, what, for example, there is a screen positive. Can CHO be empowered to deliver medicines? No, because the job is of a doctor. Then what a kind of a continuum of care, a referral mechanism that a doctor, maybe at PHC and CHC, should write a medicine. Now, when a PHC, CHC doctor is writing a medicine, as you say, it's a CKM approach. So would he or she be so much empowered that he or she can write a medicine? Then again, ICMR is working on that. And yesterday only, we had released, we have our second ICMR DHR summit, where Honorable Minister has released that standard flow of management or standard treatment guidelines schedules, which are being delivered to the CHC and PHCs for those medical doctors, as well as some of the ways in which CHOs can also work. I'll give you a very quick example. Like, for example, you're saying, what about CKM angle in diabetes? We'll say only ABCD approach. That is only to be told to a person who's coming for counseling and behavioral changes in that health and wellness centers. And when I say ABCD, so the one thing is A stands for HbA1c less than 7. So one has to be very clear that the glycosylated hemoglobin should be less than 7. That is something which he or she needs to remember. We say B stands for blood pressure control. So always less than 140 by 80. It should always be less than that millimeters of mercury. When we say C stands for cholesterol and LDL, which should always be in the admissible limits, which is being there by the clinicians and laboratory people. And when I say D, it stands for discipline. So these small measures, and when we say discipline, it's about what sir was saying about all those behavioral changes, lifestyle changes, diet, physical activity. So these small messages, they've been, been made, developed by the ministry. ICMR, check that in different trial mode or maybe in that pragmatic trials. They generate evidence and then they support Government of India in their health service delivery.
Right. So such similar steps have been taken in terms of cardiac issues as well. Sir, what do you think? And also tell us if you could explain to us the actual, in very layman terms, the connect between diabetes, obesity, and heart. How does one lead to the other, and what are the repercussions, please?
Yeah, actually, diabetes and obesity, they all associated with hypertension and are associated with dyslipidemia. And whenever there is a multiple risk factors that ultimately lead to atherosclerotic disease, that is coronary artery disease and cerebrovascular disease. So patient will started having coronary artery disease that will lead to the involvement of the heart, and patient can develop maybe heart attack. And secondly, it involves the heart muscles and can lead to heart failure. Heart failure and ultimately will lead to problem to the kidney. Whenever there is any problem in the heart is always associated with kidney problem, and kidney problem itself can lead to the heart problem. So there is a connect between the heart and kidney. And secondly, because the atherosclerotic diseases can be there in the brain circulation also, so that will lead to the your stroke. So they are all interrelated. So that's why we should have a holistic approach to diagnose or to pick up those patients early in the development of complication. Suppose any patient with diabetes and this obesity is coming to any physician, he should investigate those patients for any silent involvement in the heart, silent involvement in the kidney, silent involvement in the brain circulation. So if we can pick up those patients early before development of full-fledged complication, we can have a good outcome.
So when you are dealing with issues of obesity and diabetes, do you also advise patients to also at the same time, you make sure that their heart is also in good shape?
Yes.
And now with these evolving pharmacotherapies, do they help in addressing this?
Yes. Actually, all these patients should go for lipid profile, for carotid vascular Doppler and kidney ultrasound, urine examination. So we can detect those patients, and we have good medicine in the form of statins, which is now freely available, SGLT2 inhibitor, and now GLP-1 agonist, and we have aspirin and other agents. So they are very, very effective agent and can prevent those complications.
Next, I want to talk about something very, very important, and which we all hear of, is gestational diabetes, that most often converts to pre-diabetes and then full-blown diabetes. So, sir, tell me why we are unable to address this issue at its core. Why does gestational diabetes not stop there for most of us, most of women in India?
Gestational diabetes is nothing different. It's a type 2 diabetes which is in our population. If our population prevalence of diabetes increases, definitely gestational diabetes will increase, because from these females, some of them will become pregnant. So they have higher chances of diabetes detecting. So the focus has shifted from gestational diabetes to type 2 diabetes in pregnancy, which is most of the time we are seeing is if you check blood glucose in first trimester, it comes very high, which is difficult to explain from the point of view of gestational diabetes, because traditional teaching is for gestational diabetes you check blood glucose at 24 to 28 weeks. But now, because of these facts, Government of India has changed strategies. Our new strategy devised by the Government of India, which is applicable to all states. As soon as pregnancy comes in contact with physician, check blood glucose, check diabetes, whether diabetes is there or not. And diabetes, even pregnancy test becomes positive at 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and if we check, diabetes is there. So diagnosing diabetes is one of the easiest part of gestational diabetes or diabetes with pregnancy. We can diagnose, glucometers can be sent to all PFCs, CHCs everywhere. We can diagnose gestational diabetes. Do we have that much manpower to treat that gestational diabetes? It's a little bit different from the type 2 diabetes, where we cannot use most of the drugs, or we can say all drugs which we are using in the management of type 2 diabetes. Apart from a one drug, which is metformin, all other drugs do not have safety to be used. So now, once diabetes is there, we do for lifestyle management for 2 weeks, still blood glucose is not controlled. we have to shift to insulin, which is little bit tricky and difficult, and facilities for self injections of insulin and then providing insulin to them, keeping insulin at low temperature is little bit cumbersome. So until unless we tackle diabetes in our general population, gestational diabetes or diabetes with pregnancy is likely to increase, which is most difficult part of diabetes to be controlled. And here we do not have one life, we have two lives at risk. If baby is exposed to the high blood glucose, future chances of his developing chronic disease increases. So somebody who is not born and even before birth, he has high risk, develops high risk of having future complication. So that is one of the most important part, and we need to address that. How do we decrease obesity in our society, which should reflect in decrease in prevalence of diabetes, and prevalence of diabetes decreases at the same time. This will also show a decrease in the gestational diabetes or type 2 diabetes with pregnancy.
Right. And when it comes to addressing that part, so I would like you to take it up from here. Tell us what, according to you, should be the roadmap going forward when it comes to addressing this particular aspect through the CKM lens. What should India be looking at? Maybe if you could give us a yeah.
Yeah, so thank you so much again. As I said that, Government of India is already working on this and no longer used in medical schools. Now we have started calling it that multiple long-term conditions. We call it as MLTCs. Now we have traveled that path from multi-morbidity to MLTCs. Now, what government is doing currently and what ICMR is supporting it again to make that system of that protocols, which are to be started from the very beginning, from the lowest part of the health system delivery, which now is Ayushman Arogya Mandir, or what the minister was saying in the morning, and then continuum of care. Now, one thing which I would like to tell to the House is that, as every one of us will say, that it is an era of digital health. It is an era where POCTs are to be there. So now ICMR is also working in the area of POCTs. These smart devices, how to validate it. As we say, AI says garbage in, garbage out. So if we have good data, we call it as data-driven monitoring systems. So we are maintaining that good registry, quality registers. It's not just the diagnosis, it's also about the management and the compliance, how to check it. Because it's not a one time, every one of us is saying it's a continuum of care, how to ensure that. So that digitalization, that POCTs, that this data-driven monitoring, how to do it in government, and now currently this through different solutions. MedTech Mitra is again one of the program of ICMR, where the Indian innovators, right from IITs to business partners and ICMR and ministry, they are working together to bring it to that level. So as you said that if we improve the diagnostic skills, if we increase the reach, as in the morning, everyone the minister said it's not just affordability, accessibility, it is quality as well as equity. So we need to remember that it should reach to the rural areas also. So a roadmap is ready, and ICMR, I think they are working with the health system delivery model, and we are very hopeful that with these new innovations, the kind of the CKM lens will help us to manage the issue of diabetes well.
Right. So now, maybe we could all three of us, all three of you could tell us three ways in which we all can, manage our own health in terms of diabetes, obesity, and very practical ways, everyday ways, maybe in the way we can do it. Let's start from you, sir.
The best would be to address our weight, because obesity is prerequisite for all these type 2 diabetes, CAD, and the basic mechanism is insulin resistance, which is driving all these complication lifestyle diseases. So need to address the insulin resistance, and best way to address the insulin resistance is to increase our physical activity, at the same time to decrease our calorie content, and especially the fat portion of the calories should be reduced. If we can start these two ways, we can tackle obesity, and if we tackle obesity, rest of the diseases will come down with that.
Yeah, I think I echo with what Sir says. The only thing is that let's have some quick solutions, quick tests on us. And I say in my medical school when I was there in AIMS as professor, that we can do one thing at least, that we know our height. And if we know our height in centimeters, we need to minus 100 only. And that is our ideal weight. We call it as Broca's index. At least we can do that to us and to give us a value. If I'm 164 centimeters or 170 centimeters minus 100, it's 70 kg. I can't be beyond that. Even plus 5 kg of weight, as Sir says, is a big risk factors for getting me into a cardiovascular risk or a kidney risk. So at least do that to us, and that would really help us to take control of the rest issue.
Yeah, I think it is well said that it's a lifestyle problem. So lifestyle modification in the form of diet, healthy diet, and regular exercise is must. I will just like to add one more thing, that the screen time. Screen time has increased like anything, and it is turned out to be the one of the major risk factors for CKM later on. And so we should restrict screen time. If you see the family members sitting on the dining table and everybody is screening, looking on the screen, they are not interacting. And now we have executives, they are working from home and they are having a lot of screen time, and they actually take a lot of snacks during that screen time. So we should restrict screen time minimal. That will also improve our health.
On that note, thank you so much for really giving us these insights. Thank you once again. And on this note, we close the discussion. Thank you so much for attending. Okay, we are short on time. However, we will take that one question. Yes.
I have just a point to make. I'm Professor Keshav Kumar Sinha, HOD Department of Pharmacology, Patna Medical College, and also in radiation oncologist. I believe that this diabetes is just the tip of an iceberg. It is the whole system that we are leading, we are living. It is just a bane of that. It appears as diabetes, right from fetal life to the minerals that are subsoil minerals. Also the nutritional insults like glucose, lipids, and the form of life that we are leading. We have left our traditional life and we have tried to inherit the Western culture. Apart from that, the viruses, the health providers, the drugs, and all of this is pitched against a 10 micrometer cell, that is the beta cells of secreting insulin. The lifespan of beta cell is 20 to 30 years. Now, actually, it can't protect itself. That is the problem. Because of it doesn't have the antioxidants that are necessary to fight the onslaught of these conditions. And finally, what is happening is disturbance of acid-base balance, number one, reactive oxygen species, number two, number three, it is the cytokines, the inflammation, the chronic inflammation caused by the pollutants, the chemical pollutants, and the gaseous pollutants like nitric oxide, carbon monoxide, automobiles, these things which are in the air, and we are doing nothing about it.
Right. So that is very lucidly put. Thank you.
Yes.
But do you have a question also?
Yes. Now, the question is, don't you think that this is a multidisciplinary approach, and we can never handle this population of such a big population. We should have the soil conservationists, the dietitians, and from different fields. They should get into this problem, find a place, a nodal center in different parts of India, and try to handle it. That's
Right. Point taken. Thank you. So we really could. So they are right here. You can ask them questions once they are with you in the audience. But for now, we would have to close the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the speakers. May I now request Mr. Georgi Zakaria, Senior Regional General Manager, Malayala Manorama, to present the distinguished speakers with memento. I request the speakers to please be on the stage.
Some things be solved alone, but some can't. Some obstacles solved alone, others can't. Some tasks can be solved alone, while some can't. Some challenges can be solved alone. Obesity cannot. It will take collaboration to take on this challenge and change the future of obesity.
Pollution, unhealthy diet, and a sedentary lifestyle are big issues we are faced with today, which are increasing the disease burden on one hand and bringing down the quality of life on the other. What we need are solutions and a healthy dialogue, which brings us to our next discussion: how to deal with lifestyle ailments, for which I invite Vikrant Shrotriya, MD Novo Nordisk India, who will be in conversation with Mr. Riyad Matthew, Chief Associate Editor and Director, The Week.
So I know we are running a bit short of time, but I think this next session is really important because you guys all know Novo Nordisk. They are a Danish company, and Vikrant is the MD here in India, and they're doing some real good work, some pioneering work, and that's why I really wanted to include this session. So, we spoke about NCD earlier today. You heard the minister speaking. we heard the Member of Parliament speaking, we heard the doctors speaking. What, according to you, Vikrant, are the main issues that are facing India today? I want to first hear the challenges and then to the solutions.
I think when I really look at it, the challenge is economic prosperity. And along with the economic prosperity, you have a directly proportional challenge, which comes of obesity, diabetes, and associated many of the disorders which you have actually seen. I always say that as we are prospering, everything is against the metabolic disorder. We are sitting here for last 1 hour, and it has been said that it is almost equivalent to that's all smoking. One has to get up. We have calorie surplus, and we have less and less physical activities. I do not know the Indian data, but a normal American takes 3,500 calories. I'm very sure that in India also, most of us actually end up taking calories. We are inching towards lunch. Some of the people are feeling hunger because of physiological need, which is basically calorie deficit. Some will have a hedonic pleasure because the smell of the food will come. At least I went during the tea time because of the smell of the biscuits. And some will have an executive decision because 1 o'clock, but the time is written for the lunch 1:40, and they will be hungry for 40 minutes. In the sum total, people will take more calories. Despite being conscious, you can see the candies on the table, and when people would be eating, they all will be conscious, and including me. Still, most of us will end up eating more. Dr. Pankaj has just given a lot of data, and they are disturbing, at least for an emerging economies like India. 100 million diabetics, 250 million obese, 350 overweight, central obesity. Even I look normal, but I can tell you we are blessed with quite a lot of mind. But when it comes to our body, at least we call it thin fat Indian. So put a person who is 67 kg Caucasian in front of me, you will find that I will have more fat, and specifically abdominal fat. And that's the mother of all the diseases. I would say we just discussed the interplay of many of the diseases, but I would say that 230 problems had to do, whether it is depression, anxiety, respiratory disorder, heart, you call it, you can say diabetes, you call it arthritis. These are the kind of problems which actually come. Of course, we just learned about the CKM interplay. So I would say this is a big problem. And
this is like a counter question. You said it's a big problem. So I studied in the United States, and Dr. James and Dr. Budd will be the first to tell you that when I was studying there, it was a very obese nation, right? There are a lot of people who were on the fatter side. Hamburger was like a staple diet. But I read a recent report that obesity in the United States is on the decline, right? So what is your solution for a country like India?
I would say that everybody tried to bend the curve of obesity. And if it was so simple, the doctors here were there and they were very, very fit. And a lot of doctors understand what is the benefit of being physically fit, eating right. But if it was so simple, we would not have obesity to the tune of 40%. We would not have kids. Dr. Khargawat talked about 5% obese and 15% overweight. It's the most difficult thing to follow exercise every day, the discipline of that exercise, and eating right. Everything goes against the moment you have an hunger. But on the other side, coming to the point, in US, where the obesity was increasing at an alarming pace, we saw first time last year with a Gallup survey, obesity reducing from 40% to 37%. And there is only one thing which has helped. The only thing which has helped is GLP-1, I can tell you. Close to 33 million years, 13, 14, 15 million people taking. I think by reducing that, 7 million people are less obese in the US. When you get diet and exercise, and along with that, when you get medication, then you find there is a synergy of reducing them. But just depending on diet and exercise can also be not sufficient.
You said the WHO kind of introduced that, right, in certain countries. So we had government officials here. We had the Minister of State for Health. We also had a member of parliament. If you were to advise them on based on what WHO has done, if you were to advise them to do something in India similar, what would you tell?
I think the minister in the morning talked about quality, access, and affordability, right? And if I have to really see the future, I would like that first, if it can be prevented, right? Obesity can be prevented. But if it cannot be prevented, at least one has to treat it, whether it is a disorder, whether it is a condition or a disease. I think we need to tackle this bird. And for that, I can only see that today, at least currently, we have got tools which are GLP-1, which has been announced. So at least from the corporate side, we have taken a step, and it looks like a little bit of a commercial, but it is not. I'm really passionate about obesity. At least if in India, in my lifetime, we can bend the curve. We have reduced the price by 37% just to make it accessible to more number of patients. And you have seen that the acceptability is actually increasing. Second is, I've never seen, at least in the NCD space, a medicine like GLP-1 coming so fast under the essential drug list. So I have got, of course, a request, and I think so. You all will see also corporate hospitals are there, government officials are there, that if more and more obesity treatment clinic or metabolic disorder clinics can be opened up, I think that probably can help in terms of bending the curve like the way it has happened in the US. Why we cannot do it in India?
Yeah, follow-up question, because you talked about accessibility and going to rural areas. But, I did, again, I'm quoting the minister and the member of parliament who were talking about what this government has achieved by going to rural areas. As a company, as the MD of a company, of a predominant, like a very dominant company in the pharma space, how would you address this issue of accessibility?
I can only say that alone we can never do it. I mean, we are a company with an innovation, 100 years. We are a powerhouse of protein chemistry. We got insulin. And then during the journey of the insulin, we got this GLP-1 for obesity treatment and also for diabetes. I would repeat what Minister said. We need a Jan Andolan. Jan Andolan is something, sabka saath. Because I think it is right from the house where mother has to say, the teacher has to be aware that you have a study report, but you have a health report also, which is very fulfilling. We need to have a community. We need to have government. We need to have the policy makers here. We need to have a hospitals who see obesity as a disorder. At least 1 year back, I never saw a prescription which was just obese. Weight was just a number to be written. We would like that obesity as a condition should be tackled. And you will see that magic when you have a country like that, you will find that the metabolic disorders will actually come down. We know that with 5% weight reduction, the blood sugar comes down, the hypertension comes down. At 10 to 15%, something happens. Weight reduction should be part and parcel. And for that, everybody is required. Even, advocacy from the media house like yours, what you are right now doing, is extremely important. So I'm very buoyant about this changing India, which is not only talking about prosperity, which is also talking about what you call it, fit India. And that fit India, we need to realize it together.
Like Vikrant spoke about, so he touched upon insulin. I think you should guys go to the website and see what they've done for insulin in India and about the transportation. It's some fantastic work. Just want to end, Vikrant, because of the paucity of time. But listen, you guys should catch up with him to see some of the groundbreaking work that they are doing. Everyone's talking about Ozempic. We are still, we know it's coming out. Can you just explain to them about Ozempic and when it's going to come out?
Yeah, the Ozempic has become a consumer word. On the other side, it is a medicine, and it should be prescribed only by the doctors. But it has so happened that benefits were so much outweighing in terms of the population that it became the most searched Google word. We could never ever imagine about it. And because of that, the demand of Ozempic became very, very high. But I'm very happy that in India it has got a regulatory approval, and very recent, or I can only say as soon as possible, it should be there on the Indian soil, like many of our medications which are there.
So very soon is what the MD said. So we'll all look forward to that. But like I said, catch up with him when you can. But because of the paucity of time, we're going to end here. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you so much, Vikrant.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vikrant. I request Mr. Ashish Bhatia, Chief Marketing Officer, North and East of Malayalam Manorama, to present a memento to Vikrant. We'll be moving into a very interesting panel discussion next, looking ahead, the future of medicine. The panelists are Dr. Sudarshan Balal, Chairman, Manipal Hospitals, Dr. Paul Henry, Naravi Hospitals, Vellore, Dr. Ritu Jain, Director, Vardhaman Medicare, Dr. Siddharth Sood, Medical Oncologist, MSN Laboratories, Dr. Nitin Kansal, Medical Director and HOD Cardiology, Santokba Durlabji Memorial Hospital, Jaipur. And the session will be moderated by Kanu Sarda, Senior Special Correspondent to Week. I request all of you to take the stage, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's panel discussion, looking ahead the future of medicine. We have with us exceptional group of leaders who sit at the intersection of clinical practice, technology, policy, entrepreneurship, and investment. Healthcare worldwide stands at an inflection point. AI is reshaping diagnosis, devices are predicting disease, and telemedicine is altering the geography of care. So today's discussion is not just about the technologies themselves, but about the kind of healthcare future we want to build. So let me start with a broad question to set the stage. AI is coming into spaces once occupied only by doctors. What kind of ethical frameworks do we need so that technology enhances, not replaces patient autonomy and trust? So
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Riyad Matthew and the entire team of Week for holding this wonderful conclave and a very important topic at that. I think everyone is talking these days only about AI. I only have one submission. In this modern era of AI, technology, computers, robots, so on and so forth, let's not forget compassion in medicine. And that's what I tell my students, that use all the technology you can, but don't forget the touch, the feel, and the talking to the patient. Now, none of us in the medical field nowadays do anything without Chat GPT or the equivalent. whether it is for diagnosis, treatment, opinions, writing papers. So I think AI has somewhat taken over us in many ways and in a very good way, in the sense it helps us what would have taken a few hours to write an article. You can probably do it in a few minutes. And it has really revolutionized the reading of images and predicting illnesses, predicting pandemics, and sort of analyzing large data, which would have taken millions of hours of human time to do that. So AI is here to stay. And unless we adapt to I think we will perish. But AI will never take over the human brain. We will still be controlling it. So I do believe that AI is here to stay, and we need to use it effectively and to the advantage of the society.
The stage is already set by Sir very righteously. AI is a wonderful sword, but the power is only wielded by the person who is wielding that sword. There is one thing which I tell every newcomer who is into medicine, and the only ethical consideration here would be that since the availability is in the hands of every individual now, so there are a lot of chances of error. There are a lot of chances of misdiagnosis, self-diagnosis, self-management, which can actually rather be counterproductive, especially when it comes to life-threatening diseases like cancers. And I have seen that happening quite often than not. So at least the AI, the services, they need to be regulated, and the end user should be educated on how to use that tool correctly, so that the life is not compromised. Let's see.
I would like to say AI is a very good guide in the hands of a clinician, but it can be misused by masses as the Google knowledge was used initially. Because sometimes we see patients, that patient complained of chakkar or giddiness, and they came to OPD with the diagnosis, oh, I have delirium, so I need to go to neurologist, or you are the right person. So it can be a misguide also, but it is a very useful guide if we say in future for the predictive algorithms to diagnose the non-communicable diseases and the lifestyle diseases and the predictive scores, and to analyze and if they are available in a proper format, to analyze the predictive score which can be used to correct the lifestyle diseases as mentioned in the previous talk as Jan Andolan. Because from a gynecologist point of view, I believe it is not the genetic diseases, it is the epigenetic transmission, transgenerational diseases which is going to take the toll in future, and it will be sort of beyond us to control, like an atomic reaction, because it will explode in every direction. Dr. Paul?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think Sir has very clearly voiced what I wanted to say, and I think the human touch, I think, is the most important tool for a doctor. Now, I come from Nadavi Hospital, where I think we are probably one of the few hospitals which is 100% paperless. In fact, we are so paperless, we are penless. You can't use a pen, except in the administrative. Except on, I don't carry a pen, unfortunately. No, so I remember when I went to Detroit for a meeting about being paperless. I didn't know first thing about being paperless. So I kept saying paperless, paperless, because lots of other people have said that to me. So when the head of their IT, the doctor, he asked me, what do you really mean by paperless? And off the top of my head, I don't know, I was just being foolish then. I said, we'll be penniless, and actually we are penniless. I said that out of some mysterious thought, but today even our consenting is done with a finger. We don't sign. The patient does not sign, they consent with the finger. So we are truly paperless. But I think what you said is showing itself, the head is showing above the water now. Most of the younger generation of doctors are not interested to see the patient. The moment the patient walks in, and the patients are also the same, they come and stick their MRI scan in your nose. So you don't have a choice. If you say, I don't want to see your MRI scan, they get offended. They come and tell you the diagnosis. Like a lady came to me some years ago and said, I have an L3, L4 schwannoma. And I said, who told you that? But I think the new generation of doctors are moving towards that. And I think that syndrome of this screen syndrome, where the doctor is only looking at the screen and not at the patient, is catching up very fast. And therefore, we have made an amendment in Naruri Hospital. Every doctor has a physician assistant to look at the screen. So the doctor looks at the patient. So we have actually put physician assistants in every room. Or else, the doctor is saying in Tamil, we say, oh, kashta, and somewhere else, and like, so that context is lost. Now, I think more than the advantage, as doctor was saying, it is predictive. I think it works more in the back end than at the front end. I think it's now being used in the front end. Like Madam said, back end diagnosis, studies, statistics, research, mining data, protecting data. Like in earlier days, I remember if there was a medical legal case, we would go and change the file. You can't do that anymore. So you're protecting data, big data, sharing data, all that. Most of, I think, all this computer stuff should be back-ended and not front-ended. Unfortunately, it's getting front-ended. When you say paperless, people are thinking about keypad and keyboards and tablets and so on. Dr. Nitin, would you like to know?
Can I add one point? It is like in our times, in olden teachings, they used to say a physician is one who makes the diagnosis once the patient walks in your OPD. So an obstetrician will tell a patient will deliver normally or not. A gynecologist will say the disease is written on the face. So that stands still true. It is just in hands of the physicians and the doctors to utilize AI in a very appropriate manner to give the best of.
Dr. Nitin?
I personally believe that AI is there to stay. And as soon as we use it symbiotically with our decisions, it is going to help the mankind. The problem is whether you go for AI, Google, Chat, GPT, it all depends on the inputs that you are giving. They cannot make a decision. The decision is made by the type of inputs you give. If you give a wrong input, the diagnosis will be wrong. And that input comes from what Dr. Balal said, is the human touch. If we don't touch the patient, the diagnosis will always be.
So from now, human touch to reducing costs. So we often assume technology will reduce cost, but in India's, it is, that's not guaranteed actually. Will emerging technologies lower cost or widen the affordability gaps?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question, especially in a very price-sensitive market like India. Whatever we do, we see a lot of new drugs coming up with a cost of 14 crores, 15 crores for injection for muscular dystrophy. It's fantastic science, but who in India could ever use it? So I think whatever technology is available to India, it should be available to the common man, and it has to make our costs of treatment more affordable, accurate, and if possible, better than what is existing. So I think the cost of treatment to some extent can be brought down by technology, as was being mentioned earlier. There's a huge gap between the rural and urban areas in India for various reasons. And this became very obvious during the COVID times when people could not travel. And that was when telemedicine within a week's time became available to the entire country. And I have had patients who would literally take a week to come all the way from remotest part of India to see me for half an hour and then go back. And that changed with telemedicine. I could see them for half an hour or so from wherever they existed. And I have an instance of a patient calling me from a cowshed in the Northeast and talking to me. But the beauty didn't end there. The beauty of this was when COVID was over, this patient started coming back to me saying that he missed the human touch. So I think the cost and the convenience was definitely far more with telemedicine, but people would still want to see the doctors. And I think a lot of areas, especially in radiology and imaging, we can probably reduce the cost because not that much of manpower is needed to interpret the test. And if that can be achieved elsewhere too, then I think that's where artificial intelligence and modern medicine would really help.
I totally echo with what Sarah said. I worked with the NHS and it's already documented data. It's been published last year that how the NHS used AI to solve a £3 billion annual problem by just correcting the defaulted OPD visits. So they used AI and they identified the patients who were likely to default on the OPD, hence saving the cost of travel, the Ubers and the physician's time. And it saved NHS £3 billion. Now, that being a socialist service, but in India, I don't see it happening to rather the bridge the gap. The technology is not being used adequately and to solve the gap between the rural and urban, because I fear that the more these players get refined, they are going to render their services to high-end urban population only. Whereas I would like to see that AI changing the dynamics of screening. Like, for example, India till date in 2025 lacks a dedicated breast cancer screening protocol. It's unimaginable. And this is one thing I would like to solve through AI to make sure that these kind of screening programs are given to the rural population so they are catered adequately.
Dr. Smith?
See, all the new technology that is developed always has a lot of research behind it, and that is the reason why it is costly. And it is costly because that research is not happening in India. So we need made in India more to bring down the cost of all the newer technologies. And I think the present government is definitely working on that. And anything that comes into India has to have at least one part, it seems, which has to be developed in India only. So that make in India is going to bring down the cost. But of course, it is not at the reach of most of the people because it is usually located in the urban areas.
Dr. Ritu?
Yeah, I believe that like AI and with telemedicine, definitely the cost cutting is there, improvement is there, and it is making us doctors, the best of best doctors, to reach the unreachable, and they can better use the technology, and they are aware of their disease much better. Suppose ECG can be analyzed from a distance or their symptoms, and they can be motivated to move to the nearby hospital. So it costs saves the cost as well as improves the health parameters. Plus in general, if with mobiles, everyone is aware of the preventive symptoms, so it makes them move forward for the treatment in a better way. So better awareness is also there with AI and all this.
Dr. Paul?
I think the question was cost, wasn't
Affordability.
affordability. I think what Sir was saying, I think people are finding it easier to reach medical help, at least in the interim while they wait to come over to a hospital. I think that's what has made a huge difference. Plus, I think from a quality perspective, we're seeing a lot of golden hour patients coming to the hospital. And I think that is largely because of the awareness that all this field information gives you. You put chest pain on the left side and some pain going to the finger, and it throws up all the diagnoses for you. So people are turning up within 4 hours. We have a fairly large footfall for 4-hour stroke management, which I think is happening largely because of information. And that eventually works towards a social benefit. Now, a person who can be prevented from having a full-blown stroke goes back home intact. He's able to, so that also has a financial impact.
From affordability now to scale. India's biggest challenge is scale. What should public-private partnerships look like to ensure innovations reach district hospitals and not just metros?
That's $1 million question because it has to be participation by all, as has been said in many of the lectures since this morning. And a prime example of this was COVID. I will give you the Karnataka example that we had. COVID was devastating, truly a black swan event that upset the entire world and upset all of us. And it was probably the most difficult time for the entire world. And the people were dying left, right, and center. And what we did, and thanks to the government of Karnataka at that time, they set up a group of people private and public, which was a rare occurrence in at that time, where every district hospital in the state of Karnataka was connected to one of the corporate hospitals, including ours, and specialists from the different fields of critical care, pulmonology, emergency room, nephrology, and general medicine would consult with the district headquarters hospital, and all that they did was guide the doctors of that hospital. There was no money spent, no additional equipment, guide them on the treatment protocols for COVID. And the government has data that the mortality from COVID was reduced by 50% by this simple measure of getting people together through telemedicine. And that saved a lot of lives. I have to give you one very interesting example of how these kind of gadgets can save lives, and life is too precious to be measured in terms of cents and dollars. I had a good friend who called me at 4 in the morning. I didn't appreciate that, saying that I'm not feeling well, feeling a little dizzy. And I said, "Can you explain a little more?" She said, "I think there's something in my chest." So then she was wearing the iWatch. I said, "Why don't you check your heart rate in the iWatch?" And she looked at the heart rate and said, "It seems very irregular. I don't know what it is." And I told her to rush to the hospital next door, which was one of our hospitals. And there they found out she had a condition called atrial fibrillation, where the atria was sort of fibrillating and the heart rate was extremely fast. Her blood pressure had dropped. And if she had not picked this up early enough, she would be dead. So this is how technology can help. And your iWatch, your iPhone are probably the greatest tools of remote monitoring these days. And I think we should thank these for saving so many lives, making it convenient. And it cannot always be measured in dollars and cents.
So I'm predominantly a physician scientist and definitely lack the experience working with governments and these large-scale projects. But to my naive mind, I feel scalability in India does not sound well with profitability. Where your question was public-private partnership. How can this solve the problem using the technology? But I unfortunately feel that profitability will always come first rather than scalability. And I would like to see that change happening, the initiatives from the government. The current government is really pushing forward incentives, schemes, but this all very scattered, just like the healthcare, which is like a state affair and everything is dealt by the state itself. There's not a national program or a national agenda addressing the common issues for the entire country, where they're using the technology as a lifesaver, and these gaps could be bridged. So I'm yet to see this, but I'm hoping the seniors would shed some light if that is possible in near future or not.
Nitin?
The world is still looking at what is the best way of managing healthcare. If NHS has not worked or worked versus the American or Canadian system of the government taking care of the healthcare. In India, the sheer number of people that we have is something which prevents the government to take the total healthcare in their hands. So the only way to bring down the cost would be, I think, public-private partnership, but then the red tapeism comes in. So we actually are yet to discover that sweet spot where the healthcare can become cheap and will also have quality.
So to take it further, in maternity, government has this Pradhan Mantri Matritva Yojana, and they are giving some amount of money also to the mother, plus, and the hospitals are also participating. Maybe the beginning of Ayushman hospitals is also a part of public-private partnership. And since the health burden is so huge, and we don't have any system like NHS, we have to rely on some system which maybe it is in pipeline, or maybe it is like we can give the best to the patient and district hospitals by better communication and making some models like getting the super specialist services available there, or talking or referring the high risk cases, something like that.
I don't know if my statement would fly very well, but I think it has been proven time and time again across the world that healthcare is a very capitalist thing. Wherever they've tried a more, how do you say that, non-capitalist approach, it has invariably failed. Either the system fails or the patient doesn't get treatment. Like in the United States now, they're pushing for knee replacement as a daycare procedure. And only because the insurance companies are pushing to get the patient out within 23 hours and 59 minutes. You cross the 23-hour, 59-minute line, you become an inpatient, and the insurance company refuses to pay. And when you go to hospitals in the United States, especially I've largely looked at the back-end system in the Henry Ford when we were associated with them. They have a huge department which is actually bigger than probably marketing or HR, which is called the bad debt department. So though that department handles all the bills that obviously the patient doesn't pay, and the insurance company also doesn't pay, so they all end up as bad debts in a huge department. I remember counting about over 50 people sitting there, just looking at the bad debts and crying over it. So somewhere it fails, and most of our patients that I see, about 60% of our patients are still out of pocket. The insurance and company payment is only about 40%. And patients are still willing to pay because they feel they get what they want only when they pay. Free is not good.
Yes, sir. Studies show millennials are at the highest risk of early onset of cancers driven by lifestyle, environment, and genetics. How should India adopt screening, early warning systems, and awareness campaigns to address this generation shift?
I think, unfortunately, Indians have been hit very hard by diseases that affect the Western world without conquering the diseases of the developing world. We have a combination of communicable diseases that still hit us very hard. And now, of course, the non-communicable diseases have taken over. And unfortunately, our genes don't add up very much to help us. So a combination of lifestyle diseases aping the West blindly, plus our genetic makeup, makes it very essential for us to have preventive health care. Believe me, preventive primary health care can save a lot more lives than all the corporate hospitals of India put together at a fraction of the cost. So I think our emphasis on primary preventive health care needs to be far more than what it is. I think just sanitation, clean drinking water can save, and vaccination can save millions of lives. And I think we have to come up with protocols, which you already have, of screening for various diseases much before they show their disease symptoms, and then it becomes very expensive or more difficult to treat. So our emphasis should be on preventive medicine.
Absolutely correct. Off note, because of the sudden load that was put on the genes, our cancer patients, they present at least 10 years earlier than the recommended guidelines of screening. So if, for example, a breast cancer screening program starts at 40 or 45 years, we'll have a breast cancer patient in India starting at the age of 30, 35 years. So in our back of the mind, we are following the international guidelines, whereas our population needs something radical, something different, which has to come from our own country as a different kind of a protocol. So that is the reason we are missing early cancers. We are having late stage cancers very frequently, and which are often incurable and incur a lot of cost. So definitely this is a big problem, and the millennials are at the crux of the population right now. They are the ones which are neither young nor they're old. They are the ones which are suffering the most, and this is going to increase. And unless there is a collective effort from the entire country, this problem is going to get worse and worse.
We have carcinogens everywhere. What we eat, what we drink, what we inhale. People are smoking around us. There's so much of tobacco in India. Alcohol is like it drains every party. It's there everywhere. So since so many carcinogens are there and people are happy taking it, I think the preventive medicine is the most important thing which almost all the hospitals should be targeting. But sadly enough, the preventive medicine does not work that well, especially in my specialty like cardiology. I would do a echo, TMT, ECG, and everything would be normal, and next day the person might come back with a heart attack. So I don't know what works, but yes, preventive medicine definitely needs to be put at the topmost, and more emphasis should be put on that.
So if I would just add on to his statement, I don't think hospitals are the right suit for preventive medicine, because by the time the person is in the hospital, it's already too late. Either they are having symptoms, that's why they trigger a preventive scan. It is generally that sense. Otherwise, no healthy individual will ever walk into the hospital. That is true. This has to roll back because we have small children now, and I think it should start right from the school. The preventive part of medicine has to be inculcated into the curricula itself right from the start. For example, I was just hearing the conversation about obesity and how it's going to affect our country, and I still sadly see the food menu of my child's, lunch menu, and I see the classic ICMR classified micro-processed, ultra-processed foods in the menu itself. And this is a high-end school, which we are paying lakhs and lakhs of rupees for education, but still they are not educated. And I'm going to take an initiative and alter their menu altogether, because if we don't prevent the obesity episode starting in the childhood, it's going to come into their adult life, and hence everything will follow, like cardiac issues and malignancy issues. I think it has to start from the community and at very early age rather than the hospital.
I would like to say it right from maternal or obstetric point of view. The diseases are transgenerational, and we are not much focusing on epigenetic diseases. There is a very famous OVA Kelly study where the person who consumed unhealthy diet, and the disease had its manifestation in the grandchildren. So it is the diet of the pregnant lady, optimizing her health before conception. Like for PCOS, we know it is transgenerational and leads to obesity, hypertension, and cardiac in future. So like optimizing a female health right from the kitchen, mother's kitchen and school's guidance, the books. So that has to be started very rightly. And the prevention, the best strategy is awareness. Awareness right from what is right for them, and it can come from the social media and various other platforms.
Dr. Paul, shortly.
I think I think we've wrapped it all up. It has to start in childhood. This late stage changes, I think, is more damaging. You live a certain lifestyle for 50 years and suddenly turn around. People go to gymnasiums and pick up iron rods and weights and walk like 25 miles, do half marathons. That actually kills that much quicker. It has to be a lifestyle change right from childhood. I think that's the crucial part.
Thank you all for the panelists for illuminating forward-looking conversation. If today's discussion made one thing clear, it is the future of medicine will not be defined by technology alone. It will be defined by how responsibly, equitably, and ambitiously we choose to that technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I now request Srimati Neetu Kumari Prasad, Joint Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, to present the speakers with mementos. Whether it's love stories, politics, or health, fiction or non fiction. Who wouldn't want to listen to best selling author Chetan Bhagat, who's out with his new book, 12 Years My Messed Up Love Story? But today, he'll delve into a different subject and will talk about physical and mental health. Over to you, Mr. Bhagat.
Hi. Right. Any doctors here? I know. What a question to ask. Any, yeah, like any doctors or any journalists here, right there? Interesting. You know what is common to doctors, journalists, and writers? You know, everybody wants us poor. Correct or not? Like if a real estate guy came here, you expect him to be rich. Finance guy expect him to be rich. Writer comes, where is the jhola? Where is the chappal? Journalist, though, matlab, you don't even have to expect, they are poor. But and doctors also. If a doctor is rich, कुछ तो गड़बड़ किया होगा, right? This somehow in the profession of some professions, people don't like it when we get rich or like make money. But I hope you guys make money. I like money. And thank you for all the good work you doctors are doing. In fact, you may be wondering, why am I talking on mental fitness? Mental health actually, which I call optimizing mental fitness, which I'll explain to you. So along with being a writer, I'm a motivational speaker. I've done more than 700 talks. 2 days back, I was in Jaipur. I was doing a talk with chest doctors who think they are the most important doctors. And then 5 days back, I was doing a talk in Goa with Retina Society doctors. So apparently, sir, we didn't know this, but there are eye specialists. And within eye specialists, within the eye, there are 18 different specialists. And some people only do retina. And they are the more like, exclusive club. So I did those. So I've addressed a lot of doctors. Sorry about this. And like I said, I also have a YouTube channel, which is more about motivation, about like trying to figure out young people. All this helps me write better books because I get to understand people's mental states, figure out what are the conflicts they are facing in life. And of course, I study my own life. And of course, I have been in many, many professions. My own college, I was an engineering student, so all my friends are engineering kind of people. All of you look to be, I know you look young, but you're in your 40s, 50s, right? So you resemble my friends, successful, a little jaded in life, no, I'm joking. So I study them. I've also interacted with a lot of people through my YouTube channel for a lot of startup founders. And I have main interest in figuring out their mental state, things like that. So you can say it's been a lifelong research on the mind. It's a big and how people think, because that's what makes me do better stories. But the byproduct is I'm able to also understand how people operate in their mind in terms of mental health and everything else. Like some of my friends, they are legitimate billionaires because they have started these companies. Some of the biggest companies are from IIT Delhi founders. And they are billionaires, meaning they actually have $1 billion with them. But I'll tell you something, some of them are not happy, right? Some of them are actually unhappy. There are some of them who are, actually, I know at least one who has taken anti-depression medication after being a billionaire. And I feel like slapping them. How can you be rich and not be happy? How can you be allowed to be unhappy? So I've seen movie stars through the movies that I was involved in. And some of the movie stars are not happy. Some of them are taking drugs. Why? Why are you taking drugs? Life has given you everything. So clearly, fame, beauty, which they both have, is not enough. Clearly, money is not enough. There is something else going on. And so when I last year turned 50, I said, I'll figure this out and try to understand. Even for myself, I realized that I would say I'm still popular, but there was a period 10 years back, I was at the height of my fame. I was everywhere, right? Doing everything. And yes, in terms of success, it was hugely successful, top of mind in people, but inside I was not happy. So all that also I try to study. And I come up with this concept of mental fitness rather than even mental health. And let me explain to you guys what it means. Also, ma'am, it feels very strange to address and tell doctors about why not. But I'll tell you one thing. Doctors take care of everyone. They don't take care of themselves. Everybody's nodding now. Yes or not? Yes, you guys don't take care of yourselves because there is huge guilt. There is huge pressure. You are sleeping. You could have saved 2 lives. What do you mean you want to snooze for half an hour more? We don't have that pressure, right? It's like, okay, I'll write it tomorrow. It's okay. No big deal. He will die tomorrow, right? So that pressure means doctors always are expected, the society expects them to be of service, which is great. But it also means you guys are not taking care of yourselves. You also have to realize you are also human beings. So hopefully this session is helpful to you, even though I am not a doctor, but maybe you've not thought about life in this way. Okay. So what does optimizing will come to later? What is mental fitness? Which is where I think a lot of people don't get a bit confused. When we talk of mental health, people assume, okay, bad mental health means depression, bipolar, schizophrenia, anxiety, things like that, which is kind of correct. That is poor mental health. But ignore the mental part. Look at physical health. You may not have a physical ailment, right? Somebody may not be sick, but it could be that they're not very fit. It's possible. They're not sick. They're not diagnosed with anything. They don't have a disease, but they're just not very fit. They can be fitter if they exercise, if they diet, things like that. And they will then go in the category of physical fitness, right? They'll be considered as fit people. It's the same thing with mental health. What earlier, 30 years back, India, nobody believed there is something called mental health. Mental health and pagal hai, thappad lagao, theek ho jayega, right? That is the Indian way of treating mental health. At least now we have started little bit being sensitive to mental ailments. Little bit we know, okay, there is something called depression, this thing like that. But you're like, I don't have. So it is not relevant to me. Yeah, we should be sensitive about mental health, but it's not relevant to me. This is where everybody is getting it wrong. Just because you don't have a mental ailment doesn't mean you are mentally fit. It doesn't mean you are in peak mental health. Just as you are not in peak physical health versus being. So the work we do, at least the work I do, I have to create stories. If I'm not in peak mental health, those stories I can still do. They are just not going to be very good. Neither am I going to enjoy writing them. Neither am I going to feel very happy in life, whether I write them. The whole life experience will not be so joyful. Same for you guys. If you're not in peak mental health, you're not going to enjoy being a doctor, and you're not going to be such a good doctor. You're not going to be such a good journalist or whoever, whatever profession you guys are in here, right? So, physically fit person is somebody who doesn't have a physical ailment and then has optimal physical health, and you can measure it. How do you measure it? Many measures of physical health, right? Strength, endurance. If you can lift so much weight, if you can run for half an hour, if you are flexible, you can touch your toes, things like that. We all know all this. We need these same measures for mental health. If I'm saying, are you fit in mental health? What does it mean? Is it just a feeling? What kind of feelings then? Okay. Firstly, mentally fit person will also not have mental ailments. They have optimal mental health. And what does that mean? Means these person, when they describe themselves as happy, driven, and positive. You have to be a happy, driven, and positive person. And if you're not, that means something is wrong. Because person who's mentally solid feels that way, right? I'll give my own example. In 2018, I didn't have any mental ailment. I was working, I was doing my writing, my talks, everything else. But I was unhappy, I was demotivated, I was very negative despite all the success in the world. I could, beyond my imagination, success I had. But I still felt like that, right? It looked something like this. This is me in 2018. One is, you can see the problem with mental thing is the visual photos don't do so much justice, but you can tell this is more recent. The guy here is not only fitter physically, but looks happier. I don't know if it's in the eyes or it's in something. You can tell, right? And that's a younger guy. Technically, that is more youthful, but you can clearly see that this is a much better person. Same, maybe these photos are 10 years apart. That guy on the left is 10 years younger, but not happy on the inside. It is also showing out on the outside. That's the other thing which I think people don't understand. We say physical health and mental health, that itself in a way is not a very correct way to look at it. You say body and mind. There is no body and mind. It is one only. It's all connected. When we are fetuses, we are clump of cells. Some cells become the brain, some cells become lungs, some cells become the body. It's all connected. Now, more and more science is finding out there are neurons all over our body, gut neurons. Then they say gut, that's important. So if your mental health is not okay, your physical health will not be okay. If your physical health is not okay, your mental health will not be okay. It is because it's just one system. It just happens to be that most of the thinking happens here. But it's not like other places thinking doesn't happen. It's not like there's no effect on physical health. That's why the guy who's not happy also doesn't look as good, right? There are many mental models, and a lot of it comes from self-reflection. Again, I don't have enough time to go through all of these, so I'm not going to go through that. But I want to leave you with something that you can use in your life. How do you make sure that you have improved your mental health? Once you've understood the concept, boss, I don't have a problem. I'm not a depressed person, but I'm not feeling full vigor in life. How can you improve? You can follow something called mental fitness protocols. Certain protocols, funnily enough, there is a huge overlap of these protocols with physical health also. Like I said, it's all linked. We are all one. But what are these mental health fitness protocols? First of all, ask yourself, how happy are you? Now, it's a very tough question, right? If you ask people at a party, are you happy? It is the simplest question and it's the hardest question, right? How are you? I'm fine. That is nonsense. It doesn't mean anything. That's just like that's like a mic check we do, right? But the real question, how happy are you? Only you can answer. Don't lie to yourself, right? Because it's not going to help. If you're not happy, face your nonsense, face the garbage that is going on in you. What happens to happy people? Who are happy people? They feel three things. Not all at the same time, but these three feelings keep coming to them on a regular basis: peace, contentment, and delight. Peace, contentment, delight. So ask yourself, do I have all these three in my life? If you don't have it, I don't think you're fully happy. You know what is peace, right? Do you know? Anybody married here? You don't have it. No, I'm joking. Peace is when things are calm. When your mind is not agitated. You're enjoying just the moment, right? Contentment is, of course, a sense of satisfaction with where you are in life. It's okay. I'm happy with where I am. I'm not the head of the department. I don't have that car. I don't have that house. But it's fine. I'm good. That's a delight. Is, let's say you're going for a walk on the road and you see a beautiful plant and some amazing roses have grown there. Do you stop and say, wow? If you're walking on the road and you see a little puppy and like, oh wow, puppy. Or you're walking on the road or you see a little parrot, green colored parrot, and you're like, wow. You may think this is a very simple process, but to feel that, a lot has to be going on correct in your head. People who are disturbed don't enjoy seeing the parrot. They don't enjoy seeing the puppy. They don't enjoy seeing the roses. That's delight. And how easily delight comes to you. Have you seen little kids? You give them one lollipop, they start jumping. One ice cream cone, they will be like jumping. When we grow up, we're like, yeah, fine. Which ice cream is it? It will make me fat. We lose that sense. It takes a lot to delight us. It will take a mega promotion. It will take like a new car and that too for like 2 days, right? But if you can feel delight in very little things, oh wow, the weather turned so nice. The sun is out. Wow, that's delight. You have to feel these three. And if you're not feeling these three, you're not in optimum mental health. You are not mentally fit. You may not be mentally sick, but you don't have. So ask yourself, ask your spouse today, do you have all these feelings? Do you have 2 out of these 3? 1 out of these 3? All 3 out of 3, amazing, great. Your doctor, you probably don't have all 3 because there is too much going on. What is the protocol? Well, there are the big 6. These 6 things which I'll tell you are all doable. It is not conceptual. You implement these changes in your life, your mental health will start improving. I will go through them very quickly one by one. But the 6 are sleep, light, movement, nutrition, social connection, and stress control. The last one is the problem with doctors. That's why I'm so confident that you do need work on that. Because every doctor I've met is stressed. Have you ever met a chilled out doctor? Have you? Like, it's okay, man. No, I'm joking, okay, guys. I make fun of whatever conference it is. Tomorrow is mutual funds. You don't even know what I'll do there. Sleep. 7 to 8 hours a day is the average which human beings love. Now, some of people can make do with 6. I don't know. I can't. Some people need 9. Teenagers need 10. But you need sleep. You need it. Even if you're a doctor, you need sleep. Doesn't matter. Every phone needs charging. We need the sleep. Phones can be used while being charged. We cannot. Not so far. Maybe one day AI will come. There'll be chips in our heads and we'll be like, Doctor Saab, aap so bhi aur kaam bhi karo. Abhi nahi ho sakta. Okay. What does it need? Typically, these are things that help sleep. Darkness, right? The room has to be dark. Colder temperature. Aligned to circadian rhythm, which means not too late after sunset. Which means not see bright things after sunset. Which means don't check Instagram in your bed before bed. Or whatever else, your funny app you like to see. Consistent timings. Sleep at the same time every day, wake up same time. These things help sleep. You can look it up on the net, how can I sleep better? It's almost a different presentation. First one was sleep. Second, light. Light helps. Morning sunlight. When you wake up, not the full bright sun, but the morning sun, indirect sunlight, what they call it, 10-minute exposure has dramatic effect. These are not Guruji ka gyan. I am not giving you spiritual stuff, which is a separate, which can be good. These are all scientific studies. You can go to examine.com and search light exposure effect on mental health and you will find. So please don't think I'm just saying it because this is how my grandmother told me. Maybe the grandmother told you also, but today this has been scientifically corroborated as well. Because Vitamin D also you get, yes, but we are talking of mental health here. So yes, you do get vitamin D, but 10 minutes in the morning wakes you up. It lifts your cortisol. Cortisol is not all bad. We need it to feel alert. It's just too much cortisol that is bad. And this can't be done through a window, by the way. So you try to be out, balcony, open the window. 10 minutes. It will dramatically shift the way you feel throughout the day. Movement. Movement means exercise. Movement lifts mood. Movement also helps physical health. This is where the overlap. So, an active lifestyle, cardio plus resistance training, 3 to 4 hours per week of exercise. You may think this is for physical fitness, but this is for mental fitness too. I need to do this to write better. You may think, what has this got to do with writing? What has cardio and resistance training got to do with writing? But this affects my mental health, which affects my output when I do my work. So we all need this. It's not just for people who are athletes or in physical type professions. It's for everyone. Nutrition. Nutrition also matters in mental health. Of course, it matters in physical health, but it also matters in mental health. If you eat clean, if you eat lots of greens and minimally processed whole foods, well-balanced proteins, carbs, everything, you will feel better. You know it. It's a health conference, but there's moong dal halwa for dessert. You can have it and then come and attend the talk on diabetes. I did a diabetes conference in Goa recently for a pharma company. They were celebrating 18% growth in diabetes. Yes, we sold so much medicine. And I was like giving out trophies for people to okay, I don't know what is happening in this world, but I'm glad this is a proper health summit that way. I had to do it. What to do? They have the right to be happy. They have sold more medicine. So nutrition is also, like I said, if your nutrition is bad, if you're eating greasy samosas, you're not going to feel good. Mentally, you're not going to be giving out your best work. It's just not possible. Social connections. Social connections are equally a part of Big Six. If you think you will be fit, you will eat right, you will sleep properly, you will just do your work and you will be this focused writer or doctor or surgeon or journalist or whatever you are, it's not enough. Human beings need social connections to be happy. Without social connections, huge mental health issues develop. We don't know fully why this is, but it is. Even when you say hello to the watchman in the morning, that is also a social connection. You saw what happened to people in COVID. They went full mental. You know why? Because of social connections. You need some distant social connections, like the watchman, like the person, your shopkeeper, whatever, things like that. You need some friends which are closer. You need closer family. You cannot avoid it. If you think you'll have $1 billion and that will compensate for family, friends, and all these other random social connections also, no. And that is why some billionaires are unhappy. And that is why some movie stars are unhappy, because they really don't have genuine social connections. Without this, you're not going to get very far in life. Because we are like that. We came from chimpanzees. They all live in groups. And chimpanzees that are like, if you see, there's a documentary on Netflix called Chimp Empire. The worst punishment they give to a chimpanzee, they throw him out of the group. And then they just die only. So social connections are important. You're not, no matter how smart you are and how strong you are, without this, human beings don't do well. So having a sense of community and positive energy interaction. It doesn't mean every social interaction is good. Some people are negative. Some people are bad energy. Some people have a bad aura. You have to avoid those. Finally, stress control. Stress is needed, right? Stress is not all bad. If there was no stress, I would have never studied for any exam, right? Stress is needed in life. You need some urgency. If I knew today I had a talk here, I woke up, I showered, I wore this suit and came here. If I didn't have that stress, I wouldn't do anything. We need it. And it comes from, and that's why cortisol is released to make us alert and focused. The problem is chronic stress. The problem is there is stress without recovery, which is what happens in the medical profession a lot. There is not enough recovery. Be unapologetic about recovery. Don't feel guilty because your body needs it. Otherwise, mental health issues, so you don't want too much stress has to be managed. And of course, there are some things like meditation, cold exposure, like journaling. All these things studies have shown that all these things help with stress reductions as well. Breathing exercises, all kind of things are there. You can, again, like I said, look it up, but you have to control the stress. That's why I said eliminate. I didn't say eliminate stress. Control the stress, right? These are the big six. In case you want to take a picture, I don't know, you just remember it. It's pretty simple. Manage these 6 things and watch your life change. You will change physically also, but more importantly, is the mental thing that will change. And we all deserve it. And nobody's going to come and tell you that do this. Because everybody just wants to, they're just living their lives. Nobody's interested in you as much as you are, right? And only you can improve. If you're not feeling okay, then do that. This is applicable not just for you, I guess, for all your patients as well, no matter what disease they have. Funnily enough, if sometimes when mental health improves, physical health also improves. Because like I said, everything is not understood. We have not done studies on everything. But typically when the brain works properly, the hormonal regulation works properly, things work properly, sleep works properly, a lot of inflammation goes away. We know all this now. So this is worth it even to just fix yourself in other ways, right? That was it, guys. That's all the time we had today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chetan. Before you leave, I'd request the week's news editor, Matthew T. George, to present a memento to you. All right. We are heading into lunch. Before that, we have one short, very interesting session. Like Chetan spoke about stress busters. I think this next session could well be that in action. We have presenting music for us is a talented student from the Berklee College of Music, all the way from the US. Please welcome Dylan.
My name is Dil, as he already introduced me. But before we start, I just want to say it's such an honor being here. This is not my usual audience, but it's so cool to be among such a distinguished audience and to play for you guys. So, a small backstory. I just flew in from Boston yesterday, and I was supposed to be singing for you guys. That's what I usually do, this Indian Bollywood stuff and fun stuff. But the Boston air to Delhi air, that didn't work too well for me. So I'm down with a bit of a cough, but I have Mayank here. He's a great vocalist and a pianist. So we're going to play playing some tunes for you guys. And before that, I have a small guitar solo for you guys. And it's so if you guys read the paper, it probably says music heals, and you guys are probably expecting something calm and soothing. This might not be exactly that, but it will still heal you in some way. So I hope you guys like this.
So now we'll be performing another song for you. And this is a 70s classic by Bill Withers. This song is Ain't No Sunshine.
No sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house ain't no home anytime she goes away. Wonder this time where she's gone. I wonder if she's gonna stay. Now when she's gone, it's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
Thank you. That was incredible. Thank you, Dylan and Mayank. In fact, I need to tell you that we'll be having one more set from them in the afternoon. But before that, we need something more nourishing. So lunch is served. Please do join us. That's in the hall right opposite. So since we're running a little bit behind schedule, it would be great if we could convene here by, say, 2:45 or so. Thank you so much.
झगड़ते और फिर और झगड़ते और मनाते, वो तो मेरा क्रेडिट है। किसने सोचा था ये 9 से 5 की नौकरी करने वाला बैंकर अपनी पोती की शादी की संगीत में आइटम सॉन्ग पे डांस करेगा। और तुमने सोशल मीडिया पे अपलोड किया, अच्छा लगा ना? जब हम वॉक पे जाते हैं और मेरे शू लेसेस खुल जाते हैं, आई बेंड and tie it for her. Done yoga all my life. I can do it myself. मैं खुद से ये कर सकती हूँ. But girls looking at us find it cute. I too find it cute.
हम अपने को क्या दे सकते हैं? अपना साथ.
Finally, तुम मुझसे फ्लर्ट कर रही हो.
Manipal Hospitals. Life song.
From its humble beginnings in Trichy 2 decades ago, Kaveri Hospital has grown from a 30-bed facility into a
Multi-speciality healthcare institution. Kaveri Hospital offers high standards of medical care under its centers of excellence: liver diseases and transplantation, urology and nephrology, vascular surgery, orthopedics, cardiology, neurology, oncology, 5,000 plus surgeries, 200 plus doctors, 300 plus beds, 800 plus medical professionals, At Kaveri Hospital, we believe that healthcare goes beyond treatments. We will continue to deliver world-class medical care with compassion, expertise, and dedication. Experience the convenience of complete healthcare all in one place. Kaveri Group of Hospitals.
पूरा बदन दर्द। अरे तो चाय लाना है। ये क्या है?
शास्त्री बाम।
शास्त्री बाम?
हमारे गांव में बड़ा फेमस है। बदन दर्द, सिर दर्द, सर्दी जुकाम जो भी हो तुरंत आराम।
सर्दी जुकाम, सिर दर्द, बदन दर्द से तुरंत आराम। शास्त्री बाम अब सिर्फ 5 रुपए के पैक में भी।
शास्त्री बाम पूरे परिवार के सेहत की रक्षा।
Be the change you wish to see in the world. It started with a vision with a purpose to change the world. A vision that one day everyone will have access to high-quality, safe medicines, and that healthcare will be affordable to all. This vision of our founder, Dr. M.S.N. Reddy, ignited the humble beginnings of M.S.N. Laboratories.
As a scientist with a passion for chemistry, we are dedicated to advanced research that serves affordable and quality healthcare for all. This dedication is the driving force behind our mission of research for better life. Today, we are proud of our 20,000 plus females working relentlessly to start the global healthcare.
Since our establishment in 2003, driven by persistence, perseverance, and passion, we have developed a world-class, vertically integrated, research-based pharmaceutical company. Our Research and Development Center is the largest in Asia for both APIs and formulations under one roof, where over 2,500 scientific minds push the boundaries of pharmaceutical research every day. Our commitment to research excellence extends to API manufacturing, where we synthesize success
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the second part of the week Health Summit 2025. Let me take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. Title sponsor, Novo Nordisk. Associate sponsors, Cyrus Life Sciences Limited, Leelavati Hospital, Manipal Hospitals, Emerson Laboratories, Kaveri Hospitals, Sir H.N. Reliance Hospital, Chhatrapati Shivaji Subharti Hospital, Apollo Medics Super Specialty Hospital, Lucknow, Sandokbad Durlabji Memorial Hospital, Jaipur, JLRA India, Lord's Mark Industries Limited, Naruvi Hospitals, PD Hinduja Hospital and Medical Research Center, and supported by MedGenome, Artemis Hospitals, Center for Sight, Apollo Tyres Foundation, Vijaya Super Speciality Hospital, Sastri Balm, and Sushena Health Foundation, Dhatri Milk Banks, and Fishing Cat. Our health insurance partner is New India Assurance. Nutrition partner is Apex Laboratories. Strategic partner is Indie Global, and awards partner is Sequoia Healthcare. Now we move to the first session post-lunch, and that is by Dr. Priya Kadam. She's the Director of Reproductive Genomics at MedGenome, Bengaluru. She will be talking on genetics and the future of health. Over to you, Dr. Kadam.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. That's it. Get me the flight. Oh,
So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And my topic actually is at an intersection of science, society, as well as healthcare. So, talking about genetics, there has been a great advance in genetics or medical genetics in the past decade. And there have been technologies which previously were just confined to labs, which have actually started coming into routine reproductive practice, as well as not only reproductive testing, but everywhere else as well. Even lifestyle diseases, which we have heard of so much today, obesity, hypertension, and cardiovascular disorders, actually have a polygenic basis, which is multi genetic in factors. So let's just start. The burden of genetic disorders, I mean, we have had statistics today, several statistics, but genetics also, or genetic disorders also are pretty high because there are two things. One is our population is very high, so no rare disease is actually rare. So we have about 1/3 of birth defect individuals in the country, and many of this are actually genetic disorders, either totally or partially. So, appropriate genetic testing at the right time can help detect these disorders and actually reduce the burden of these disorders and prevent the financial and emotional societal burden. So, stepping back, what is genetics? I think some of you are doctors, some of you are from hospitals. It's just the blueprint of life. We know that all of us are made up of cells, and each of those cells has a nucleus, and inside the nucleus is the blueprint or the DNA. And the DNA has genes which codes for everything that your body does. Okay, all functioning of the body is dependent on this code. So if there are problems in that code, that leads to genetic disorders. So I'll just talk about a specific test over here, just to give an illustrative example. There have been tests or there have been societies all around which have recommended that some sort of genetic screening needs to be done for common disorders. There have been tests, but you take the example of a 22-year-old woman, you don't expect her to be carrying a Down fetus, right? But there have, of course, there is ultrasound which gives you a risk with for this particular patient, she had an absent nasal bone and the fetus had absent nasal bone. That is about 10% chance of having Downs. So, but there are other additional tests, the genetic tests, which will actually tell you with a high degree of sensitivity if the fetus is affected. The other example is the same of another elderly primary gravida. In that, you can expect in those individuals, in pregnant women, you can expect higher risk of Downs, but there are sensitive tests such as non-invasive prenatal testing, which can identify these disorders early. So this specific test is called non-invasive because you just take a blood sample from the mother and look for disorders. Now it has, the scope of this is expanding. Previously, it was just been for trisomy 21, 18, 13, but it can screen for a lot of conditions. So MedGenome as such has been pioneering in this, and we have had studies with, I mean, how do you introduce a genetic test in a country which is not so familiar? What we did was we worked with institutes, 10 different institutes, including AIMS and PGI Chandigarh, and had research studies which actually showed how effective these tests are in our populations as well. So one of the common challenges that people state is, oh, these tests should be expensive. But as with everything and with economies of scale, with increasing volume, with competition, and with indigenous methods of detection, there has been a drastic fall, and this test has become affordable to most. This is just an example of NIPT, but there have been other tests also, which the costs of test has drastically reduced and become much more affordable. So in reproductive genetics, other than NIPT, of course, there are other tests. Now, if there is carrier screening is one of the most important tests because these are silent individuals who are asymptomatic. They don't have any disorder themselves, but they realize that once they give birth to a child who's severely affected. So carrier screening actually is very important. Different societies or different groups are actually have propensity to develop different disorders, like there are pockets of thalassemia, there may be pockets of other disorders. So and in India there are two other things: endogamy, we tend to marry within the community, and also consanguinity, that means marry a relative. So in that case, certain disorders like autosomal recessive disorders become more common. And carrier screening actually is very useful in this. And certain populations in different parts of the country, for example, Cyprus, have reduced the burden of thalassemia to a great extent, and also cystic fibrosis in Ashkenazi Jews. So this is by carrier screening. So implementation of carrier screening will become very important. So couples at risk will have the information that they are at risk, and then they can take appropriate reproductive decisions, maybe get naturally pregnant, do prenatal testing, or go in for another critical genetic test, which is pre-implantation genetic testing. So when the disorder is already known, the genetic disorder is already known, embryos which are created through IVF can actually be biopsied and tested, and we can look for proper chromosome number as well as presence or absence of the specific variant, and then recommend those for transfer. So in addition to this, of course, there are different tests which need, the detection, the kind of abnormality can be detected by different tests. Now, of course, all this needs appropriate implementation at the correct place, and that is where genetic counseling comes in. Genetic counseling is very important for patients to understand what are the risks, what are the options, and what are the implications or the type of results that they may get on genetic testing. So, look, at this forum, it is just appropriate to speak about these other things, is integration of this test into routine pregnancy care. Now, we know I mean, I myself have written guidelines along with FOXY, that is Federation of Obstetrics and Gynecology of India, to implement or use these tests, especially in IPT, in their practice, because it has the highest sensitivity of detecting the most common disorders. And it should also come into regulatory framework. So by regulatory framework, there is one national health policy for rare diseases, which actually covers 63 disorders, but there are more than 7,000 rare disorders which are present. And like I said, in India, nothing is rare because of the sheer numbers. So in addition to that, if these tests can be covered by insurance companies, it can help, allow more people to benefit from the test. In addition to that, of course, there are R&D options where more affordable and relevant tests be developed for our population. So that's it. I mean, of course, non-invasive, why I insisted on this test is because a simple blood test from a pregnant woman can eventually be able to pick most of genetic disorders. And I also wanted to add a couple of lines on other disorders. It's not only pregnancy or finding abnormalities during the fetal stage. It is a lot of other disorders like cancer and cardiovascular diseases, many other disorders actually have a genetic cause. And we are moving towards finding or at least diagnosing this accurately as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kadam. The future seems closer than we think. I request Mr. Atul Arora, Senior General Manager, Marketing of the Week magazine, New Delhi, to kindly present a memento to Dr. Kadam. Next, it's time to get inspired with a man who has had 16 surgeries, but now he soars to the skies. Can we have the audio visual, please?
After his 16th surgery, a kidney transplant, 21-year-old Shyam Kumar SS, an amputee since age 8, found himself staring into darkness. I have suffered enough already, he thought. But then another thought struck him. What if I jump? And jump he did, not to his death, but to reach greater heights. Born with a malformed renal system, a spinal tumor, and congenital scoliosis, Shyam's life began in pain. Through it all, one person never left his side, his mother, Sarala Kumari.
8 വയസ്സായപ്പോഴേക്കും 12 ഓപ്പറേഷനുമായി. അവന് കാല് ഒട്ടിയിരുന്നെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ലായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഈ കാല് ഒട്ടിയിരുന്നതിന് അതിൽ തന്നെ ഒരു 2 ഓപ്പറേഷൻ വരെ കഴിഞ്ഞു. അപ്പൊ പിന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു എന്തായാലും ആ കാല് നിവർക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല, ഞരമ്പുകളെല്ലാം കുരുങ്ങിപ്പോയി, അത് കാരണം കാല് ആംപ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. പിന്നീടാണ് അവര് ഒരു പെൺകുട്ടിക്ക് ചെയ്തതായിട്ടുള്ള ഫോട്ടോ ഒക്കെ എടുത്ത് കാണിച്ചു തന്നു. അവനെ കാണിച്ച ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞു അവന് അത് ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവന് ക്രച്ചസിന്റെ ആവശ്യം വരില്ല, അവന് സ്കൂളിൽ പഠിക്കാൻ പോകാനൊക്കെ എളുപ്പമാവും, മറ്റത് നമ്മൾ എന്നെ കൊണ്ടുപോകേണ്ടി വരും, ക്രച്ചസിലേക്ക് എടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് അവന് യാത്ര ചെയ്യാനും ബസ്സിൽ കയറാനൊന്നും പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പം അതൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് പിന്നെ 8 വയസ്സിലായപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും അവൻ തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു, ഡോക്ടർ അവൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് ഫോട്ടോ ഒക്കെ കാണിച്ചിട്ട്, മോനെ ഇങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാമോ? ഓക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു, ചെയ്യാം, ഞാൻ ചെയ്യാൻ തയ്യാറാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ചവിട്ടി നടന്നപ്പോഴേക്കും അവനൊരു ആഗ്രഹം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, അവന് പാരാ ഒളിമ്പിക്കിലേക്ക് പോകണം, പിന്നെ ഹിമാലയത്തിൽ പോകണം. അങ്ങനെ 2-3 ആഗ്രഹങ്ങൾ എനിക്ക് എപ്പോഴും പറയുമായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറയുമായിരുന്നു മക്കളെ ഇനി ഹിമാലയത്തിൽ പോകാന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ അത്രയൊക്കെ ഒരു ഇതില്ല, നിനക്ക് അതെല്ലാം ഇത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, അതൊക്കെ എന്നെ കൊണ്ട് പറ്റുമോ എന്ന് പറയുമായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ എന്താണ് കിഡ്നിയുടെ പ്രവർത്തനം ശരിക്ക് ഡൗൺ ആയി ഡയാലിസിസ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെ ഡയാലിസിസ് ഒരു 3 വർഷം വരെ ഡയാലിസിസ് ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോഴും പറഞ്ഞു ഈ കിഡ്നി മാറ്റി വെച്ചേ പറ്റൂ. അവന്റെ ശരീരസ്ഥിതി പിന്നെ മാറി തുടങ്ങി, എല്ലുകൾ ദ്രവിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഈ ഡയാലിസിന്റെ ഫലമായിട്ട് അങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ടാവാറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ കിഡ്നി മാറ്റി വയ്ക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ടെസ്റ്റുകൾ ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു എൻ്റെ ഇത് കൊടുക്കാം എൻ്റെ മോന്. അപ്പോൾ എന്നിട്ട് എനിക്കൊരു സംശയം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, എനിക്ക് ശ്വാസം മുട്ടലിൻ്റെ അസുഖം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അത് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുമല്ലോ എന്നൊരു സംശയം. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞു ഒന്നും പേടിക്കാനില്ല അമ്മ, അപ്പോഴത് നമ്മൾ കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്താൽ മതി, കൊടുക്കാം. പിന്നെ അത് മാത്രമല്ല എൻ്റെ O നെഗറ്റീവും B പോസിറ്റീവും ആയിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൻ്റെ വ്യത്യാസം കൊണ്ട് അതും ഒരു പേടിയുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അവിടുത്തെ ഡോക്ടർമാർ പറഞ്ഞു അത് കുഴപ്പമില്ല, നമുക്ക് അവനുപയോഗിക്കാം.
Hi, myself Shyam Kumar. I'm an extreme sport athlete. In 2023, I became a world's first youngest amputee skydiver and paragliding pilot.
Today, Shyam lives with a kidney donated by his mother, but each day greets him with pain, medication, and risk. Yet Shyam has turned every setback into strength, inspiring a generation of youth and para-athletes. He has cycled across states, mastered Kalaripaitan, and become the youngest amputee to earn P1 and P2 paragliding pilot certifications and completed over 100 skydives. When not soaring through the skies, he's behind a camera, a professional videographer and drone operator, capturing life from new heights. And now he's chasing a dream that soars even higher. 3,500 skydives in 4 years and a spot at the World Cup of Indoor Para Skydiving in France 2026. From hospitals to open skies, from pain to purpose, Shyam's journey reminds us that limits exist only in the mind.
I have a dream, and Tom Cruise level dream, that I would jump from 43,000 feet and a wingsuit fly set world records.
Please welcome Shyam Kumar SS to the Week Health Summit 2025. A man who doesn't just jump, he flies.
In conversation with the week's Senior Assistant News Editor, Ajish P. Joy, please welcome Shyam Kumar.
Welcome everyone. Welcome Shyam. That was an incredibly moving video. You know, you all, just like all of you, I'm also moved watching that. But it only captures a glimpse of his incredible journey. And the 15-20 minutes that we have here, even that will be inadequate to say everything about what you have gone through, what you have achieved. So I'll straight away request you to speak about yourself. You know, all that you have gone through from the days of your childhood, how you managed to survive, what all have you achieved. So I think the audience would love to hear from you the incredible journey that you have had.
Good evening, everyone. Myself Shyam Kumar. I wish to have a talk, like a conversation with you all. When I'm born, my mother used to see like me as a person, as a child, like infant born as a child. She see me as a like very weak, and he couldn't even how to walk because when doctor introduced me to my mother, I have limb anomaly. My like my leg was attached to my spine, like my buttocks, and there's one testis is not there. Duplex system is there because of like normally 3 kidneys, as they say, nephroureterectomy, and there's one more condition is like I have a bladder like spinal bifida, and due to that like lymphomeningeal, like before that, like after that, it will become the bladder like all the like capacity will reduced. So those are the conditions that what I'm when I'm born. So with this child, she imagined that okay, let me die there. She like my mother imagined like that. Let me die there. I can't go with this child outside because when she came outside from that, because financially not there because I'm from a very poor family. So how I'm able to treat this child, and luckily she chose one thing. I'm still proud of her because of that, because she never used the shortcuts to save me. She take the scientific challenge, like changes, scientific options to change me, to treat me. Because I seen people who are go to like belief systems and everything, try to like make it forward. But luckily, even that time I couldn't even imagine that okay, how we able to like how she able to like save me from that kind of issues. Might be impossible. Like similarly, like impossible. I'm like right now I'm alive. So that time when she get me, she decided to treat me in a like hospital, and with the doctors she trusted, and more than God and everything, she trusted the doctors. That's the most, because I am also believe in doctors more than God. So that's my perspective because of when I'm born with all this condition, I know there's no powers to save me from my end. So according to me, also doctors are my like I can see that like see me as a god, see as a god because that's why I'm like alive right now. And I able to do all these things with my like even with the fistula, with the AV fistula, or with the after transplantation maybe like doctor give me more choices. That's it.
What were some of those key procedures that you underwent, which kind of drastically changed your life?
Okay. So when I'm born, I have these many conditions I have, and for the first thing, okay, the first thing that doctors have no idea how to treat this child. When in South India, there is nothing that much like popular that time. There's like these kind of conditions and everything. So that time, like people, like doctors have challenges how to treat this child. Don't have a proper idea about it because of might be they don't even update that time because I seen most of doctors like surgeons and everything. So not like near to not related to nephrology or something. So when doctors see me, okay, he has some limitations, might be in 16 years or something, he might be dead because of this condition, may potentially like might be like ended up with the not like a transplantation possible because of like many conditions are there. So especially the spine for the bifida and everything. So there's all can cause issues. So when I'm born, after that, I'm struggling to walk for the first thing because I can only walk with the one leg. Then my limb was like attached to my butt. They tried to like change it to the straight, but it didn't help me. The nerve endings are very like over or nearby like my knee joint. They completely was like coiled over there. So that time there's no possible. So I'm working with that. When I'm 8, I'm going through 12 surgeries including the spinal bifida removal and everything. So that time will be very challenging. Like when I'm free with spinal bifida like removal, and my kidney gradually like failing every time because of the duplex system. That reflex will be like urine was reflected to my kidney. So that time like I was struggling every day. Like I have to like CIC doing for when I'm 5. I used to do CIC. So my mother like keep doing for me. But later when I'm going to school, I used to do that. I don't have a bladder capacity. That's why like uh, neurological bladder. Because of that, because of the like spinal bifida condition, it happened. So for that, I have to put CIC like urine tubes every time. Then go to like washroom and like it's not like a hygienic. So I'm completely like exposed to the like bacteria and germs, and every time I'm hospitalized due to the infection, urinary UTI. So eventually like every day like I can able to go school in a week or something. Even if I go to school also, I get easily get bullied because I have a urine leakage. So because of that, because of the lake, I got bullied. I don't have friends near to sit me. I'm struggle like a study like what I think that I'm in a corner in a red chair. I was study. Even I have a leakage also. I have to evening. I have to clean myself. Then I have to sit there. Then only I can sit tomorrow. That's my condition when I'm like 5 years old, 4 years old.
Then you had a kidney transplant.
It's there recently.
Yeah, and your mother
Gave me the
gave you the kidney, so that changed the life experiences drastically. So, right?
Before that, my blood was augmented because you know because of the conditions. So yeah, okay. In between, I have a lot of challenges. Like even in when I'm starting, like when I'm 16, I started cycling with the urine tubes and urine bags. So that time also I get eventually like that time I done like blood augmentation also. So I'm not supposed to do that much risk in that time, but I take the risk and I did most of like when I'm started cycling like 100 kilometer will be most challenging. There's 1 kilometer is the like highly challenging for what one leg I have to push this much conditions, and that time I have a creatine 2.5. So that's too much hard to like push myself into forward. But eventually in 3 years I able to do that 5 hours 100 kilometers, and in between 12 hours 250 kilometers also are done. That event was when I tried the 250 kilometers in 12 hours. I had a like my catheter was inside my spine, like inside my bladder, and it was grinding. Then his bleeding started. With that, I did cycling. After like 11 kilometers happened, then I completed 250 kilometers, and 2 times I like drained the urine with the blood. So I able to do that also. That my first riskiest thing that what I'm done. Then after transplantation, in between, my kidney was like duplex system was removed. Then they put the right kidney over here with my mother. But when it's 3 months again, 3 months later, the kidney was rejected by the stem cell rejection. Biopsy said like that. Still 42% is remaining. I'm able to live. But after the surgery, okay, before I have a dream that I want to become a like cyclist and Paralympic athlete, but I couldn't able to do that because of I ended up into like kidney failure when I'm studying psychology. Because I never betray my educations and everything because of these many conditions. I may be survive, but I never let my studies link backward. I keep on studying. I research myself, and I used to push my limits into whatever what I can. So that's how I like lived in my life. So when I study, like when I after like when I'm going through psychology and everything, I learned one thing that trial and error. So that helped me after before transplantation. I have a dream that like a Paralympian, but it ended up like complete shutdown. I've been through 3 years. I've been through dialysis, chemodialysis. That also cost me like a lot of like complete dream was like complete shutdown. Even before also, I used to swim. I used to climb coconut trees, mountains, even rope walking like slackline. I like try more skills like and everything to prove me that I am capable of doing thing and everything. So that also helped me to okay that I can achieve, achieve and everything. But later, like after when I'm going through dialysis, that I'm okay, nothing, completely hopeless. There's no point, like I'm living. So that's time like when I realize, okay, I have to shut down everything. Let me die.
But you didn't do that.
Yeah.
If I may just drag you quickly to your new dreams, the next steps, your Tom Cruise level skydiving, 45,000 feet, right?
Yeah.
And the World Cup that is coming up next year in France.
Okay.
So could you tell the audience something about all those exciting things?
Okay. Why? Okay. Today, what I'm able to speak because of the only stage right now I can speak with my conditions. Only people can understand opposite to me. There are everyone is like doctors and everything. So this is the only stage I can perform myself into this much level. So uh, my dreams about my dreams after transplantation, I have limitation about the food. I have a structural scoliosis with my spine L5 and below L5 sacral was like bended over my this area. That also extreme. With that condition, doing something like a crazy things, I have to like with the medical condition, I need to from approval. So when have I thought because of from the suicidal emotion that I came because I'm struggle all a lot, but I ended up with the struggles with the like kidney transplantation and everything. But again, I came back to from steroid-free transplantation. I choose steroid-free transplantation because of I can live little much, but I have to push my limit into physically. That's why I choose like steroid-free transplantation when doctor gave me a choice that you can go for normal transplantation and steroid-free transplantation. If I take the steroids, I can do to move. Then why I decided to do this? Okay, let me try if it's like help me or not because I used to push my limits into physically. But when I take that, there's a one more challenge. I can live little bit, nothing more than like 20 years, 40 years or something. That maybe 5 years or 10 years. But I wish to take it as a challenge. Tell me like even if I lie. But after transplantation with the wound, I try to push my limits even daily like 100 push-ups and everything and I pulp myself. After that, nothing in my brain. Every day, like direct immunosuppressants and everything, keep me like highly suppressed with the health, medical challenges and mental challenges. Then I eventually get into depression, extremely depression, because I'm active outside, but when I come to a room, I can do able to move much more. I'm completely suppressed in room. Then I then I eventually okay, let me die. But what? How I can die? Because my mother gave me a surgery like a kidney that I can like that I can like not like offer, but okay, I have to live. Then what I can do? That time the suicide changed into because of the anime. It's a like anime series. I changed like the kidney transplant that's the true like suicidal challenges into positive level. So I seen a bit of scene like skydiving a scene in an anime name is like Attack on Titan. Over the scene, I said, okay, that hurt me. Look, okay, let me die even in skydive. So that trigger me. Okay, how I can able to do solo skydiving. USPA, United States Parachute Association, rejected me 144 times before that because with the medical challenges, they never let me do these kind of like stuff in solo. I never jumped with the instructor. My first jump was solo. When third jump, when I happened, lot of like in between a lot of challenges to reach out to the people in outside the India is very hard from in a rural area from southern part of India. It's like a extremely challenge, but I able to do that in by the mails and everything. Right now the system was like helpful for me. So with the with the challenges, I able to challenge and able to achieve it. Like three, four jump, three jump, third jump, I got an extreme spin. Over the spin, I get a like even my kidney was maybe somewhere else. Okay, or my brain may be collided because of the G force. After that, maybe like blackout also happening, but I managed to pull upside down in like flipping like this and upside down. I managed to pull, but the canopy was tangled my head. Like in 4 seconds, I might be died in that event, that jump. My dog, like instructors, when they see me as I pull upside down, they think that okay, I'm done. He might be done because of the if the AED fires, still the AED covers with the like secondary parachute will cover with me. So there's no option to save myself. But in milliseconds, in after the spin, I able to like untangle the parachute, came back to land. When the chief instructor see me, he take the instructor suit, instructor labeled the suit, he give to me, nothing gonna happen in your life. This is the ultimate test. Because when I jump that with the prosthetic limb, that's the reason I get the spin. Then eventually I did 3-4 jumps. Then again spin happened. Then they decided, okay, you can't jump anymore. After 2 years, I tried like going to cleaning washrooms, Zomato, whatever I can, do videography works with these conditions, with the spinal pain, whatever what I'm going through, even CIC. I can't even able to like eat from outside. Still, I managed to raise some amount to like I have 35K for my medicine and urine tube. I have to like buy urinate like catheterization training and everything. I have to manage all those things and keep a savings with my my money. When I able to do that, like without a limb, I choose without a limb. You know, honeybee, it can't fly like physically. Like in physics, it can't fly, but still it's fly. Similar. Okay, let me try without a leg. Like aeroplane fly, symmetry. It needs symmetry. I don't have a symmetry, but right now I'm able to fly. I'm able to tracking because tracking is the most challenging in skydiving. Even my instructor could. One of my instructor is like Jonaki. She tried to like similar like to try to do that. So she couldn't able to do that. Even she's a like pro skydiver. Like one of the legs bending and she tried to like fly. She couldn't even to do that. Next time I'm planning to do as a dream 45,000 feet jump. That might be like that feet might be minus 70 degree, and I know my body gonna like take that kind of like of course I'm ready to do that, and one of my instructor will be the like BMW brand ambassador. He's a wingsuit flyer, so I want to represent like in a wingsuit, not like in a, like a skydive. Skydiving right now I like is small for me, not like a cup of tea because I want something extreme more because I don't feel much in skydiving, not like a adrenaline also. So I wish to do like something extreme like Formula One, similar like 500 like 550 kilometer per hour, might be 4-5G. It's okay, I can handle.
That's an incredibly exciting thought.
Actually.
So we wish that you will be our honeybee,
Yeah.
maybe hopefully next year in France, and let's see how it goes.
Sure.
Since we are running short of time, I'll ask one last question to
Okay.
you. We just discussed, it's a room full of doctors,
Okay.
medical
Yeah,
experts,
sure.
healthcare journalists. So do you want to share something with them? You have been under medical treatment for
Yeah.
almost the entire duration of your life. So is there something that you want to tell them so that, people, para-athletes, it would be more helpful for them?
For the doctors, I wish to say when I'm 8 because I have these challenges and some of doctors tell me, okay, you can't do anything. I wish to, people I like doctors I say keep updating no matter what you study, no matter what you achieve, keep study about new revolutions in the health itself. Even that patient might be not able to even my one of when I some of the doctors are in my life, they used to say me, okay, you can't able to do like transplantation due to these conditions because you don't have financially. But I have a dream right now. I have a even in front of that time I'm in a doctor in front of face a doctor. My dreams are or my life are very small to them. That kind of doctors, the particular doctors, not for art. But some of the doctors changed my life. That's how good doctors. So be a good doctor for the society. Even no matter as patient have able to do that, no matter the patient have the physical condition to survive all those things, keep updating your studies to help this child make it alive. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah, those were the words straight from the heart of this brave heart. Please give him a big round of applause. That's all we have here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
That was truly inspirational. I now request Mr. Kush Mohan Joshi, Senior General Manager Circulation the Week, to kindly present Mr. Kumar with a memento. With 24% of women and 23% men being overweight or obese, is India amidst an obesity crisis? And what is the way forward? Is it diet, an active lifestyle, medical or policy intervention, or a combination of all? This brings us to our next discussion. Viksit Bharat, bending the obesity and NCD curve for India. And for that, we have with us Dr. Ambrish Mittal, Chairman and Head of Endocrinology and Diabetes at Max Healthcare Saket, and Dr. Santosh Shetty, Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, Mumbai. The conversation will be led by Dr. Vikram Matthews, Director, CMC Vellore.
Okay, good. Discussion started. We had the round of introductions as well. Request the organizers to just give us a heads up, and we have about 5-7 minutes left. With three doctors here, we'll be talking forever. You're here with Dr. Shetty, who manages Kokilaben Hospital. I'm a hematologist and a transplant physician, and really the heavy lifting is going to be done by the endocrinologist over here. So you'll have been, I think, loaded with a whole lot of figures. I don't want to add more to remember, but I don't think anybody needs an introduction to say that we have a significant challenge as a country with the non-communicable diseases. The entire aspect of what we think of India healthcare over the last 2-3 decades has just changed dramatically. From infection and other kind of issues being the forefront, today everything has changed. Just some figures to start off with. More than 40 million deaths every year worldwide are non-communicable diseases. That means almost 75% of deaths are non-communicable diseases now. Obesity, 43% of adults are overweight and 16% obese globally. And India, the proportion of non-communicable deaths increased from 38% in 1990s when many of us, our vintage, studied, and 62% by 2016, and continues to rise. The ICMR data would suggest that diabetes is about 11.4%, and we know there are hotspots where the incidence is far, far higher. And pre-diabetes is almost 15.3%, and hypertension about 35.5%. Overweight and obesity is almost 44% in males and 41% in males. It's not just obesity and overweight. And so we are a country which has both the extreme spectrums of undernutrition on one end of the spectrum and overweight and obesity on the other, and both are killers. So in this context, where do you see the trajectory of India, movement in obesity, overweight, and diabetes? I will restrict it to diabetes and hypertension for now.
I mean, I think thank you for having me here, but I think the trajectory is quite obvious. Those of us who started our careers many, many years ago, when I sort of entered endocrinology, it was mid-80s, so it's more than 40 years. So obesity was not considered a major problem in India at all at that time. And diabetes wasn't a very glamorous disease, you know, it was just one of those things when you joined endocrinology.
Nobody wanted to do endocrinology.
And we really, yeah. So it was just starting, and actually thyroid was considered more attractive. Anyway, just to sort of tell you how it's changed, how the perspective has changed. The data, of course, we can share. The whole epidemic of non-communicable diseases, or the sharp rise in diabetes and obesity, started in the early 90s. And it actually runs in parallel with economic growth of the country. And that's been seen across the world, not just in India. So as our economy grows and there's more free market, a little bit more disposable income, and starvation becomes much less common, then there is a sudden, spurt in obesity, as well as diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, all of that. So I think quite clearly it is pretty dramatic. Number one. Number two, we are nowhere near peaking yet. That's the other point. So one would think that after 30 years we should now be sort of plateauing out or something. At the moment, no. At the moment, even studies done in 2019 versus 2023 show again a very substantial increase. And the other important part in this trajectory is that you talked about diabetes, 10 crore people with diabetes and 13 crore with pre-diabetes. Similarly, obesity figures. The other important part is just driving home the point of economic development, that the more economically developed areas have a higher prevalence of these conditions. And, Union territories, Goa, Kerala, Delhi, Chandigarh, they have a higher prevalence of these conditions. And when you look at some parts of India that are not so developed as yet economically, there is a striking rural-urban difference, where the cities are clearly much more affected. So there is a whole sort of thing. So just to close this sort of point, you're sitting in the city of Delhi or NCR, at the age of 40, 20% people would be diabetic already at the age of 40. At the age of 60, which is when people start having to go to the hospitals, etc., it's 35 to 40% in metros. It's not just Delhi, but I'm giving you Delhi data. And if you include pre-diabetes as a risk factor, or even as a condition on its own that enhances other risks, if you include pre-diabetes, then this figure more than doubles. So you're actually thinking of maybe 1/3 people don't have pre-diabetes or diabetes. And obesity, of course, is a similar story. Whenever we can discuss obesity, if you like. Yeah.
So thank you. I think it's for people in the medical profession, and I know many of you all are in the medical profession, but for those who are not, it's really striking for us, the figures that we are seeing. It's quite scary, the numbers that we are seeing. And it's just happening everywhere. So I'll start with Dr. Shetty. In your hospital system itself, do you see any patterns and changes?
Yeah, so what we are seeing, in hospital, and which I'm sure is representative of most of the tertiary care hospitals, is significant uptick in the patients coming in with these non-communicable diseases and their various complications. So this morning, we had the health minister of state here, and she was talking of making India a development nation, a wealthy nation by 2047. But along with that, how do we make this nation a healthy nation? And clearly, while life expectancy has gone up, from 36 maybe to 70, 72, but with that comes the burden of non-communicable diseases. And what we are seeing is significant increase in cardiac, cancer, obesity, diabetes, and their complications. So what used to be maybe primarily cardiac used to be one of the number one causes, but over a period of time we see cancer now, we see diabetes, obesity, and their complications. A significant chunk of both the outpatient and inpatient work is coming out of some of these specialties. And what we see is that it's continuing to grow, and we see younger and younger patients coming. So that is a significant shift that we've seen in the last decade, that we see more younger patients coming in with cardiac as well as with diabetes or pre-diabetic condition.
Thank you so much. I think now the 2 points that came with both Dr. Mithun and Dr. Shetty said is young age of onset and conditions which at that age, many people at the age of 30 and 40 don't give too much importance. They're very asymptomatic, they have very little problems, and you don't really, it's not really, you've got so much pressures on life and other things to deal with which are more important. You tend to ignore it, and there's a peril to it. By the time it gets attention, then things are too late to change. So I think a lot of health awareness is thing. From our institution set up and CMC Velo, we have a lot of outreach programs. So let me tell you some of the effects that we are seeing in the outreach in the community. I completely agree with Dr. Mithil about the urban, increase in certain conditions. But there are many things, even in the tribal hamlets and populations, where it's really shocking to see which we never knew 3 decades ago because there was so much focus on infections, etc. Suddenly you have this spurt of young people with hypertension, strokes, cerebrovascular diseases, which you just don't expect. And so at 30, 40 years of age, you have these populations where, a lot of it is still being studied, but we really don't understand it. In people who don't fit in the normal kind of body morphology to have these kind of illnesses. So there's something going on. So do you want to comment on that?
I think that's a very, very important. The last point is really crucial because we are certainly seeing changes in the rural areas also. There's a rise in all these non-communicable disorders. The fundamental thing that I think we need to understand is excess body fat is driving the NCD epidemic or pandemic, if you will. It is ultimately more or less linked, maybe an oversimplification, the other factors also, but majority of it is linked to excess body fat. I'm not using the word obesity here. It's excess adiposity. And why I say that is that obesity is the mother of all modern non-communicable disease. Obesity increases diabetes, it increases blood pressure, it increases heart disease, fatty liver, many kinds of cancer, different kinds of arthritis, gallbladder disease, so many things. But the important point here is that it's obesity that has risen in India dramatically. Again, even now, even in the Delhi study, recent study from AIMS, which looked at school children in private colleges versus school children in government schools, actually there was a huge fourfold difference in the obesity rates. And those from more affluent, middle class or affluent backgrounds actually had much greater obesity. So this is one important point, that because it gets confusing. Should we deal with blood pressure? We do this. For diabetes, we do this. For fatty liver, we do this. But the genesis of everything is excess adiposity. And the other important point, which is relevant to what you were saying about the rural areas and tribal populations, is that Indians develop metabolic complications at a lower body weight. And so therefore, even by our own standards, we say a BMI of 25 or more. You all know BMI, right? BMI of 25 or more is considered obese in India, which is just considered overweight in the West. Within that, below that 25 BMI, there is a huge number of Indians who have what is called metabolically unhealthy, although they are non-obese. And that is because they have visceral fat deposit, fats inside. So I think the conventional marker, which is okay to use because it's the most conventional, it's been there forever, easy to use, BMI, will grossly underestimate the prevalence of adiposity related to it.
I think a very important point is being raised here. Many times, I wouldn't say in all cases, we often tend to take Western parameters and impose it on our population and assume that those parameters is what defines the same definitions. And that may not actually be true, whether it's hemoglobin, whether it's blood sugar, whether it's BMI. We really need good, large population-based studies for our population to define what is our normal and what we should be driving and targeting in terms of optimal. So, Dr. Shetty, in terms of the economic impact of all this, where do you think this is going?
It has a significant economic impact. I mean, if you look at any of these conditions, these are chronic conditions. These are conditions which affect multiple organs. These are conditions which, if not taken care of, warrant multiple visits to hospitals, both outpatient as well as inpatient and critical care. Some of them need high-end intervention. So there is a huge significant impact on society, on individuals. And that is where I think this whole concept of prevention and awareness comes in. I mean, while I'm running a hospital and our business is to have more and more patients, but I don't think this country can afford a situation where we have such a huge burden of NCDs. No number of beds can actually make up for the kind of incidents. Like what sir was saying, we are still, the curve is still going up. And, we really need to intervene to make sure that there's a lot more focus on prevention, awareness, early detection, so that we don't get to a point where patients end up with complications. What we are seeing now is that earlier we used to talk of family history as a big component. While it is important, but now we are seeing so many patients with no family history, still coming in with diabetes, with cardiac. So now it's an effect of nutrition, lifestyle, and various other factors which I think are contributing significantly. And all of us as society, as a community, need to intervene to make sure that we reduce this burden, because the economic impact of this can be massive.
Thank you. So just one figure from World Economic Forum estimates that there's been a loss of 47 trillion lost in the economy output worldwide from 2011 and 2030 because of these conditions. With regards to children and obesity and overweight, this is really a major problem. And there's fundamental changes in understanding of how we take care of our children is very important. This whole day of feeding, giving them what they want probably has to change. And all of us who grew in harsher times where, wasting anything was considered terrible. Today, maybe it's good to just push away that extra stuff and not finish it, So how do you look at childhood obesity, Dr. Nitin?
I'm so glad that you're raising this, because I think this is the fundamental. Actually, it starts even earlier. It starts in utero. There are compelling studies from Pune which tell us about the impact of maternal nutrition, both undernutrition and, if you will, overnutrition on the fetus and programming of the fetus. So that's one part. Even maternal health determines long-term non-communicable disease in the offspring. That's important to understand. It's a separate subject. But childhood obesity definitely is a major contributor. And childhood obesity leads to adult obesity, adolescent obesity, adult obesity, and leads to diabetes and blood pressure and everything. So obesity starts in childhood. As I said, the lines start diverging even in school. So I think that's the primary target. When we talk of prevention, I think childhood obesity will be our biggest target. And it's something that will also determine habits. You see, we always talk of this is how it is. Aise hi hota hai. This is what we have seen. This is how it is. But habits are also formed, right? So if at that age, if children can inculcate, or we can help them inculcate healthy habits, they will stay with them throughout. So I think this is important. The choice of healthy foods in schools and colleges, healthy midday meals, not quick fix meals, or not something that kids want often. But if that kind of change happens, and obviously adequate playing space and playgrounds, so I do think that childhood obesity should be our major target. We have to stop looking at children as that the roly-poly kids are better kids. That's how it was in our childhood. And you're absolutely right. If you wasted something, it was a serious punishment at home. So you could not waste anything. You stuff yourself with everything you get. And And I was actually lean, and my mother was always concerned that everyone is healthier than my boy. So I think that really has to change. We have to look at children seriously, and we have to make sure that they don't become overweight, and not that because he's a child, let him eat, doesn't matter, we have to help them inculcate those habits right from the beginning.
Like you rightly said at the beginning, the economic prosperity, along with that, some of these other things have come up, the processed foods, sugary drinks, all of that.
So in the last 5-7 minutes, we need to change this trajectory, change the curve. That's so. I'll start with you. What are your suggestions on how do we go forward, Dr. Shetty?
I think we already touched on some of those aspects. Clearly, as a nation with 1.4 billion people, there's no way that we can look at curative care alone. We have to look at prevention, awareness, and early intervention, like I said, and it has to start very early on from childhood in terms of good nutrition at home, healthy foods in schools, encourage physical activity, provide them the right kind of midday meals, incentivize them for staying healthy, a lot more focus on physical activity in schools. Very few schools have the kind of playgrounds that are needed, so I think a lot of intervention needs to happen there. And of course, if it gets to a point where you are pre-diabetic or you have a tendency to get obese or you are at risk for cardiac, then early intervention so that it doesn't progress. Clearly, all of these things have to all come together. So it has to, just like obesity is a multifactorial disease, it needs a multi-pronged approach for both public, private, families, individuals, government, private, all coming together.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mithil.
I think this is a exceedingly important point. And what should we do? It's all very well to spell doom, and say this is going to happen, but what should we do? I think lots can be done, and some of it is low-hanging fruit, some of it is difficult. But before we go into in that, I would just mention one simple example of why we are struggling. All the procedures you mentioned, that I also work in a very large corporate hospital, everything is available, the finest transplant, the best cardiac surgery, everything. All those procedures are often covered under insurance. But OPD treatment to prevent those complications is often not covered. This is something I have not been able to crack. I mean, why, if we covered, if people were subsidized for their OPD treatment, I'm not talking of government setups, there it is. But if OPD treatment was given priority, outpatient, OPD means outpatients, not hospitalized patients, chronic care, if you gave like incentives to people to manage their blood glucose, their blood pressure, their weight, etc., you would protect, prevent so many sort of complications and the economic gain also. So very strangely, our insurances generally don't cover outpatient treatment, but they cover major complications. They cover transplant, they cover heart surgeries, but they don't seem to do this. So that's one. Anyway, having said that, I think I will just echo and expand a little bit on what he said. There are various levels that we have to address. First is the individual level. Now, the individual level, we tend to still play the blame game. You cannot always blame the individual for the problems that they are, creating, that have been created in the sense of obesity, diabetes, etc. There's a lot more than that. Family is exceedingly important. If you have on Diwali or on Christmas and New Year, if you have tons of sweets coming into the house, how do you expect the one guy who's overweight not to have it, or the one person who's diabetic not to have it? So families have to all change their eating style. Or I often see people coming with obese children and very worried about them, but they're all obese. and the blame is on the child that, he doesn't listen, he doesn't run, he doesn't do this, doesn't do that. So what I'm saying is there is individual, then there is family, then it is society as a whole. Society as a whole, the cultural norms which have been set up through decades someone has to start talking about that. This is not the best way. And of course, authorities are very important in this, because and this is an oft repeated line by me, is that we have to make healthy food more accessible and less expensive than unhealthy food. So milk has to be less expensive than colas. Fruit has to be less expensive than chips. That doesn't happen. So unless we take it from end to end, And I think most of it is doable actually. If we don't do it, we will certainly land up in trouble.
Thank you so much. So I think it's at a personal level, at the social level, government level, partnerships, at the personal level and social levels. I think it has to be, and we actually had a significant success with smoking. I don't know if many of you all remember, at least our vintage, smoking was like everywhere. You smoke on the chair, you smoke in the train, you smoke in the aeroplane. There's a smoking section and non-smoking section. We made it totally non-cool to smoke, and we taxed smoking. It's not considered, a glamorous thing anymore. So similarly, this access to food and sugars and, certain activities encourage things. Social changes can be made that way. But I think government has to come in with policies with regards to, actually taxing foods that are not healthy. Again, so those kind of policies have to be implemented. Health is more than just diet. It's also about our environment. So there has to be policies with pollution, etc. There has to be a will to push these agendas forward. And finally, I think on a very optimistic note, we'd like to end with what was presented by the minister this morning of strengthening and putting benchmarks to the Arogya mandirs that are being opened in all primary healthcare. Really, it's primary healthcare that has to come to the forefront for this. And if you don't measure, you don't manage. So unless there is mandatory screening of the population, at least of the key elements, there's no way that you're going to manage this. So I think there are a lot of healthy trends that are happening in the country, and we can only hope that we will bend this curve and correct it before it goes out of control. Last few words, and we'll stop with that. Thank you.
Last few words are only that prevention is obviously the most important thing, no question, but there is also treatment. And we should not forget that it is not, we shouldn't be despondent. If we've crossed the line of obesity, diabetes, treatments have shown huge advances. So diabetes treatment has improved dramatically over the last 20 years or so. Yeah, last 20 years. Now we have treatments for obesity, which can actually help people who are struggling with weight and metabolic complications to lose weight by treating them, short of bariatric surgery. So the newer molecules also help in that. So what I'm saying is there has been considerable advance in treatment. So we should not say, prevention hi karna hai, we have to prevent, you can't do anything. You can do a lot. Even if you have developed those conditions, or if you're on the track to developing them, in addition to the lifestyle measures that obviously must have been talked about or have been talked about, there are tools, there are major scientific discoveries that help us deal with them better, as no one knows better than both of you.
Thank you so much. And on that positive note, we'll close and hand it back to the organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews, Dr. Mittal, and Dr. Shetty for that insightful session. I request you all to please remain on stage. I now request Mr. Ajay Pillai, Senior General Manager, Sales, Malayalam Manorama, to kindly present the distinguished speakers with mementos. This brings us to our next set of the Week Best Hospitals Awards, brought to you by The Week in association with Sequoia Healthcare Limited, crafting the future of diagnostic imaging, advancing reach, radiology equipment accessible for cost-effective healthcare for all. I request Mr. Stanley Thomas, Chief News Editor, The Week, to kindly give the awards. Our first category is Best Multi-Speciality Hospitals City-Wise Private Rank 2. And the winners are KEM Hospital, Pune. Aster MedCity, Kochi. PRS Hospital Private Limited, Thiruvananthapuram. Apollo Hospitals, Bannerghatta Road, Bengaluru. Apollo Hospital, Ahmedabad. Math Super Speciality Hospital, Mohali, Chandigarh. PD Hinduja Hospital and Medical Research Center, Mumbai. Next we have PD Hinduja Hospital and Medical Research Center, Mumbai. We'll move on to the next one. Sir Gangaram Hospital, Delhi. Fortis Memorial Research Institute, Gurugram. Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad. PSG Hospitals, Coimbatore. Next we have Care Hospital, Nagpur. Eternal Hospital, Jaipur. Medanta Super Speciality Hospital, Lucknow. Baby Memorial Hospital, Calicut. Naruvi Hospitals, Vellore. Our next category is Best Multi-Speciality Hospitals City-Wise Private Rank 3. And the winners are Jahangir Hospital, Pune. We'll move on to the next one. Anandpuri Hospitals and Research Institute, Thiruvananthapuram. Next, we have Fortis Hospital, Bannerghatta Road, Bengaluru. Marengo CIMS Hospital, Ahmedabad. Next, we have Kaveri Hospital, Chennai. Our next winner is Alchemist Hospital, Panchkula. We move on to the next one. Leelavati Hospital and Research Center, Mumbai. Our next winner is Max Super Speciality Hospital, Saket, Delhi. Next, we have Fortis Hospital, Noida. Our next winner is Care Super Speciality Hospital and Transplant Center, Banjara Hills, Hyderabad. Apollo Hospital, Indore. Next, we have Fortis Escorts Hospital, Jaipur. Manipal Hospital, Dhakuria, Kolkata. The winner is Fortis Escorts Hospital, Jaipur. Next, we have Manipal Hospital, formerly AMRI Hospital, Dhakuria, Kolkata. Our next winner is Metra Hospital, Calicut. Next, we have Apollo KH Hospital, Vellore. Our next category is Best Multi-Speciality Hospital Private Emerging. And the winners are Aster CMI Hospital, Bengaluru. Next, we have Metra Hospital, Calicut. And last but not the least, Apollo Spectra Hospitals, Amirpet, Hyderabad.
We'll take a short coffee break after this. Thank you, Stanley. We'll take a short coffee break after this in the hall opposite, right across the door. And I request all of you to convene as soon as possible within 10 minutes, please.
फिर और झगड़ते और मनाते, वो तो मेरा क्रेडिट है। किसने सोचा था ये 9 से 5 की नौकरी करने वाला बैंकर अपनी पोती की शादी की संगीत में आइटम सॉन्ग पे डांस करेगा। और तुमने सोशल मीडिया पे अपलोड किया, अच्छा लगा ना? जब हम वॉक पे जाते हैं और मेरे शू लेसेस खुल जाते हैं, आई बेंड एंड टाइट फॉर हाँ, done yoga all my life. I can do it myself. मैं खुद से ये कर सकती हूँ. But girls looking at us find it cute. I too find it cute.
हम अपने को क्या दे सकते हैं? अपना साथ.
Finally, तुम मुझसे फ्लर्ट कर रही हो.
Manipal Hospitals. Live song.
Welcome to Kaveri Hospital, where cutting-edge healthcare meets compassion. From its humble beginnings in Trichy 2 decades ago, Kaveri Hospital has grown from a 30-bed facility into a multi-speciality healthcare institution. Kaveri Hospital offers high standards of medical care under its centers of excellence: liver diseases and transplantation, urology and nephrology, vascular surgery, orthopedics, cardiology, neurology, oncology, 5,000 plus surgeries, 200 plus doctors, 300 plus beds, 800 plus medical professionals. At Kaveri Hospital, we believe that healthcare goes beyond treatments. We will continue to deliver world-class medical care with compassion, expertise, and dedication. Experience the convenience of complete healthcare all in one place. Kaveri Group of Hospitals.
पूरा बदन दर्द. अरे तो चाय लाना है. ठीक है.
शास्त्री बाम.
शास्त्री बाम
हमारे गांव में बड़ा फेमस है. बदन दर्द, सिर दर्द, सर्दी जुकाम जो भी हो तुरंत आराम.
सर्दी जुकाम सिर दर्द बदन दर्द से तुरंत आराम. शास्त्री बाम अब सिर्फ 5 रुपए के पैक में भी.
शास्त्री बाम पूरे परिवार की सेहत की रक्षा.
Be the change you wish to see in the world. It started with a vision with a purpose to change the world. A vision that one day everyone will have access to high-quality, safe medicines, and that healthcare will be affordable to all. This vision of our founder, Dr. M.S.N. Reddy, ignited the humble beginnings of MSN Laboratories.
As a scientist with a passion for chemistry, we are dedicated to advance methods that serve affordable and quality healthcare for all. This dedication is the driving force behind our mission of research for better medicine. Today, we are proud of our 20,000 plus women working relentlessly to serve global healthcare.
Since our establishment in
So going back to the week Best Hospitals Award, one category we missed out was Best Multispecialty Hospital, city-wise ranking 2 for Sikar Birla Hospitals, CMRI, Kolkata. Please come. Thank you.
क्या करते और मनाते वो तो मेरा क्रेडिट है। किसने सोचा था ये 9 से 5 की नौकरी करने वाला बैंकर अपनी पोती की शादी की संगीत में आइटम सॉन्ग पे डांस करेगा। और तुमने सोशल मीडिया पे अपलोड किया, अच्छा लगा ना? जब हम वॉक पे जाते हैं और मेरे शू लेसेस खुल जाते हैं, I bend and tie it for her. हाँ, done yoga all my life. I can do it myself. मैं खुद से ये कर सकती हूँ. But girls looking at us find it cute. I too find it cute.
हम अपने को क्या दे सकते हैं? अपना साथ.
Finally, तुम मुझसे फ्लर्ट कर रही हो.
Manipal Hospitals. Life song.
Come to Kaveri Hospital, where cutting-edge healthcare meets compassion. From its humble beginnings in Trichy 2 decades ago, Kaveri Hospital has grown from a 30-bed facility into a multi-speciality healthcare institution. Kaveri Hospital offers high standards of medical care under its centers of excellence: liver diseases and transplantation, urology and nephrology, vascular surgery, orthopedics, cardiology, neurology, oncology, 5,000 plus surgeries, 200 plus doctors, 300 plus beds, 800 plus medical professionals. At Kaveri Hospital, we believe that healthcare goes beyond treatments. We will continue to deliver world-class medical care with compassion, expertise, and dedication. Experience the convenience of complete healthcare all in one place. Kaveri Group of Hospitals.
पूरा बदन दर्द. अरे तो चाय लाना है. ये क्या है?
शास्त्री बाम।
शास्त्री बाम?
हमारे गांव में बड़ा फेमस है। बदन दर्द, सिर दर्द, सर्दी जुकाम जो भी हो तुरंत आराम।
सर्दी जुकाम सिर दर्द बदन दर्द से तुरंत आराम। शास्त्री बाम अब सिर्फ 5 रुपए के पैक में भी।
शास्त्री बाम पूरे परिवार की सेहत की रक्षा।
Be the change you wish to see in the world. It started with a vision with a purpose to change the world. A vision that one day everyone will have access to high-quality, safe medicines, and that healthcare will be affordable to all. This vision of our founder, Dr. M.S.N. Reddy, ignited the humble beginnings of MSN Laboratories.
As a scientist with a passion for chemistry, we are dedicated to advanced research that serves affordable and quality healthcare for all. This dedication is the driving force behind our mission of research for vital medicine. Today, we are proud of over 20,000 such females working relentlessly to establish local healthcare.
Since our establishment in 2003, driven by persistence, perseverance, and
I request everyone to kindly take your seats. We'd like to start as soon as possible.
Research-based pharmaceutical company. Our Research and Development Center is the largest in Asia for both APIs and formulations under one roof, where over 2,500 scientific minds push the boundaries of pharmaceutical research every day. Our commitment to research excellence extends to API manufacturing, where we synthesize success through a precise balance of science and innovation. We employ cutting-edge technology and innovation processes to produce high-quality active pharmaceutical ingredients capable of being manufactured in quantities ranging from grams to tons. Our state-of-the-art facilities are designed to meet stringent global standards, ensuring the identification, isolation, and control of impurities such as nitrosamines and genotoxic impurities.
We'll be starting in a minute or so. Okay, next we have a special round of felicitation. GLRA India, rooted in its commitment to humanity and inclusive care, it ensures that no one is left behind. The organization believes that energized people work best together in an environment driven by the spirit of service, reaching all regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, age, culture, or belief. In every action, GLRA strives to bring people together to transform lives and restore confidence. Established 60 years ago in Chennai, JLRA is a secular, non-profit, independent organization dedicated to combating leprosy, tuberculosis, and disability exclusion, while advancing WASH and humanitarian aid. Over the decades, it has touched more than 2.7 million lives through over 380 health and social interventions. In 2026, GLRA celebrates its Diamond Jubilee of humanitarian service. Ladies and gentlemen, let us congratulate GLRA India for its outstanding contribution to the nation's development sector and wish them continued success in their mission to serve people affected by leprosy, TB, and disability. Can you have the AV, please?
Leprosy is a disease that not only affects the body, but also the soul. It impacts millions, but GLRA India is here to make a difference. For those affected by leprosy, daily life is filled with challenges. The stigma and physical limitations can be overwhelming. Despite these challenges, they find ways to cope and live meaningful lives. Their strength and determination are truly inspiring. India supports these individuals by offering comprehensive medical care, psychological support, and helping them reintegrate into society. Through community support and social activities, we help them rebuild their lives and regain their dignity. GLRA India is dedicated to eradicating leprosy and transforming lives. Together, we can create a world free from the stigma and suffering of leprosy. Join us in our mission. Support GLRA India and help bring hope and healing to those affected by leprosy.
We now invite Mr. Shibu George, CEO of GLRA India, to the stage. I request Stanley Thomas, Chief News Editor of the Week, to thank you.
This brings us to our next discussion. The path ahead, better nutrition and preparedness are the best ways. And for that, we have with us Dr. Jyoti Vadhva, Apollo Athena, Dr. Sushant Mittal, Action Cancer Hospital, and Dr. Krishna Murthy, Subharti Hospital. The discussion will be moderated by Ms. Pooja Biraya, Principal Correspondent, The Week.
Okay, hello everybody. So we are here at this discussion panel and our topic today is nutrition preparedness, how prepared we are as a nation to really pursue good nutrition. And but before we proceed, I would also like to say that of our all eminent panelists here, one of them is also an author, and we have this very informative book that she has written. This is Diet and Cancer, and it helps you know everything you need to know about food, cancer, and recovery. So please do grab a copy. This has been just published, 2023. Right. So let me begin with you. And since you've written on diet and cancer, ma'am, what we would all like to know, what does a balanced diet mean, for somebody who's a normal person, but for to prevent cancer, a balanced diet that could prevent cancer. Is there something like this? And if yes, then what?
Yeah, so thank you for having the discussion today on such an important topic. Diet does play an important role. Since I'm an oncologist, I'll restrict today's discussion to cancer risk reduction and also an important role that diet plays while a patient is undergoing treatment for cancer. So to answer your question, a balanced diet is very important. Balanced diet is one which not only provides enough calories and nutrients, but should also have the ability to enable cells to renew themselves and repair themselves. So that's, according to me, is the balanced diet. And if we have to say then further as to what all it should comprise of, balanced diet should contain enough macronutrients, namely carbohydrates, proteins, good quality fats, but also micronutrients, the vitamins, minerals, and phytochemicals, which we often get from salad, the fruits and vegetables. So a balanced diet should have a component of each of these in the right proportion, so as to not only nourish our body, but also enable them to repair any injuries.
Right. And also, do antioxidants play a role in the area of cancer care? So maybe you could take that up.
So, antioxidants act like a radical scavengers. We have a lot of um, um, ions going around in the body and they need to be taken care of. And that is how the antioxidant foods, the superfoods, the millet diet, the fruits and vegetables, they are very good radical scavengers. They capture these unhealthy ions and they detoxify our body. So that is very important in our daily to daily food habits.
So just building it up on what Saran Man said,
Yes.
why I stepped in
Yes.
is because, see, we are doctors and allopathic doctors, and diet is a topic which is not solely related to allopathy. So when we're talking about diet, we have to see what everyone has to say. And believe me, things that Ayurveda has to say and the other things have to say, कई बार वो ऐसी चीजें जो आप सोच नहीं सकते because they have different concepts. Whether they're right, whether they're not, I'm not saying this, but there is a whole science to it which others are also doing. So you should know about that also. जहां तक फ्री रेडिकल्स एंड कैंसर की चीज है, द फर्स्ट थिंग इज कैंसर के होने के लिए देर आर अ लॉट ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट्स. One of the reasons is that whenever we have something and the food is metabolized, so some amount of ये समझिए कि चिंगारी निकलती है. आग ताकत के लिए चिंगारी निकालनी पड़ेगी खाने को जला के. वो जो चिंगारी निकलती है वो सेल्स को डैमेज करती है. So when the cells get damaged, a repair process starts, और जितनी बार आप उसको रिपेयर करोगे गड़बड़ रिपेयर होने के चांसेस ज्यादा है. होती जाएगी. So this गड़बड़ रिपेयर will lead to cancer. So antioxidants उन चिंगारियों को शांत कर देते हैं. इसलिए having more antioxidants in your diet is very good for you. And there comes जो मैम कह रही थी कि आपको fruits और वो phytochemicals और ये सारी चीजें जो होती हैं, these help by giving you a lot of antioxidants and not macro micronutrients से आगे का nutrition.
But now coming to your own specialty in the area of trauma care, I was wondering, how do you, as a doctor and as a practicing doctor, when a patient comes to you, many of them kind of like, how do you judge their nutrition status at the time? Many also happen to be malnourished. And so then, yeah, how do you make that out? Can
So
you?
I have a very strange position. It's not a normal corporate hospital, it's a teaching hospital, so it's part of a medical college. So I was in surgery, then I came in emergency medicine and trauma, and because we have very frequent academic sessions with overall college coming up, and every Saturday everyone discusses. So सब चीज के बारे में everyone would be knowing in the college a little bit. Nutritional assessment from emergency point of view बहुत ज्यादा significant नहीं है. हम लोग क्योंकि उस टाइम पे ना more important than nutrition overall is very important, but emergency के aspect में थोड़ा सा backfoot पे चला जाता है. But even when we are advising treatment in emergency, we do see the nutritional status, उसका body weight क्या होगा, या अगर suppose even let's say कुछ ऐसी emergencies होती हैं which are related to nutrition, जैसे उसने बहुत समय से खाना नहीं खाया and now I just cannot start feeding that person. That will lead to other complications. But other than that, I would assess, now coming back to your question, I would assess this any patient on two bases. On the visible parameters, जिसे हम clinical parameters कहते हैं, and on the biochemical or the investigation parameters. So clinically बात करें तो आप ये देख लोगे हाथ कितना है, पेट कितना है, ये इसका रेशियो कितना है, उसका बॉडी वेट क्या है, BMI क्या है, ओवरऑल अदर थिंग्स आल्सो. General skin condition, nail condition, eye condition, everything would tell you. And biochemically, a lot of parameters like albumin, even uska blood ki jo hemoglobin ki, CBC ki uski parameters hote hain, a lot of these things will tell me. So it doesn't play a very, very important role, ki bina uske main nahi kar sakta, but it needs to be considered.
And also, I think it also needs to be mainstream. So, in instance like the way you said that, sometimes nutrition kind of takes a back foot. It becomes kind of an afterthought. So,
अगर मैं इसी में बोलूं,
yeah.
So हमारी फील्ड में एक खराब चीज ये है.
Yeah.
A lot of doctors will keep on treating because I'm from a surgical background. It keeps TB का treatment चल रहा है. They're giving ATT, but कोई भी ये नहीं पूछ रहा बेटा तुमने खाना कितना खाया. So what happens is the moment you start feeding the patient, nutrition is always on a back foot in hospitals. The moment you start feeding the patient, उसकी आप calorie requirement और protein requirement calculate करके देना शुरू कर दिया. Wounds that were not healing for 1 month, 3 दिन के अंदर they'll have healthy granulation tissue. Tuberculosis not responding, वो patient respond करने लगा. So yes, nutrition is slightly overlooked in most setups.
Right. Ma'am, is it the same in cancer care as well? How is it true that nutrition gets overlooked, and does that impact the health of the patient? But as he rightly put it, when you go to address the nutritional issue, then something else might come up. So how do you strike a balance?
In fact, I would say that nutrition becomes even more important in cancer patients because there's a term called cancer cachexia, wherein if you see a patient from a distance, you can make out that this patient might be suffering from cancer, advanced stage of cancer. How? By his body, his look. Because such a patient would look very cachectic, lean, frail, would have hardly any, would be sarcopenic, very little muscle mass. And these are often due to nutritional deficiencies or insufficiencies. And these, if taken care of, would not only make him respond better to the treatment, respond better, but also tolerate the anti-cancer treatment in a much better way. So it benefits both ways. Both the anti-cancer treatment's efficacy improves, and the tolerability of the anti-cancer treatment also improves. So double benefit with just one intervention, and that is by not ignoring the nutritional aspect of each and every cancer patient. So in my practice, we do the preliminary nutritional, there's no time or unless it's part of research work, we can't be doing a detailed workup, but there is preliminary checklist which we do take into consideration in our routine practice. And Sushant would agree with me that we have our checklist that we always incorporate for each and every of our patients when we plan their cancer treatment, the medicines and beyond.
You know, there is this term, precision oncology. So, do you think it's time that we also have a term called precision nutrition that goes hand in hand with precision oncology?
So yes, definitely. Just like precision oncology, one size doesn't fit everyone. The precision nutrition is very important because many of our patients have other comorbidities like diabetes, CKD, hypertension, food allergies. They have different tastes from across the India, across the world. We treat international patients. They have different cultural beliefs. So all these needs to be taken care of, and they have to be counseled in a holistic way along with our dietitians and nutritionists, that what is to be given to the patient, what is to be avoided. Sometimes we have to avoid high potassium diet. Sometimes we need to give high protein diets. Sometimes we need to give fatty diets so that the drugs are absorbed better. So all this needs to be considered. So along with the physician, the dietitian, the F&B team, everyone needs to take care of the patient, sit down with them and decide what diet chart needs to be given and what they can follow at home also, not only in the hospital or in the daycare, but at the home also, so that the drugs work better, patient feel better. And of course, the first and foremost question when they ask is, what should we not eat? And a very large number of patients have myths associated with food, which I'm sure ma'am must have covered in her book, and those are needs to be broken down.
So, जो सर बोल रहे हैं, इसी का एक बड़ा कॉमन एग्जांपल है. A lot of people may develop allergy to wheat.
To
wheat माने गेहूं से. तो gluten hypersensitivity, but not everyone. So, उस एक व्यक्ति को अगर आपने गेहूं नहीं खिलाया, तो he will improve. But trend क्या हो जाएगा कि धीमे धीमे what you can hear nearby कि भाई wheat unhealthy है यार. देखो वो तो इंडिया, और उसके बाद उसके पीछे की कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरीज आएंगी, वो तो इंडिया में था ही नहीं, वो तो उस साल में लाया गया और ऐसे कर दिया. सो दैट इज वेयर प्रिसिशन न्यूट्रिशन वुड कम इन, उस और ओनली दैट स्पेसिफिक सब ग्रुप जिसमें ग्लूटेन हाइपर सेंसिटिविटी थी, डू दीस थिंग्स वर्क.
Just to add one more bit to the term that you used, precision nutrition, is actually trying to identify the close interaction between nutrition and genes. So we have now realized that there is a great interaction happening between the food that we put in our mouth and enters our gut and the genes. So there is this host genetic and the food interaction happening in a very big way. This science is still in its infancy, but this is the way forward, that we need to be mindful of all that is put in our mouth and enters our gut.
परफेक्टली टोल्ड बाय मैम कि मुझे लगता है हर किसी को मैम की एक बार बुक जरूर पढ़नी चाहिए. जैसे कि दिस अगर कोई सर्च करना चाहे तो देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एपिजेनेटिक्स. जेनेटिक्स वाज अ कांसेप्ट ऑफ 2000s. 2010 से जो कांसेप्ट सामने आया, दैट इज एपिजेनेटिक्स.
Could you just explain that a little more? Yeah, if you could explain
So,
that a little more.
एक टाइम था एज वी डिस्कवर्ड डीएनए, तो लोगों को लगा कि जेनेटिक्स एंड 1990 के आसपास में एवरीथिंग वाज समथिंग रिलेटेड टू जीन्स. योर डेस्टिनी इज रिलेटेड टू जीन्स, ये कंसेप्ट आ गया था. Slowly and slowly there were people who were just not satisfied with this, and they said क्या और कुछ नहीं है तो मैं कुछ भी क्यों करूं, जो हम पर एक नॉर्मल स्पिरिचुअल आदमी को भी ये सवाल आएगा. In 2000s, early 2000s and by 2010 it was discovered कि केवल जीन्स का रोल कहीं पे भी नहीं है, nowhere in the world. साथ में the environmental factors and all other factors modify the genes in a way कि उनका actual outcome कितना होगा. So this science is called epigenetics और आज की तारीख में उसके ऊपर पढ़ाई कहीं ज्यादा है as compared to genetics.
Okay, where the genes are impacted by the environment around us. That is what you're saying.
By environment, you would mean anything which is not genes and is coming in contact.
Right.
And that is why it is, जो मैम ने कहा, mindful.
Right.
Mindfulness.
Mindful
that is
eating.
also part of, अगर आप मान लीजिए आप स्ट्रेस में होंगे ना, तो आपके बॉडी में इतने सारे हार्मोनल चेंजेस होंगे कि वो एपिजेनेटिक्स के थ्रू आपके जीन्स को मॉडिफाई करेंगे. So that is why mindfulness is very important.
Right. Mindfulness in nutrition, mindfulness in eating, and mindfulness otherwise. Right. Can you, all three of you all, if it'll be great if you all can burst some myths surrounding nutrition that you all have come across. I think it'll be very informative for all of us also. And even one or two, each one of you can really take us through. That will be great. Ma'am, we can start with you.
So
the most common myths you must have come across.
So there's nothing like most common, but I would say that most of the people are ill informed about what is right and what is wrong in terms of healthy diet. The things that get most often asked about, especially to oncologists, are things like sugar, milk and milk products, meat, isn't it? Dairy, all these included. So nowadays we have learned that actually, and the biggest myth is that if we take a superfood, then we can reduce our risk of ABCD disease. So let me reiterate that this is the biggest myth because there is no single superfood. The food, in fact, or the diet should be used as preventive medicine, right? And it is possible to a great extent. Now, if we eat intelligently and not restrict to just these so-called strict diets or fad diets or superfoods, then we'll be able to do justice to our body to a large extent. So if we start eating sensibly, using common sense, that is what we want, to educate people about, not only patients about, but the common man about. So that is, in fact, what has been attempted in my book also, that eat sensibly. There's no need to follow strict fad diets because you would neither be able to stick to them and you would lose out on benefits from the other sources. So that's one myth that I
So common sense over the fad diets.
So we come across many patients who are taking alternative therapies, and those alternative physicians tell them a particular diet, that the medicine needs to be taken only with fruits or fruit juices or liquids. So when they come to us after 3-4 months, they have lost a lot of weight because they are malnourished. They didn't have carbohydrates, they didn't have fat, they didn't have proteins. So anyone just surviving on fruits and fruit juices will not be possible. You are malnourished. So this is one of the myths which I feel that one should not follow blindly, and one should go to a proper healthcare who knows the science and gives them the proper medicine.
Right. So in clinical practice, because staying to what you were asked, one of the commonest things that I come across is कि patient का वजन 35 किलो है मुश्किल से, highly undernourished, and अभी उसका ऑपरेशन हुआ है, लेकिन घर वालों ने all white thing मना कर दिया, दूध दही चावल ये सब, क्योंकि इससे पस पड़ जाएगा. जैसे ऐसे myths होते हैं. So these are not good, but still just trying to recollect कि क्या क्या myths हो सकते हैं. जैसे people would feel कि एग के अंदर का जो येलो हटा दिया, so आपको कोलेस्ट्रॉल नहीं मिलेगा, and cholesterol is bad for you. So this is a very big myth. All the cells in the body are made up of cholesterol. Without cholesterol, your cells would die. So that is कुछ myths. फिर myths about nutritional supplements.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to take nutritional supplements nowadays.
Yeah.
Not required. अगर आप एक normal diet ले रहे हैं, आपको कोई और special आपका extra work नहीं है, so your normal vegetarian diet would be healthy for you. लेकिन मैंने लिख लिया.
Right.
फिर another myth that I would say is about the glucose related things, glucose and fats, things that are sweet, that will increase, for example, अगर कोई choose करे 100 ml of oil and 100 ml of cold drink, so possibly cold drink would be more harmful for you. तो जो चीज आपकी बॉडी में ग्लूकोज की स्पाइक्स करा रही हैं वर्सेस फैटी थिंग्स में रफली हम कह सकते हैं कि यू हैव टू बी प्रोटेक्ट योरसेल्फ फ्रॉम ग्लूकोज वाली चीजें जो आपके ग्लूकोज स्पाइक्स कराएं.
Very, very, very important. It's debunked right there. On that note, I think we are ready to close the session. However, just one last round, one thing, all each one of you, maybe you all could tell us one good habit that you all practice, which we can emulate in terms of nutrition. Just one aspect, please, and then we will close the session.
For me, I try to follow simple rules, simple diet, which means that I use locally produced, seasonal vegetables and fruits, nothing fancy in my diet, and try to be active mentally and physically.
Okay.
So whatever our nanis and dadis used to tell us, eat that. Nanis and dadi, the grandmothers used to tell, that is healthy. It's a balanced diet. It has carbohydrate, it has fat, it has protein, it has micronutrients, macronutrients, everything is there, and one should follow that in a limit.
Okay. See, doctors are generally not following healthy patterns, so I'll not say what I am doing. But one of the most common nutritional diseases in the world is dyslipidemia. ना जिसमें लिपिड ऊपर नीचे होता है, हर किसी को पता होता है मेरा कोलेस्ट्रॉल बढ़ा हुआ है. So one common thing that you can do, and I would recommend कि लोगों को follow करना चाहिए, and it is showing very good result, is something called as intermittent fasting. So 16 hours का fasting या only water intake उस time पे, and बाकी time पे आप जो खाना चाहते हैं. So इससे it's been seen that आपका cholesterol metabolism and sugar metabolism has improved.
You do that?
I do it not by choice.
Okay, because of stressful hours, it just
not
happens.
Stressful hours, because of busy hours. They're not stressful, they're just busy.
Okay, all
तो
right.
नहीं मिलता खाने का from a surgical, कई बार 20 घंटे हो जाते हैं, नहीं मिलता.
All right. On that note, I think we all need to strive to be healthy as far as possible. Try to eat well, and yeah. On that note, thank you so much, panelists. We will close this session.
Thank you. I request Mr. Maijo Abraham, Senior Assistant News Editor of the Week, to present the mementos to the panel. Thank you, Maijo. Thank you, panelists. Now we have a short but very captivating talk on how medtech is changing healthcare. I invite Mr. Anurag Sachin, Vice President, Sales of Sequoia Healthcare, to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining over here for Healthcare Summit 2025. My name is Anurag Sachan. I am VP Sales for Sequoia Healthcare. Today, we are going to talk about the effect of healthcare in medtech zones. And if you look into that, the radiology has transformed. I'll be mostly talking on the radiology since I belong to the radiology family for a long time. I'll be pushing more towards the radiology. Healthcare is going under a massive shift. Artificial intelligence, telemedicines, wearables, and precision medicines are not just buzzwords. They are making healthcare more efficient, accessible, and personalized. AI helps radiologists to detect cancer, fractures, and other anomalies with a greater accuracies, while the digital tools like cloud-based PACS and AI assist reporting are improving workflow of patient in a dramatical ways. Let's look at the impact of what is AI having on a radiological market. The radiology market projects toward $12 billion by 2030. AI medical imaging now shows at least 97% of the accuracy and save times for radiologists. For example, automated reporting saves more than 2 hours for every radiology for doing the scans. Next-gen CTs and MRIs and ultrasound technologies are powered by AI, improving the better images, faster scans. For example, in case of CT scans, if you see the new CT scan is a photon counting, which helps you to get a better image qualities. In case of MRIs, we have AI compressed sensors, which reduce the scan times from at least 30 to 75%. Looking at the adoptions of AI in radiology has been increased drastically. If you can see the chart from 2023 to 2024, it has increased drastically. It's just not increasing the accuracy, but also reducing the scan times and helping radiologists to do a better job. Radiology, AI-based radiology started very recently. First FDA for AI radiology was happened in 2018. Now today, sitting in 2025, we have more than 300 AI solutions, which is approved by FDA. Next generation AI imaging is also helping radiologists to basically get more into preloaded reports, which helps radiologists to have an accuracy in the level of reporting. Now you have seen what AI is doing in radiology. Let me put more how Sequoia is transforming the radiology in India. Sequoia Healthcare started in 2019 by our founder, Mr. S. Vishwanathan. He has an industry veteran who has worked for 30 years in the industry. The company started as a third-party vendor provider services, now transformed into OEM. Manufacturing in-house CTs and MRIs, while having more than skill levels of 70 skilled professionals and having more than 200 installation across India. The first product which we have launched in MRI is called Clarity 1.5. This is first of its kind in India, first MRI which has a helium-free Make in India project. This is a 16-channel systems which not only helps to get a better imaging, reduces scan time, also this helps with getting on the coil combinations, which helps the patient to have a better images. For radiologists to have a better images. Our second product is basically a 64-slice CT. This is our in-house made 64-slice CT called Inspiration 64. It's a high-definition imaging system which has a 75 centimeter bore, which basically reduces the claustrophobia for the patients. Also, with an IDM technology, it reduces the patient dosage to the patient. Beyond this, having a 75 centimeter bore, you can use it for radiotherapy purposes. Currently, these all products are usually compliant with as per Indian norms. It is CDCSO compliant, AERB approved, and BSI standards. We are manufacturing these units and basically currently in our Chikballapur factory, Bangalore. Our second larger manufacturing unit is coming in AMTZ Vizag, where we will be not only just covering 1.5 Tesla or a 64-slice CT. We are moving further and we're going to manufacture a cardiac CT 128 slice, a 3 Tesla MRI, homemade, Indian-made 3 Tesla MRI, tailored for Indian patients, and a first of its kind digital PET-CT in India. It is also aligned with the government, with our future, Atmanirbhar Bharat. All the products are designed and tailored for Indian environments. And like, I would just like to close it by saying Sequoia is trying to change for the people of India, for the patients of India, and we are trying to do our best. Thank you so much.
I now request Mr. Ajish P. Joy, Senior Assistant News Editor, The Week, to present a memento to Mr. Sachan. This brings us to our next and final set of awards for the Week Best Hospitals, brought to you by The Week in association with Sequoia Healthcare Limited, crafting the future of diagnostic imaging, advancing reach, radiology equipment accessible for cost-effective healthcare for all. May I request Mr. R. Prasannan, Resident Editor, The Week, and Malayala Manorama to kindly give the awards. The category is Best Multi-Speciality Hospitals Private, category or specialization. And the winners are Apollo Hospital Cardiology, Chennai. We'll move to the next one. LV Prasad Eye Institute Ophthalmology, Hyderabad. Next, we have Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center, Diabetics, Chennai. Next, we have Christian Medical College, Pulmonology, Vellore. Our next winner is Apollo Children's Hospitals, Chennai. Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, Hyderabad. Our next category is Honoring category, and the winner is Shibu George, CEO, GLRA India, Delhi. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we spoke about stress and all other kinds of lifestyle issues and what doctors can do about it. So next, we wonder what we can do to the doctors themselves. This panel discussion is going to be a bit different. So the topic is de-stressing care providers, and we have specialist Dr. Jyoti Kakumanu here, and she will be in conversation with Dr. Manyata, SRJA AIMS, New Delhi, Dr. Satyaki, she's OA APDCI AIMS, New Delhi, Dr. Yukti, again from AIMS, Dr. Emi Verma, Neuroanesthesia, SR, New Delhi, and which will be moderated by the week's Bureau Chief, Delhi, Namrata Biji Ahuja. Now, a little bit about our specialist with the panel, Dr. Jyoti Kakumani. Can you please? Dr. Jyoti is a medical advisor in the emerging field of healthcare and artificial intelligence for a New York-based technology company. She's a gold medalist in Mahayana Buddhist studies, the first of its kind in India. Currently, Dr. Jyoti is working on building collaborative partnerships between medical, neuroscientific, and Buddhist organizations to integrate and apply Buddhist principles to modern healthcare and social well-being. I request Dr. Jyoti to come up to the stage, please. I request all the other panelists also, as well as the moderator, Namrata, to join them on stage.
So thank you so much. We are towards the fag end of the conference, of course. We've shared a lot of solutions in medical terms of the problems that we all face in terms of illnesses. But here we have a very different session where we're now looking at, practices that go beyond medicine, solutions that can help you in everyday life, and coping mechanisms of healthcare providers, who bear the brunt of all the pain and the suffering all of us go through. These are our doctors, young doctors from AIMS. And of course, we have Dr. Jyoti with out of the box solutions. I would begin by quoting the Buddha, who's said that the greatest of all suffering really comes from an undisciplined mind. And if we are able to really look at peace and joy in a very nuanced way, it is actually the end of all suffering. And even when we today see in our day-to-day lives, people with all success still going through depression, and we have people with a lot of illnesses also having the calm. What is this paradox? If we can understand from Dr. Jyoti first, how do you explain this?
Is in fact there are in my experience there are certain situations where the medical system that I'm in couldn't give me answers. That's when I started exploring the Buddhist perspective, and then I understood I'm treating the patients like a parrot. It's a kind of parrot training where I just implement what I have learned without really understanding. Only when certain life incidents hit me hard, that's when I thought I should go real deep. And then I started exploring, and then only I came to understand suffering in a larger context. As long as I was looking at working in the hospital, looking at the patients, then I understood sickness, the gross sickness from fever to cancer. I thought they are suffering. But then later, when I came to understand the Buddhist side of suffering and why the Buddha was called Mahabhisekho, the great physician, then I started, a new world has opened out for me. So the suffering from the Buddhist concept is that all the gross suffering that we see, for example, I may have to live with something that I don't want. It's a suffering. I may have to lose something that I really love. That is suffering. And I don't get what I want. That is suffering. So and then sickness is suffering, aging is suffering, death is suffering. So these are gross things that we all experience and are part of life. And there are also subtler aspects. Why are these? Why is there is anything that we are attached to, and anything that is not permanent, it is bound to give rise to suffer. If I start liking something which is only going to be transient, then when I depart from it, it will invariably give me pain. And then anything that is conditioned, for example, my existence is conditioned based upon my heart functioning or based upon my lungs functioning. If any of these factors fail, then my existence is also impeded. So anything that is conditioned and anything that is put together, if that fails, then we are going to break apart. So there are multiple aspects to suffering, and then a whole chapter is open.
So when you talk of the transient nature of life, that's what you're talking of. And we here with us, healthcare providers. Every day you're going through, you're seeing illness and you're seeing mental and physical illnesses, and you're handling them and, going through really tough times throughout your day. How do you explain it to yourself when you feel guilt or you feel empathy? How do you handle these emotions? And does that become anxiety for you and manifest in different ways as healthcare providers also? I would like to, ask you from your personal experience, how do you cope with this? And, what kind of experiences have you really had at the end of the day when you've dealt with so much of illness?
From last 9 to 10 years, roughly in the medical field, I've seen deaths and suffering in all forms almost now. I've started working in cancer setup now. I'm an onco anesthetist, senior resident here. So I get to see both the acutely ill patients as well as the patients with chronic debilitating conditions who are not left with any other curative mode of treatment, so to speak. And yes, as you pointed out, that all of these conditions, the previous pandemic, COVID, all of that has taken a lot of toll on us as budding new doctors in their young ages. And how I have coped with it is, one is resorting to psychotherapy. I have found safety net in uh, talking to a therapist. I've also explored ways like music and physical relaxation techniques. I think those have helped me come this far and keep me going.
So if I may ask, what prompted you to go to a therapist, being a doctor yourself? What was it that you noticed? I'm sure there's a lot of awareness also that comes with, the science that you practice.
Yes, through my teaching and also through the general communication and discussions that we nowadays have on not only in medical textbooks, but also the social media handles that we are exposed to, including Instagram, Facebook, etc. We do get exposed to a lot of options of options to cope with these stressors in life. And through all in all, including the medical education and these influences, rather to say, that is how I figured out the role of a therapist in one's life. And the symptoms that I could pick myself, that I could pick around myself, and even in my near and dear ones, were anxiety, constant fear of losing our loved ones, especially when we are, exposed to so many young as well as old individuals uh, dying, or rather to say, having chronic illnesses. It makes us wonder that we are not inevitable. We are not invincible. That can also be one of them.
And you're a young doctor couple here. How do you share your, experiences through the day with your spouse? And is it only your experience of, handling so many patients and the stress that you discuss, or have you found ways of, again, coping with it differently?
Ma'am, initially I was sharing it with my parents. I am from a nuclear family and I'm the first doctor in my family. So initially I used to tell everything to my father, mother, and like they are not doctors, they're professors. So in whatever they could understand how much I could tell them, and they themselves are like my father is a heart patient, so I used to tell कि ठीक है, I saw cardiac arrest today, this patient had this that. So I don't know how much toll it took on them. Like I was telling them about everyday trauma I used to bear. I used to share it with them. Then I met him and I used to tell my experiences to him. And be, even before doing any procedure, if I used to be anxious, I used to share with him. He used to counsel me. He used to guide, not guide per se. Basically, we used to discuss, okay, what else we can do, like if any management or treatment changes I can do. So we used to have a discussion about it. So in home also, after my shift gets over, his shift gets over, mostly we discuss about the patients and like what mistake I did. And sometimes I in night I wake up at 1 a.m. and then I was a bit rude to that patient, or like I should have done this, I feel bad about this. So yes, this our life, our medical life, this profession has taken a toll on our health mentally, and like awakening at night at 1 a.m. And like this used to happen in our residency. Like when I was doing my MD, we used to have this continuous saturation. There's a beat wall, there's a beat to which we are tuned. Like if there is a fall in saturation, we just get to know just by hearing the tone, the 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 change in the tone, that okay, this patient is having low oxygen. So I used to get nightmares that I am intubating a patient and there is a desaturation and I was not able to intubate. And initially I used to be very anxious. So I started sharing that and he helps me a lot with that. So I am not taking into account the burden I put on him. Uh, like I am sharing my burden with him, but like this is adding stress to his life also. So we go to like some occasionally we go to places, we try to inculcate other topics into our conversation, but this continues till we have like our profession.
So here comes the fine balance, I would say, between the boundaries emotionally that you can draw with your patients, and of course people who share with you, and sharing is very important. And also, then how do you inculcate compassion at the same time? So it's a fine balance, and how far to go and how to go is actually the whole question. Have you deliberated on that, and what are your thoughts?
Thank you for, first of all, thank you for asking me this question. Because not only just for medical profession, this is true for any profession. We have to balance two things in life, which is professional and personal life. And we have to make sure that we are healthy during our entire course. So it is tough for me. It is tough for every medical profession, personal, because what I would like to share is a story of mine during my MD times, initial uh, residency time. Like during our MBBS course, which is the first course we go through as a medical in the medical field. So that time we are not, interacting with the patient much. But during our residency, there is a drastic shift, and we are directly exposed to what is known as clinical part of being a doctor. So during the initial time, when we were posted in ICU, the critical care unit, we used to have very long shifts. Uh, like for me, it was long, almost 12 hours, 15 hours, 16-hour shifts at a stretch. So during the initial time when we are not, well versed with this fatigue, to be a normal part of our life. I had a very bad shift, I can say, and after that, during the end of the shift, I somehow managed. I was alive after that shift, and then when I reached home, I cried uh, because of the physical fatigue. There was definitely mental stress of, taking care of sick patients and seeing them die or worsen. But there was physical pain as well. So these both components are there. And how I coped up during that time was by resorting to, venting out through crying, which helped me then. And fortunately, I have learned other mechanisms also. I have my beautiful wife with me. So we do try to make a balance of this, the stress, the fatigue, and eventually, I guess we all, during our residency, we all learn how to live with it. And this is not just for medical professions, even for any profession, be it security, be it, army, be it journalism. Like we have our tough time. And then once we, I don't know, we get mature enough when we understand to live with that stress. So, and I would like to hear what you guys also go through, uh, because being a medical profession definitely is stressing, but we chose it, and so we eventually learn how to cope up with it. Hopefully, we all do through various mechanisms, definitely. But yes, in the end of the day, when we go home, if we have someone to share our work with, that is a blessing, I would say. And yes, uh, thank you. I wanted to share this my story of mine.
Thank you so much. And all of you have been providing a healing touch. You talk about the pandemic. So, as healers, now how do you see, you know, you've also shared, your stories of how you managed during the pandemic. What healed you? And in a post-pandemic period, do you still see scars of, all the experiences that you've had?
Thank you for having me, first of all. And so the pandemic changed the way we see health uh, initially, because in my initial days, it used to feel like that if you have a disease, it is always curable. There is a limit till which you can go. Initial days, most of the young doctors, you have this perception that it is either cure and there are steps to it. Maybe we are not doing enough. The pandemic and later on into cancer care, and then as we get exposed to refractory dementia, delirious people, people living with a lot of mental illnesses, you come to realize that not everything has a defined treatment as per the current medical standards, like whatever system of medicine we are practicing as of now. There are some shortcomings, and that is where research is going on. But still, when we face it daily, you come home and you have this sort of emptiness inside you that maybe uh, can we do, could we have done something more? And it creates a moral dilemma. Like, is this what we were supposed to do? How do we address this sense of incompleteness? This used to be lingering, and it became quite evident post pandemic because we were seeing huge caseloads, patients for which a known cure was not present at the point of time, and people have dealt with it differently. What I personally used, I at a point of time it came to a mental breakdown stage, and we had to. I resorted to some forms of breathing exercises, some form of meditation. I went back to some of my scriptures, old scriptures, mindfulness training, as ma'am has been telling about. There are courses, online courses, and apps present. I use particularly a few of those, and that helped change our perspective, my perspective, the way we see a person. That perhaps has evolved. So more of an accepting stage, like she was saying, in all of this uh, teaching, they ask you to become a spectator of life. You experience, you live through the experience without judging it. So I think, but that doesn't come easy. It
takes a lot of practice. And if it comes and goes. So in between there are voids, there are pitfalls. You come home dejected some days, you go back again with a fresh opportunity, but it's a struggle. Not only something. So what we through this panel discussion, it's bringing up that we as caregivers, providers, we also face a lot of stress. We are under a lot of stress, and we have a different coping mechanisms, whatever suits. For myself, mindfulness and therapies have been quite good.
So since we've gone through, different emotions here as caregivers, you've talked of suffering, you've talked of coping mechanisms, sharing, compassion, and also as a sense of detachment that you talk of when you look at yourself also as a third person and objectively analyze what we are going through. Coming back to you, Dr. Jyoti, how do you see this as kind of a, direction towards an equilibrium of the mind where you need stable emotions of, understanding each emotion, but also being able to balance it ultimately in life?
It's I try to tell it in as simple manner as possible. Regular people like us do have emotions, but what we have to do is moderation is the key. And the other thing is, as I have already said, everything is like transient. Suppose I get agitated. The important factor is that agitation is it's a kind of emotion. Anxiety, agitation, fear, these are all emotions. But then these are negative emotions which are going to impact us and somehow push us towards the direction of pain. Nobody wants to live in fear, nobody wants to live in anxiety. The principle, the key thing is here that there are certain external factors that are not in control, of which we are not in control. When those external factors, like for example, I treat a patient but the patient dies, I did my best, but then I go into guilt, I go into remorse, I go into fear. Why is this all happening? It is because I am not putting a differentiation here. One arrow, let us say a first arrow which is not in my control has struck me, the death of a patient. But then I should be able to stop it there. Instead, an untrained mind, what it will do is, it will start ruminating upon the death of the patient, and I will add another arrow from my end, and to the wound that the external arrow has created, I will add another arrow from my end, kind of a guilt, kind of a remorse, kind of a fear. This arrow is much more dangerous than the external arrow that has hit me. So I go on ruminating. I make the arrow, I make the wound bigger and bigger, and then the guilt will attract where a breakdown. Very simple is, be mindful of the first arrow and don't react to it. Just act on it. Reaction is different, and that we don't have supernatural powers and that we are vulnerable. So we are mindful of, we know that if we don't give more importance, it is going to be transient. By nature, all phenomena are transient. So if we don't nourish them from our side, they are going to die. So we don't put the second arrow, the first arrow is not going to impact.
Do you have any questions for her? As medical professionals, do you really see that sometimes you really need medical interventions also? Is that also an aspect of awareness when you know that you are going through a certain emotion and you need medical help?
Ma'am, I had one question for Dr. Jyoti. Ma'am, in the Buddhist practice, it is one principle is there, anapanasati. What is exactly that, and is there any scientific evidence behind it?
It's a good question, and I might take a couple of minutes to explain this. Anapanasati. Anapan is like incoming and outgoing breath. An plus apan, and sati means mindfulness. You are just being mindful of your breath. And breath is always there with you. You don't need to go to any other, you don't need to buy an equipment, you don't need to go from where you are. You have to just be mindful of your breath. How is this breath linked to your well-being? How practicing anapanasati or being mindful of breath is going to help you internally? A simple thing. Just observe a person who is really aggressive and violent. He is going to have heavy breathing. His breathing rate is going to increase several fold. And normally, let's say on an average, our breath rate is 16 to 20. But the breath rate of a person who is violent and aggressive is going to go up. So there is a link between a mental the moment you start observing your breath as it is, that is called being mindful of breath. You are just objectively observing the incoming breath, the outgoing breath, and you focus. You will start becoming aware of not only of your surroundings, but you will start becoming aware of your internal mechanisms. The moment you get angry or the moment you get anxious, you will be aware of it. Before they multiply and they take over you, the moment you become aware of it, its intensity and its power on you is going to come down. So that is how anapanasati, the mindfulness is just a starting point. You are just building a foundation of awareness, and you are going to be aware of whatever is happening within this mind-body framework. And the moment you are aware, its overpowering you will not happen. You are dampening it right then and there. But it's not going to be easy. I thought I read so many large, huge medical texts, so I can easily focus on breath. For just 10 seconds, also my mind will not stay on the breath. So that requires effort, hard work, perseverance. If you really want to tame your mind, you will have to put effort. Anything that comes easy will also vanish easily. But with effort, you are sure to succeed. Let it be 1%, no matter, doesn't matter. The mind is bound to wander away. The mind, the habitual pattern of the mind is to not to listen to you. It will try to control you. But now with anapanasati, you are now starting to gain mastery over your.
So in your training as young professionals, in the medical field, do you see such practices being now, brought in as you become doctors of tomorrow and you're going to cope with so much of stress and added stress and, all eyes on you, particularly with social media and all, new practices coming in? How do you cope with this during your training period? Have you undergone any kind of special training to be able to train your mind?
As such, till the time I did my MBBS and currently I did not have any part of it as a curriculum. But because we are reading so much, so by ourselves we go for like meditation or yoga, like ourselves we go into that, and per se in curriculum there is no.
So, if I may add, what we there have really in pain, chronic pain, people are trying it out, or whether teaching patients to become mindful of their breathing, even for short periods, but over duration, like 8 weeks, 8 to 10 weeks, it has helped patients gain better control biology of pain. I think ma'am can throw more light on that. But the bearing, pain becomes more bearable. There is evidence to that. Patients, there are workshops on yoga. The government is promoting such workshops through Ayush. So it's an integrative program where people are being sensitized to a supra neural level. Like this is the consciousness level, which you can play around or you can deploy to get a better control. The I, as of now, do not have a definite proof of that, but it has shown to be beneficial to a certain extent. That is what we can say.
As he mentions, is there scientific evidence to prove, certain alterations in the brain that would move to more cognitive, possibly that's what he mentions, awareness from an emotional aspect and create a balance there?
And in fact, for the past more than 20 years, these such studies have been happening, and a lot of publications are there. You can Google, and you will find a lot of scientific publications on the effectiveness of this, whatever you call meditation may not be the right word, the right translation, but let's say practices or whatever, they have a huge impact on in fact on the brain mechanisms. These meditative practices, I'll show you a slide. Just like when you go to the gym and do yoga, or when you go to the gym and do all the exercises, or when you go to do yoga, all these asanas and all, just like when you put effort, your muscles are going to tone up. They're going to become more, stronger. Similarly, these meditative practices, let's call meditation for a while, though it's not the right term. So when you do, similarly, just like you give exercise to your body, when you give this exercise to your brain, actually to your mind, then your brain is also going to change. All of the practices, meditative practices, let's say anything that have originated in our country, whatever, they utilize the principle called the malleability of the mind. The belief was that the brain is a rigid and fixed organ, and then after adulthood, or after 25 or 30 years, we'll not be able to learn new skills. But since 1980s, neuroscientists have found that brain is highly plastic. That is, we can learn new skills, we can learn new information, we can form new memories. So, just like we can learn math, we can learn music, we can learn chess. Similarly, we can train ourselves in this meditative skill, the result of which this is called the neuroplasticity. The brain adapts itself to the new experience, and the brain molds itself to the given training such that your cognitive mechanisms, that means your capability to paying attention, intelligence, analysis, reasoning, thinking, calculation, decision making, judgment, these are all called cognitive components. That's what makes us human. We are superior to animals because of these cognitive mechanisms. And meditative practices. As I told you, that is not the right term, but that is what I'm using. The meditative practices are shown to alter the cognitive mechanisms in a favorable manner. A person who has less concentration is able to gain more capacity to concentrate. Similarly, there is emotional regulation. You are no more overpowered by your own negative emotions. Positive emotions like compassion, you call karuna, maitri, mudita, these are all the positive emotions. Yes, they're conducive to your well-being, and you're able to regulate and develop your positive emotions, which are called wholesome emotions, and you're down regulating the negative emotions. That is what is found in these studies. And not only, this is too complex to explain, but not only the conscious mechanisms or voluntary mechanisms are regulated, even the involuntary mechanisms. Like, for example, our heart rate, somebody has a heart problem, somebody has got a problem with their digestion, gastritis, acidity, ulcers, and chronic pain, all these things. All these components, the central mechanism lies within the brain. When the brain structure itself is getting altered with meditative practices, then whatever is manifesting, the brain is ultimately controlling the rest of the functions of the body. When you are really controlling and changing your brain structure, naturally those changes get percolated down into the body level, and so you are able to really overcome your somatic problems. Let it be gastritis, let it be chronic pain, let it be heart problem, whatever it is. It's not that 100% you are out of it, but you're able to manage it. And if you do really good, then maybe at some point you might be even be able to get out of it. But here, I don't want to go much deeper. I'll just show you one slide. This is just like you take ECG of the heart. This panel is called the electroencephalogram. This is called, you put electrodes on the head and you take the electrical activity of the brain. This is the electrical activity of a normal person, the first panel, just a regular person like all of us. This is how our electrical activity is. And you see the panel that is down here, where see the electrical activity here. There is huge difference in the waves. Just these are regular family people who have practiced certain, what we call anapanasati or maitri, or there are other vipassana. These are all the mental practices that have really altered the brain mechanisms. When we take the ECG of a meditative practitioner, this is how it looks. And this is done in NIMHANS, Bangalore, this study, and has been published in the international journals. And similarly, this is the section of the brain, and this is the cognitive area of the brain, and this is the emotional, it's not a complete picture, this is the emotional area of the brain. The meditation is going to improve the cognitive, activate the cognitive regions and downregulate the emotional regions, such that the cognitive mechanisms take over the emotional brain. The cognitive brain gets more power and takes control of the emotional brain. There are nothing like two brains. The cognitive part of the brain takes over the emotional part of the brain, and you are in control of your emotions. You know how to regulate them. You know how to modulate them. You are no more a slave of them. You are just going to utilize them to your well-being.
So do you all really think that it is time to also focus on the health of healthcare providers in the manner as Dr. Jyoti explained, to come out with innovative solutions right from the beginning of your careers to be able to handle stress and anxiety in your professions? My question is thrown open to any one of you who would like to answer.
So as we mentioned, people cope up differently. There is not one formula that fits all, but this is a really promising avenue. They've at our age, it seems a little, these forms of practices are associated with some forms of spirituality or asceticism, which what we see among our peers, it's not so welcome. They people usually associate this with the advanced stage, that someone who is a more matured person will go into asceticism. meditating or breathing practices or pranayama or anapanasati, whatever. So, but the promises that we had from this discussion, it would not be a prescription to all the young doctors, but it definitely could add value to the other therapies. Like they use music therapy, someone uses some forms of entertainment, conversation with their family members. This could add on to that repertoire and make life more bearable, more meaningful. It adds, it brings the inner meaning to life. I think that's my view.
So, on that note of sharing, caring, not just for patients, but also for doctors and healthcare providers, our nurses, and everybody in the medical profession, I think this is a very compassionate and peaceful note to conclude this session. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. I request the panelists to stay back. I request Ajish P. I request Umman Taragan, Senior General Manager, Marketing of Malayalam Manorama and The Week, to present the mementos to the panelists.
As we bid adieu, we take a moment to thank our sponsors. And I request Mr. Riyad Matthew, Chief Associate Editor and Director, The Week, to present them the mementos. The sponsors of the Week Health Summit 2025 are Novo Nordisk, Manipal Hospitals, MSN Laboratories Private Limited, Lord's Mark Industries, Next, we have Zydus. Next, we have Kaveri Hospital. Naruvi Hospitals. Next, we have with us Vijaya Super Speciality Hospital. Sastri Balm. Sushena Health Foundation. And Dhatri Mothers Milk Bank and CLM. Next we have Fishing Cat. Sequoia Healthcare. New India Insurance. Last but not the least, Apex. And Indie Global Media Network.
Thank you, Riyadh. Thank you, Stanley. Well, that brings us to the close of the third edition of the Week Health Summit, learning from the world's best, honoring India's best. We hope this day was as enlightening and, if I may say, enjoyable as it has been for us while putting it together. We shall be back next year with the next Health Summit. But meanwhile, there'll be a lot more summits and events in the pipeline from the Week platform.
Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you.